What is going on, you guys? It's been a couple minutes. I was taking a little break from the streaming, as you can tell. And I was trying to be come through on Eric's stream sometimes, but um I seem to have kept missing them. But I'm back. I wasn't like gone for any particular reason or anything. Um I guess I was just taking a bit of a break. um, Tending to daily life. Um, but of course, not really much of a good reason to not be streaming, but the vibes. Not like I've been doing that much else. Um, what's cracking though, gang? Thanks for being here. Um, I just wanted to check. I need to check out the chat. Um, what was I gonna say? Um, yeah. Oh, same old, same old. Just like, wasn't really like feeling that great either. Just kind of having some downtime. It's like barely even been on that isolation mode. I got everyone on airplane mode. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm back into the truth and reality. Um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, and just like, I mean, oh yeah, and well, like barely even like using my phone and stuff. Kind of just like terrible OCD about stuff too. Just kind of just like I gotta be doing stuff with my hands. But it's because I gotta stay busy. I gotta be talking to you guys. Right? But I do want to check out the chat here. I have also been watching some pretty good movies and stuff and listening to some pretty good music lately. Um, yeah, you guys know the vibes. But I'm glad you guys could be here. I appreciate it. I do want to keep up the stream. In fact, I'm probably going to this this might be the last stream that I do where under this name, under the Chill Island name. Well, actually, I might just shorten it to Chill Island, or maybe Chill Island Oasis, but probably just like Chill Island or something like that. But I also want to have different names for the videos and start getting creative with that. Cuz it's funny because I always wanted to like be creative with that, but once I started doing the Chill Island name, I was like, well, I guess I also don't mind having like a chronology of just like different dates and stuff, even though the thumbnails are all the same because it's just like that one picture of me that I think is good. Um, uh, one sec. And yeah, also just like my laptop and my phone have been so slow lately too because of all the space that I have taken up. So to clear up space and like it's just been like I don't even know. Like if anything, I've just been like, well, I guess I always have stuff to talk about, right? But at the same time, it's just like, why stream if I'm not gonna like, if there's not like a point to it or something? Although I guess that hasn't stopped me before, but no, right? But nah, but I mean, it's like I've just been getting started over here with this streaming mentality. It's funny that it's only been really like a few months. It feels like a little bit longer. I think it's because I put so much time in before, and as you all know, just like whether it's this or just in my general life, I don't budget my time very well. So you'll have to forgive me when I sort of go offline for a while. But that being said, though, I do swear that I've been like wanting to talk to you guys who come in here on Eric's stream, but it seems like is it me or has he been streaming less lately? I don't know. I mean, I'll see sometimes that he's streaming, I'll be like, and I'll have like just missed it sometimes, but I don't know, it's weird because that part was certainly not on purpose, so to speak. Um, you know what I mean? As in, I wasn't like ducking TWFP either or anything. I actually would have liked to, like, in the past few weeks, that is, I would have liked to have been more in touch with all y'alls in the TWFP chat at the very least, even if I'm not streaming. But, like I said, I don't know, I seem to keep missing them. I'm going through my feed right now, and like I can't find anything from, I don't know. I mean, he streams a fair amount, you know? So, it's not like I'm trying to say he doesn't stream enough or something. But, well, couldn't we all use more of a place to chat, so to speak? That's why, to be honest with you guys, I don't mean to be overly lax about getting started when I set a time or something like that. But as I've said, I mean, a few times at this point, not to downplay my own input here and my own, this being a forum that I host, but I like even just having the chat here. You can chat on the premiere, and you can do all that. I mean, I don't want to keep people waiting either, but anyway, you get the point. That's my little intro right here. 10 minutes in. How do you like a nice 10-minute intro? So good. Boy howdy though. I also went to Africa. Been living in Africa. I'm also streaming live from Zimbabwe. Nah, but why? I said I was gonna check the chat, and of course I'm like not checking it. See, because what I wanted to do was go through it on here. Okay. So like, yo, dude. So like, Boba Fett's here, dude. What's up, Boba Fett? What's up to all the gang? Thanks for being here again. What's his mom says? All hail the return of CJ. Hip hip hooray! Love it. Thank you, Winston's mom. I really appreciate it. Indeed, Boba Fett kind of giving me a hard time about getting started here. Apparently, some say fashionably late is a thing. That's a definite thing. It's all about fashion for me. That's why I do it. It's a statement. It's my taste. It's my good taste coming out. No, but is that not common where you're at, Boba Fett? Like, do you not hear that a lot? Because I mean, you hear that a lot. I hear that a lot. That's just one of those sayings that you just like. I don't know. It just sticks with you, I guess you could say. Like, it's just like, oh, fashionably late. Ha 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 ha. But I could see it not really translating, especially in other cultures. Like, particularly if you're in like a culture where they like prize, timeliness. I don't know where. Does anyone know where fashionably late comes from? By the way, because that's funny. It's a funny idea. I think the idea is that if you show up later, as I understand it, I think the idea is that if you show up later to a party, at least to a party, right? Um, well, the idea is that you weren't that eager that you had to go, that you had to be there right when it started. Oh my god! Or like it's basically almost like saying like, Psh, I have like better things to do. I have other things I can do. This is not that important to me. You know, the this party is not that important to me. I'm gonna show up. I'm gonna show up like at least like 20 minutes late, maybe even later. Honestly, probably like 40 minutes late, and I'm gonna be wearing a leather jacket, and I'm gonna be wearing sunglasses, and you know, that's the vibe. I think I think that's what that comes from. Stephen Colbert coming up, calling Colbert a political operative. I do not really. I've never really cared about Colbert that much. I mean, I when I was younger and he would be, back to back with Jon Stewart and everything, I would watch I would watch them, but I had no idea like what the political slant was, I guess. Like I didn't really know anything about left and right or anything like that until much later. But, I mean, I knew that Colbert was doing like a caricature of a right wing host, but I didn't really know what that meant. If you know what I mean. Um, but yeah, and then he went on to just like have a talk show, and he's really not very funny. Like, um, I don't know if someone brought this up, but yeah, he was in Strangers with Candy. Yeah, Jen Zenial brought that up. Nice. Yeah, he was on that show, and then I mean, he showed up in The Office. He's definitely not very funny though. I will say that. Like, I don't know if there's really ever been a time where I've like really laughed at like a Colbert joke. It's not even necessarily. It's not like a political thing either. He's just not very funny. Um, But I love the Ben and Jerry's Americone Dream ice cream. This stream is sponsored by that. You can call this the Americone Stream. In fact, can we get that up, Jamie? Oops, that was Jamie shutting down for the night. No. But, no. But, bro. Okay. Connected to Bluetooth. It always happens. I always let that happen when the speaker dies. Or disconnects, I mean. Okay, yes, and I wanted to address the hot chick Aga Anim. Yes, she is very pretty. I think we all know that. I think she's like the resident pretty girl. Like, uh, you know, I think we all have a crush on her, guys and girls. I don't know. It is very funny though, right? Because like, I mean, even on when Eric was saying some funny stuff about that, not at her expense, but she was there. We were talking about that. It's kind of I guess it's the internet thing of like being a girl, especially like a pretty girl, and then you just get all the attention. But that of course includes attention that you don't want. So uh, that part is unfortunate. That part is unfortunate. um. Oh yeah, and we're also both Aries suns, so that's cool. Headstrong, fiery types. Uh, yeah, she's cool. She actually like subscribed. She came in here at least once, and she was really nice because she said that it was like she made a joke being like, oh, this is hyped up, so this better be amazing or whatever. And I was like, nice. I'm getting that hype. You know what I'm saying? Word is spreading of the how juicy the truth and reality is here. Just how truthful and real the truth and reality is here, you know? Almost caught up here. Yes, it's a black and white aesthetic. Minimalism. Dark sunshine. Yes, it is early in the morning in America. And as you say, gotta hustle by. Alright, thank you for being here, Dark Sunshine. Peace out. It's a bit of a dark sunshine mood, you could say, on the stream here, so to speak. Bit of a black and white rainbow, you know? It's my aesthetic. Uh, um, yeah, I was checking out the comments. Yeah, like I said though, I wish I was I wish I was catching Eric streams lately, because would have liked to have been more in touch. I will admit though, for the record, I do have to get in touch with Jonathan. He hit me up like a while, like weeks ago, and I didn't hit him up. Oops. But it was not personal. But it'd be cool if he shows up here. Also, I actually just messaged my boy Sam on Instagram, and I think he just responded because of a song. Posted this funny, like an old song that I used to know back in the day. He just goes, I like it. So yeah, I've been like getting back more in touch with everyone lately. It's good. Um, what was I gonna say though? Yeah, no problem, Jen Daniel. Thank you for being here. Anyway, it's cold. It's also cold though. That sucks. It's finally starting to warm up around here. Actually, to be quite honest, I don't know if you've probably told me, but where are you at again, Jen Daniel? If you don't mind me asking. I would be curious to know in general, but also just curious because, and there we go again, the speaker. Because basically, yeah, I'm in Massachusetts, and it's like pretty much always cold here. But then once it gets into summer mode, it's really summer. It can actually get really hot. But I'm just so much more of a summer person. I thrive in summer, and I really don't even care about the heat. I mean, well, I guess okay, I would care if I wasn't lucky enough to be, still living at home with my parents and having AC, central AC and heating and stuff. But for the summer, it's the AC, and it's crucial, very crucial. Uh, yeah. However, if talk about like a mundane topic, but in the age old debate of if you'd rather be too hot or too cold, I think I'd rather be too hot. I don't really seem to handle the cold very well. I tend to get much more like, well, I get frozen. I get more frozen than I already would, because I'm like it's fucking cold. I can't even move. It's like I can't move around. I feel more free when it's at least warm. I mean, once it gets nice out, and it's so nostalgic. when there's that smell in the air. Unfortunately, I get allergies in the spring. Always got to be something, right? But yeah, it's like around this time where it just like really starts getting nice. West Michigan. Oh, I didn't get that. I didn't. That just. Because I'm so pure. No, because that like double entendre just like whizzed over my head. I'm just thinking. I'm barely thinking about it, and I'm thinking you're like. I'm like, oh, it's just cold, so he's just the not. He's just gonna head out. He's just like everything just sucks. Everything just sucks. He's busy and he's just cold, so he has to head out at 9 a.m. Yeah, now I get what you mean. Clever kid. No, I'm just kidding, but that's what people say around here. That's the Boston vibe. Speaking of which, anyway, you can't hang long. That's funny. West Michigan, though, yeah, wow, that's cool. I've never been out there. Um, I actually kind of like to just go in there. It's like a sort of like wholesome area, like the Midwest. I mean, it's not quite the. It's like the north Midwest, but still, you know. I don't know. It just seems pretty chill. Pretty chill island, oasis of truth and reality. Um, any says nah. Any seven flies over everyone all the time because we're terrible joke makers. That's funny. Well, like that's possible too, but I will take some at least partial responsibility for missing that. Nah, yeah. No, it's funny though, because maybe that's the problem with NE7. Maybe you just have to explain. You just have to point out your jokes. Usually that ruins jokes, but maybe NE7 means that it actually helps because you'll explain the joke and then it's actually funny, but it just required a bit of explaining. Maybe NE7 is so just above. It's actually so above everyone's heads that it's just you have to bring it down to the it's actually advanced. It's actually it's so bad that it's advanced. Nah. It's funny though, man, because I don't even really notice like I mean, you know, like if I was gonna say like the whatever riffing and stuff, right? I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, like Gen Zennial, like he's terrible at riffing. Although I guess I mean I don't know, we don't really do a lot of like riffing like that, but well maybe that's why. But I guess what I mean it's just it wouldn't be immediately apparent to me like um I sort of feel like people riff in their own ways, you know? But sometimes people are quick. In fact, like you know, it's funny who's even speaking of Jonathan, like he can be very quick. He's very quick with the NE. Um to where I'm like, ho ho, touche, and I then you gotta like fire back, and then it's like there were some people where, and I mean he's supposedly not even an NE type, you know what I mean? But like, um, yeah, there's some people where you notice that though, where I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, time to we're playing tennis right now, you know what I mean? But like any other time, I like I don't mind it. In fact, like I it's not even that I always want to be playing like tennis with people in that way. You know what I mean? Although I mean with like Jonathan, it's like with Jonathan and like and like friends and stuff. Of course, like it can be fairly like effortless. But oh well, you know, I want to be the clever one. No, I'm just kidding. But nah, but like the you'll be like, "Oh shit, we got some. Hey, hi there. We get some competition here, right?" Um, nah, but I don't even really. I don't think of it like that. Just give me a break. You know what I mean? Yeah. Winston's mom says John is very quick and funny. Yeah. Um, no, yeah. I maybe, and that could just be wit, but it does seem to be when quickness, right? It's like I'll just be like, "Hey now." Like, nice. I'm like, nice. You're on the ball. You're on the ball here, buddy. Um, my Any is just like so good. Like, it's not even like being on the ball. It's just like effortless. No, I'm just kidding. But I don't know why my voice turned into that. But I guess that was my other personality. Um, I don't know why I don't know why does the arrogant one have to be like gay? Is that like offensive? You know what I mean? It seems kind of offensive. No, but you know what that is too though, in my defense, it's like a California thing. It's like a Valley Girl thing or something, you know? So it's offensive to Californians and girls and gays. No, I'm just kidding, man. No, man. Man, speaking of like political type stuff, I mean, like, what is up? There's been a lot of stuff going on lately. Well, I guess not that much, but at least two things I can think of. But it's just so negative, though. You know what I mean? It's like, and like, my takes on these things are just so boring. So boring. Um, but, it's like, how are you guys doing? You know what I mean? I'm going to throw it out. I'm going to throw that out there. I'm going to just, I'm going to put the responsibility on you guys. No, I'm just kidding, but I haven't been, well, it's like I haven't been like up to date, for example, on the did they block the Roe v. Wade situation, the overturning or whatever? Cuz I thought I saw something about it being blocked, but oh my goodness, the hubbub about all that. Um yeah, California just not be as hell, yeah. Well, I mean, probably. I mean, there's a California aesthetic thing of the kind of like I don't know where it comes from, but it's not even necessarily being snobby. It's just like I mean, it kind of is snobby, but it's like partying, kind of just like, oh my god, like you would not believe what Jennifer was wearing. Sequins. What is it? 1974. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of snobby, but then it's like, yeah, stuff like that, I guess. Whatever it is. Fashion, I guess. Fashion. I'll tell you honestly, I was thinking about fashion recently though, and like, fashion like always gets a such a bad rap, and it makes sense why it does, and I don't know enough about it to really like start an interesting conversation about it, but it is part and parcel with beauty, and it is a sort of art, and I can respect it. Um, when you think about it, there's sort of a fashion to everything, isn't there? But indeed, as I've opened the floodgates here about this Roe v. Wade conversation, let me um finish what I started here and then read the chat here. Yeah, it's like Rich Valley people. Yeah. Um, but yeah, no block yet. Still rumor. Oh man, thought I saw like a news article about that. So everything's still just kind of up in the air, huh? Winston's mom says Justice Alito wrote a draft opinion which was leaked. This is unprecedented. Oh right, yeah. In the court, in this draft opinion is scheduled to be passed in June there. setting back Roe v. Wade despite the majority. Yeah, there's a lot of pushback going on. And my view on it is pretty simple, but I'll get to that in a minute. Um, I've been wearing t-shirts and jeans since forever. That's because you're the coolest, Boba Fett. Just that's why gay Californians think being fashionably late is cool. Yeah, I know. I was thinking of like it's somehow related, right? Fashionably late. That is what that is. It's like show up to the party 40 minutes late, and maybe it's not even just wearing a leather jacket and the sunglasses and everything. It's just being gay. No, I'm just kidding. Whatever it may be, the fashionable, it's the whatever the fashion crowd is doing. You know what I mean? Andy Warhol just says that name. Oh, this guy knows about fashion. Was he even like into fashion? He was more of like an artist type. I would consider him. He was like a fashion guy. That's what I'm saying though. It is interesting how it all kind of like some people have fashion and they're not even in fashion, and then some people are literally, well, it's either literally or metaphorically. They're metaphorically not in fashion, but then they're in fashion later. Do you know what I mean? It's like very interesting. Um, yeah, but it's like, I hate to, it's like to get all serious. I don't want to get all serious talking about Roe v. Wade. I don't even really know about the court case that is based off of. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I need to, like, read about, like, and forgive me for sounding ignorant, but like what Roe thought and like what Wade thought. It sounds like a stand-up bit, but it's actually just my ignorance. No. Um, but I think, I actually need to watch Eric's new video on it, but I remember him at least at one point putting it very well where he said that aside from that everything else aside that it's basically like a property rights issue if that's how you want to frame it outside of like morality. And that's basically I didn't know that I don't mean to be in as Michael Smith would say, right? It's like an Eric sycophant or anything, but I mean that's like exactly how I feel about it, like summarized. And outside of that, without getting too like you know overly detailed here, like I mean, look, I think that what maybe unfortunately it gets lost a little bit in the conversation, but I think we all basically can agree that abortion is not a good thing. um and that the things that come with like the decision to get an abortion can be especially horrible, like of course rape and or incest, which people want to say, oh, well, those are the most extreme conditions and blah, 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 blah. Well, it's like, well, yeah. I mean, abortion is an extreme decision that probably ought to be left to the most extreme situations. Um, yeah, to elaborate on that, I mean, the Gen Zennial says privacy, bodily autonomy, property, kind of all in the same sphere. Like, and that's where I also concede, so to speak, on that matter because it's sort of like I mean, you can't deny that the pregnancy, so to speak, is happening to the woman, like regardless of the creation aspect or even the creationist aspect. I mean, although I would argue, well, maybe you can't exactly separate any of it. I don't know if you really can, but woman is the vessel, right, that carries the child. And I mean, one of the things that I've been thinking about too is how, of course, it's interesting how, well, it's horrible also, but hundreds of years ago, I mean, and forgive me, I don't know the timeline exactly, but in my mind, I imagine it to be something like hundreds of years ago, not even like 100 years ago, like more like hundreds of years ago. Women would die during childbirth. Some women may even have some kind of like disposition where the birth of a child could kill them. However, I would say, I we don't live in those times anymore, thankfully. And you know, I would say adoption is preferable. I mean, on the whole thing about it not being a good thing, it's like, or that everyone basically, I think, being able to agree that it's not a good thing. I think that it's self-evident, and it's self-evident even in the terminology, right? Because it's like, and it's something that my own mom pointed out to me when I was very young, which was how, and it's very simple, and it's my mom's an ESFJ, so it's, a very nice, sort of simple ESFJ way of putting it, but it's true. Of basically that no one thinks abortion is good. Even pro-choice people don't call it pro-abortion; they call it pro-choice, because you basically might say that no one is pro-abortion, but that it's about the choice in the matter. I mean, now I totally get that. Um, I do think it gets left out of the conversation a little bit, uh, but I mean, it's like, but anyway, on that note, though, I do feel sort of obligated to say, like, well, I guess my 2 cents. Well, here's the thing. It's perfectly relevant, isn't it? Because I give my take as the very topic itself is basically whether or not my take matters, or whether or not, like, man's take matters, right? So to speak. So, um, but I don't. I think something else that gets loud, and some people might get, like, I don't know, mad that I say this, but I do think that, like, what gets another thing that gets lost in the conversation. It's basically two things that get lost in the conversation, right? One is that abortion is not good, but and then the other thing is that it's not so much about, and it's so much, right, that it's like, there's no way that I'm going to be able to put this perfectly, but I'm just gonna say it. It's not about man or woman. It's about human. Like, it's about, and whether or not you believe in this or whatever, it's about soul, and it's about spirit. You know what I mean? It's about, like, it's about life. And this idea, right, that, I mean, we're all responsible for this stuff, and I have talked about this stuff before on the stream, and and I'll tell you, on the it's a lot of guys out here who push women into getting an abortion too. Do you know what I mean? Like, something that, uh not to sound like I'm trying to, like, appeal to feminists or something by saying this, because I'm not. I'm saying, like, there are plenty of guys out there who will be the first to, even, like, before the woman. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not an anti-woman thing or whatever, or even necessarily a control of woman, like, issue. It's sort of more of a humanistic thing, more of like a moralistic thing, whatever, right? Well, all of that, spiritual, religious, whatever. But it, I, the point still stands that it's that is a little bit irritating to see in the conversation. It's such an I, I guess I could see the argument. Well, okay, so there's like people in government, right? Who men, right? Uh, a lot of men in government. I mean, like, yes, in this, in theory, basically controlling women's bodies in this way. Uh, you know, that's not good. I mean, no one should be controlling. See, but it's to me though, it's a lot of just like clever word, obfuscation. I'm just gonna be real with you because it's like it's like you know I can't speak so much on like what you know what all men think or what most or even some men think. Do you know what I mean? Like and all this. But I know what I think and I know what basically the people that I've seen in my life, well basically what the men that I've associated with in my life think, or at least what they say, or and at least how they act. And I don't think it's very extreme for me to say that in my experience, basically, myself and the average man has no interest in controlling a woman's body, you know, or just controlling a woman in general. like, uh, basically, when we talk about it, it should be we should be careful to understand that there is that element, that social element, and there are men out there that do desire such things. And I mean, I do think that it's essentially evil, but it's definitely especially evil when enacted out by the government. But if you want to know the God's honest truth on it, I mean, I think abortion is pretty evil too. I mean, it's certainly not good. Um, like I said, there are extreme cases where it's more understandable than others, you know. That would just be, again, I think it's self-evident. You know, like I said, I think my takes on this stuff are like pretty boring. Um um but I do think that those are two things that are getting lost in the conversation. Like it's very easy to say like, "Oh, this is about like men trying to like control women's bodies." It's like, no, it's not. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, it's just not. like, it's like, that's just trying to, like, I mean, cleverly, like, sidestep into a nice other conversation. Not a nice, well, I'm being sarcastic, but, like, oh, yo, uh-oh, now we're going to talk about this. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, it's basically like, it's a little bit of like whataboutism, I think. I mean, it's related. You wouldn't have to, I mean, it's like, I understand the relationship. Um, but back to my other thing, right? I mean, what about all the guys who say, oh, you have to get an abortion? What do you mean, Sally? We're going to school. We're going to college. And what, are you going to fuck up my football scholarship? No way. You know, you know, call her a name or something. Be like, you're getting an abortion right now. You know what I mean? You can get pushed into that. And then it'll be the woman actually who wants to have the baby, And that actually happens a lot, sadly. Well, I don't know. I don't see it happening all the time. Well, that's another thing too, by the way, is that you mostly don't see these things. You don't really see these things happen, be played out. I don't think it should be normalized. No, it should absolutely not be normalized, though. Like there's shame in it. To be quite honest, I've thought about this a decent amount. like, I mean, I'm not trying to. Well, I'm not mean to laugh, but I mean, I'm just laughing because it's like, yeah, I have thought about this a lot. I mean, I try to pretend like, oh, hey, it's yeah, I don't know about it, and it's true that I don't really know about it, and that I don't like right? It's like, right, but it's like, yeah, but I have thought about it. It's like, no, abortion's not good, and like adoption is preferable. You know, like giving up your baby for adoption is preferable. You know, like it was something else too. I'm sorry, I forget. Of course, I was just gonna say it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Probably something else that was just kind of self-evident and boring, though. You know. I forget the controlling the bodies and all that. It's like the men are controlling our bodies. Then why don't you just get a vasectomy? And it's like, do I have to explain to you why it's different? You know what I mean? It's like, and at least like with birth control, if you want to get like religious about it, birth control isn't good either. But at least it's preventative. Do you know what I mean? Like, at least it's preventative, you know? Like, you purposely don't, you know what I mean? Like, do I have to really explain this to people, you know? I don't think I do. What, me? Me? I'm gonna explain this to people? Like, it's, give me a break, you know? But it's like, I'm just saying though, like, that's why we use protection as like to specifically not, it's like to not put yourself in that situation, to not put ourselves in that situation, you know, like as man and woman, so to speak, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, now I remember what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that let it not be mistaken when I say that it's not a good thing, that, and I don't mean to sound holier than thou, I don't mean to sound like a priest or something, but the word that comes to mind, honestly, the words that come to mind are forgiveness and atonement. You know, it's like you kind of like understand that it's like not a good thing, and you have what I would say. There's really no nice way of putting it, but to say basically to have the normal amount that sorry I said that funny, to have the sorry to have the normal amount of shame about it, right? But always to understand that it's like don't kill yourself. You know what I mean? Like it's just, but yeah, you'd sort of seek forgiveness and atonement, and you know it's like you're certainly not proud of it. I mean, I'll tell you what's definitely evil is being proud about it. You know what I mean? I mean that's just like evil. That's evil. You know what I mean? Um, it's just I'm just not gonna lie though. It gets a little like, annoying that people aren't saying these things. You know, I was thinking that again, like I feel like everything that I'm saying right now is like very self evident, very boring. But I will agree that I don't. I mean, but I will admit that I don't really see any nuance to this conversation whatsoever. It's either you're everyone is just so predictable, you know, so predictable. Like, and it's not like I feel comfort when I see Ben Shapiro. You know what I mean? Like when oh, what a surprise. Ben Shapiro doesn't agree. Like, yeah, great. Wow. Oh, great. It's like, but why are we even really having this conversation at all? Although this thing though, right, about the government. I mean, I do think that maybe we should be focused here on the idea of government controlling our bodies to begin with. Uh, you know, I'll say it. I mean, is it a woman's issue? Yes and no. It's it's a human issue. Um. Anyway, sorry. Let me like just like genuinely address the chat now. Sorry, I was kind of like I figure it's worth explaining. Oh yeah, but my thing about like forgiveness and stuff. I mean, I know people would want to be like, you know, whatever, like cynical about it. Oh, thanks for your permission. Hey, look, I'm not trying to. Like I said, I'm not trying to act like a priest or anything, but I'm just saying you don't want to be. There's a normal amount of shame or whatever. It's like if something horrible didn't happen to you and you're getting an abortion, you know what I mean? Basically, because just like you don't feel like having a kid or whatever, um, well, you should probably feel a little bit bad about it, and probably not, and certainly not brag about it. But basically, right, it's not good, but in that I mean, yes, feel bad, but don't, just you can, move on, basically. You can do good going forward, so to speak. Like, there's always forgiveness and atonement, you know, and even that, when I say that, I feel like the need to, it's really weird, I guess, right? That I feel like I need to, like, even walk back what I'm saying now. What do you mean? Because it's like, well, because it is a bad thing. It's not good. Like, it's like, but I'm not going as far as like, to say, fuck, kill yourself, go to hell and whatever. I'm saying like, yeah, sort of like, just don't be proud of it and don't and seek forgiveness and atonement, assuming that it's not some extreme situation. And quite frankly, even if it is an extreme situation, there's probably a certain amount of like like forgiveness and atonement that goes into that situation. But I just don't find that extreme at all. But I don't find this like these elements of the conversation being talked about at all because I understand. As I'm speaking about it, I'm almost like afraid to. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't want to offend anyone. I don't want to make anyone feel bad. Whatever, right? But there's a difference. There's always this thing that I go back to, and it's forgive me. It's a very simple, kind of cartoonish example, but I'm just gonna be crude and vulgar, and I'm gonna say it, okay, for the sake of it's just a good example of like how I look at the situation, I guess. Uh, Aside from everything else, it's a little bit aside from everything I'm saying now, but it's obviously related. Basically, it's like this, okay? It's like there's a difference between you know you know poor Sally who like got raped by her brother and I'm sorry to, and it's like strong language, but it's like raped by her brother, and it's like fucking has is poor, and she's like she's learning disabled. She's get her parents are there's nowhere to be found, and like it's like yeah, and it's she has an abortion, right? It's like there's a very very clear difference between like poor Sally that and you know Stacy over here who goes over to the frat house and has sex with every guy in the frat house and doesn't even know who the dad is, and then and then gets goes to get an abortion and it's paid for by her family and whatever, right? And it's like nothing ever happened, and God forbid, right? She actually goes to like her friends at her sorority or whatever, and she brags about it. Like, I mean, like, I know it's so. What do you mean? Oh, it's so obvious, right? Is it though? It's not. No one wants to talk about this. It's like those are completely two way opposite ends of like cases of an abortion, right? So if you want to be really simplistic and say it's all the same, it's like go ahead, but I would say you're wrong, and I would say even for poor Sally, abortion is it's still not good. It's still something that she should be sad about and feel a little bit bad about, but at the same time is way more understandable. I mean, obviously I don't have to spell this out for all you guys. You guys are smart. It's like that's way different than the Stacy over here, literally rich Stacy, right? Poor Stacy. I mean, yeah, it's interesting stuff, right? Because you could say, well, maybe it's a class thing, or it's a right. Get in all sorts of interesting conversations off that. But you get my point. It's like, you know, one of these things is like a horrible infliction or something, and then the other case is like this like willing debauchery. You know what I mean? Like so I. I think we should be a little bit more discerning in how we like approach this conversation. It's not, you know, and yeah. Furthermore, like this idea that of course there ought to be respect for like for the woman's role in the actual giving birth. I mean, they say, right? It's literally one of the most painful experiences a person can go through. And I'm laughing because I'll be honest with you, it is a little bit of a cruel twist of fate, is it not? That such a good thing of God, right, would be so painful. I mean, it makes sense that it's painful because you're literally, well, you're birthing a human, so it's painful. But you get my point. It's like, well, if you want to really have that conversation, like I said, even though you're probably not going to die from it, God forbid, right? No pun intended, right? But literally, God forbid. But isn't it interesting? Isn't it funny though? It's an incredibly pain. It's one of the most painful things you can go through. So some women might not even want to just like go through it. That's the hard. And I don't see anyone talking about that either. Like, can you guys explain to me? Like, I don't see anyone talking about these like very basic things. It's like it's all about you know, my rights. Like how dare you? And them and us versus them. They, you know what I mean? The men, they want to keep us down. They want to control us. They're trying to control our bodies. Well, how about you get a vasectomy? Ooh, like as if they're like, as if that's like doing something, you know what I mean? As if that like means anything. It's like, no, it's completely different. Vasectomy for one, right, is even like birth control, right? It's preventative. It's birth control, right? Is preventative. What do you think everyone's got a fucking problem with birth control for? That's not necessarily good either. Birth control changes your hormones too. Everything like under the sun is like, kind of like telling us these very like obvious things, where it's just kind of like, it's kind of just like, just have the baby. You know what I mean? It's like a whole lot of talk of like much ado about nothing. I mean, my goodness. Anyway, well, I'm not trying to be reductive, it does just make me laugh. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. I think I've done a good job of explaining this so far and being like nuanced, but if you want to, like, if I was going to give my little like harsh but true like stand up bit about it, I would kind of say, like, for most people, is it really that hard to just not have an abortion? You know what I mean? Like, that's like what I want to say, but you're not like, like allowed to say it because it's like, and the truth is like, I think it's not that hard to not have an abortion. Like, it's hard to have an abortion, like, but, and like, do people not like realize like what an abortion is and like what it looks like and like what it actually is? Like, even the word is horrible. The word abortion is horrible. I don't, it's like, I'm tired of seeing it and I'm tired of saying it right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, what does it mean? And then like someone wants to like come up in my face and be like, what does it make you uncomfortable? Yeah, it does. Why would it not? Like, why would it not make you uncomfortable? Like, the word itself, again, like, even is horrible. Abortion, right? Like, do you even like hear the word? Like, that's what is amazing about language though too, right? Like all these words, rape, like, it's, what a horrible word, right? Like, incest, what a horrible word. Pedophilia is weird. I don't mean to laugh, but pedophilia is a horrible word too. Well, murder is a horrible word too, but I'm sorry. The thing that makes me laugh, it's horrible, but it makes me laugh about pedophilia is that I always feel like it sounds like this is going to be really offensive. I'm going to get canceled. But it like sounds almost like Italian or something. It's like pedophilia. You know what I mean? There's like, what is that, right? It's like you're saying like a kind of a it sounds really horrible, yeah. No, but it's like a like a kind of people try to, the word almost, it has like a little like, there's like a, dare I say, people are trying to almost make like an art out of it or something. so it's a little like less, well, it's gross, but we know that the thing itself is, well, okay, well, put it this way. If you say child abuse, or if you say like child sex, or whatever horrible thing you want to say, you add child or baby to it, and it's the worst thing ever. But like pedophilia is a weird one. But anyway, still pretty bad, right? Still sounds pretty bad, but it's like weird. Pedophilia. It's like fuck you. I blame the Greeks too, actually, because they tried to make it like cool, So, I don't know, sorry. The whole man boy love thing. Ew, I hate even saying it, but we'll see, because that sounds worse. Isn't that bizarre? Anyway, though, I don't know if I said this already, but murder, right? Well, yeah, murder, it sounds horrible. Like, I don't know, that just occurred in real time, though. I hope I don't get canceled for that too, but it's like pedophilia, bestiality. Bestiality is horrible, but I guess that one, funny enough, doesn't sound as bad either, because you're distancing. There's like a weird distancing that can happen with words, I guess. I guess that's what it is with pedophilia, right? Because if you say, well, I don't really like the direction this is going in, but you get my point. If you say so, if you put it in another way, though, child sex or something horrible like that, right? It's like, oh shit, that's horrible, right? Uh, well, yeah, I don't know. Pedophilia is still like that too. In fact, I don't even really want to say it myself, but it doesn't have the same cutting quality. Do you know what I mean? Like, murder, rape. Sorry, I'm like saying these things like they're nothing, but what I'm actually saying is that they're not nothing. They're everything. Like, okay, so anyway, though, but like abortion, right? What are you kidding me? That word is like a bomb. Abortion, It's actually funny because it's not so much sharp as it is explosive, you know. I will say what's interesting about the word, and then I'll stop talking about it. But all these horrible things, but it's interesting because pedophilia, the word actually does sound gross, though, kind of. Do you know what I mean? So that works, if you know what I mean. It makes sense. Uh, uh, yeah, gotta love all the horrible things, right? These evil things. No, I'm just kidding, but I'm being sarcastic, obviously. But it's like, but how they all, it really amazes me, to be honest. Just language, how it conveys exactly. I guess you call it the isness of like what something is, the essence of what something is. And I'll tell you guys to wrap it up here. It's like the thing about abortion, when that word is getting tossed around like this, I mean, maybe we ought to do some soul searching. I mean, nah, I mean, who am I, right? I'm far from perfect, but abortion is not good. It's like the word itself is like you like feel the weight of it. You know what I mean? Phew, guys. All right. Well, thanks for bearing with me there. It's rough stuff. Uh, no pun intended, right? But it's yeah. But man, I mean, that's stuff just like speaks for itself, literally. You know. Anyway, let's get real here. Well, I think everything I was saying was pretty good and real, but I'm saying let me address the chat here. Thank you guys for bearing with me and being here, listen to me rant, and contributing here. I will say something else too. I think in many ways too that we all are learning. It sounds cliche, but maybe the fact that we're having this conversation, I mean, well, this conversation right now too, but this conversation in general is good because it leads to a debate about what abortion actually is. You know what I mean? Like what these things actually are. When just like when not to be myopic about it because these things obviously have been around since the beginning of time. But oh, I have something else to say too. But uh, okay, wait, no. So man, too much. It's just too much to even talk about. But fuck, sorry, I don't mean to curse, but like, I was gonna say something good. Now I can't remember. Whatever, I'll probably remember it in a minute. I do know what else I was gonna say though, and I'll say it in a minute. There are bills afoot to take. Winston's mom says there are bills afoot to take the morning after pill off of the plan B's. See, that's like another thing too. Even that is its own like level after the fact, right? So amazing, right? Just the levels. There are bills afoot to take the morning after pill off of the market. Then there are bills discussing contraception. Then there's a reward for turning in someone who seeks an abortion or their dogs. Well, yeah, I don't know about, I mean, like, let's not live in a hell world, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm going to get to that in a second, though. Hold on. So, like, Winston's mom says Tennessee will soon strictly regulate the dispensing of abortion pills and abortion pills. I mean, why are we gonna have? Why are there abortion pills? You know what I mean? Like, sorry. It's horrible, including imposing harsh penalties on doctors who violate them. I mean, harsh penalties. It depends on right? Again, let's not. We gotta have to try to be reasonable about this stuff in the process of us in our moral in our trying to figure out the truth and reality of the situation, right? Um, I decided the notice will next use the try to ban birth control. I mean, I definitely don't feel as strongly like against birth control and condoms and everything. I mean, I'll say that. I understand it's like not really good either, but call me naive, but it's certainly not as evil as abortion. Sorry. You know what I mean? Sorry to both sides, because there are going to be people. Because then, next thing I know, I'm going to like hear from uh, someone like, no offense to him, of course, but someone like, why am I forgetting his name? He goes, oh, Master Bobby. He'll be like, no, CJ, it's all evil. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you can't please anybody. I mean, well, you can't please everybody, but you also can't please anybody. No, you know what I mean? Well, because of the thing, I'm like, I know, but obviously, like, abortion is the most evil again. And I say, and then, oh, right, but then it's like, sorry, because then you get these like people who, it's like maybe they did have an abortion, and maybe they had it because, well, really, they didn't want to have the kid, and it wasn't some extreme circumstance. Um, um, and part of me wants to say, look, it's like, and I'm sorry because I don't want to make again anyone feel horrible, but at the same time, it's like, well, I would say you should probably feel the normal amount of bad, and then it's like seek forgiveness and atonement in your way, uh, uh, you know. Even if it isn't necessarily the way that I would, or the dare I say the Christian way, so to speak, right? Because it's like, but at the very least, have a sort of, like this was I was thinking about this too, like the song "Brick" by Ben Folds Five, you know, it's like it's he's driving her to go get the abortion, and it's like it's a somber song, like it's a sad song, um, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, right? Great movie. It's the thing that like makes it rise above just being like a sex comedy with dramatic elements is the fact that not only is it sort of like true to life. It's Amy Heckerling. She went on to do Clueless, which was like much more like light and funny, but but in the 80s. Well, I don't want to get too like caught up on that, but let's just say, okay, spoiler alert. Okay, in the middle, the Jennifer Jason Leigh character gets an abortion. It's like, okay, and I've talked about this before too, but like, guess what? It's treated somberly. You know what I mean? It's like, it's definitely not good. You know what I mean? Like, um, so I mean, I don't think that we've fallen so far as to like try to be so subversive as to make it seem good. Do you know what I mean? It's like, but people are really forcing it to like as if it's like just don't get an abortion, like, you know. And then if I see that meme one more time about the thing of like, don't like abortion, then don't get one. It's like, okay, I won't, but you shouldn't either. Like, what the fuck? Such a stupid argument. All these arguments are dumb. Like, don't like murder, don't murder someone. Like, okay, I won't. You know, it's like I'll fucking try. You know what I mean? We'll cross my fingers, right? And then you know to be like, how would you feel if you get in a situation where you get a girl pregnant and it's not time to have? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna man up. And we're gonna deal with it. Okay. I mean, it's like if I'm lucky enough. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If I'm lucky enough to have a kid, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, it's like have some reverence. You know what I mean? Like let's treat it like properly. You know what I mean? Let's not get so carried away about like, you know, it's like my rights and my it's in the power and control of the, and it's like, is that what this is, or is it actually more simple? Is it actually just more of like, yeah, it is a moral issue. Like, you know, it's like we wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't. If there was even any doubt, like, you know what I mean? Like it's all very self-evident. Um, okay. Wiz's mom asks, when do you think life begins? At conception, during the pregnancy, or when the child is born? Okay, well, I appreciate that you give three options because I don't know that it's exactly as simple as at conception. I mean, I, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I mean, if I were a priest, I guess I would say conception, right? If I was to be completely congruent, which I probably ought to. I mean, but of course, I understand there is development that happens throughout a pregnancy that you could say that renders the child in becoming quote unquote more human. So I mean, during the pregnancy, when the child is born, it's certainly not when the child is born though. You know what I mean? It's somewhere around conception and during the pregnancy. You know, I think Boba Fett said something pretty good that I agree with, where he said, first trimesters only. Why is it so hard to put a red line to it? I agree with that too, because that's sort of part and parcel with what I'm saying here too, you know? It's like, again, no one's saying that there's a, there's not a, threshold, so to speak, you know? I'm willing to acquiesce on that, you know what I mean? Especially, I mean, you know, this is one of those things, you just go on and on about it. Well, what about when this happens and this happens? Yeah, it's like, okay. It's very hard to generalize. I mean, it's simple. I mean, it's complex and it's simple, frankly. Because I defer to my original position, which is that abortion is definitely not good. Um, so anyway, like, swinging to the blah blah blah, Handmaid's Tale. It's like everyone's just saying the same thing about a Handmaid's Tale. I don't know why people have to go so far with it. I mean, it's like no one is trying to. I mean, well, it's people are trying to control people, but it's not who we seem to be. It seems to be in the narrative. I mean, it's everyone's trying to control everyone. I mean, the elites are trying to control everyone. You know, I mean, the government and the media are trying to control everyone. You know, but there's no. Well, anyway, I don't know. Let me just catch up with the chat here. Um, But it's like, no, we are not swinging into. We are nowhere near swinging. I'm sorry, Winston's mom, but we're not swinging into an autocratic religious state. You know, Handmaid's Tale. I mean, do you see the reaction to this stuff? I mean, it's like, it's very very. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I go through Instagram, it's like a lot of girls. I'm trying to probably do it right now. I could go through. I mean, maybe not right now because people still aren't. Because people are not talking about it as much as they were originally. but oh, I could go through and it's something. It's they're all saying the same things about how it's like you should get men should just get vasectomies and blah blah. It's very clear like where the like the people are not happy about this. You know what I mean? And like viewing it as a rights issue and so forth. So anyway, uh, oh, right, and of course they'll view this as a rights issue, but not anything else. Certainly not about vaccination. Certainly not about, uh, 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 I don't know. I don't want to just say like men, but to, you know, hold on one sec. Okay, it's my parents being loud upstairs. Or is my dad? Sorry, I meant to say it was just my dad being loud upstairs. Um, just like, um, Rose, a happy medium life starts when potentially viable 20 weeks. It's kind of weird talking about the Satanic Temple, Jen Zenial. Like, what? The Satanic Temple, if not evil, is just completely dumb because all they do is just stand in opposition to what is good. They just are deliberately uh, obfuscatory, right? It's just like, well, like it's all about and I mean a lot of them what they say is that it's all about the freedom or whatever. The thing of like do what thou wilt, right? I mean that's satanic. Like and because I mean it should be very obvious that you shouldn't just do exactly what it is that you want all the time. Um like there's no way that that's good. I mean, or at least let's go by the basis that assuming that what you want to do is like maybe at least like 50% of the time not what you should be doing. I don't know. I mean, I think most people probably struggle with that. So I would say on that basis, it's like you shouldn't just do what thou wilt because what thou wilt is there's probably at least a 50% chance that it's the wrong thing. You know what I mean? So it's like it's a bad idea, you know? Um anyway. Um no, we do not live in a utopia and it because the Gen Zennial says abortion is good or bad in the context of societal reality. In a utopia, it would be terrible. We are far from one. We need to hop in the shower, but I'll be listening. I mean, that's an interesting point. You know, I mean, it's like, yeah, uh, I would also be willing to sort of like acquiesce to that point as well because we are far from in a utopia. However, I would say, although with that, it's like let's not perpetuate hell world, you know, like again with this thing of I mean it's like no we shouldn't be let's not be you know sending death threats to people who get abortions or you know what I mean like arresting people, you know what I mean like no like maybe not that but also let's not just be saying like well so you have to have an abortion. It's like no one has to unless I mean you really if you want to be really black and white about it, no pun intended with my black and white theme here, if you want to be really black and white about it, no one has to get an abortion. Like, I'll just say it. You know what I mean? It's like no matter what, like you don't have. You could say, well, you don't. No one has to have kids, or no one has to give birth. Uh, yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, no one has to do anything. You know what I mean? Really, no one has to do anything. Okay, but I'll tell you, certainly no one has to be getting an abortion. I'll tell you that right now. Laws about laws about the privacy between doctor but going to lose the urge of privacy. Okay, thank you for so. But I mean, and I actually require some of this explanation, so I appreciate you guys kind of like explaining some of these things to me. You know, Sincerely, because I don't know a lot about this stuff. I just only have my little 2 cents about this stuff. You know what I mean? So anyway, Winston's mom says the law is about the privacy between a doctor and his patient. Overturning Roe means you lose that right to privacy, and so does your doctor. The state gets to weigh in on that decision. In property law, there's the law of eminent domain. Oh yeah, well, it's like I've heard of that. Yeah, I mean the state. Yeah, it's fine. It's a little embarrassing because I don't really know exactly. I know it has to do with property, but yeah. Anyway, this. Oh right, okay. So here we go. She explains it here. The state and you shared ownership of part of your properties is a good idea with one's body and the state they live in. It's like no, right? I mean, I think we can all agree that's not good either. The same people who just spent 2 years screaming they have the right not to get vaxxed or to wear a mask now want to tell women and their doctors they should not have those same rights, except they're not the same thing. Uh, it's like I'm sorry, but they're not. It's not just painful. Pregnancy changes one's body and well, okay, I'll meet you in the middle. There are similarities. There are blatant similarities, but there are also blatant differences. Yeah, she says. So Winston's mom also says it's not just painful. Pregnancy changes one's body and brain. Is it for the worst? I mean, is it for the worst though? Like I mean, I'm genuinely curious and interested because I mean, I would be frankly surprised if it was like I mean, I know postpartum depression happens, but that like makes sense. If you know what I mean, for many reasons. Uh, but I don't think that you know, would you get like I mean, I don't mean to be funny about it, but it's kind of like I'm sure that you don't like have a baby and then become autistic because you had a baby. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? You don't you don't become retarded from having a baby. Like, no, but I'm sorry. I mean, like sincerely, like I hear what you're saying, and I'm just let's like have a conversation about it. But you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I've never heard that before, but I'm sure it does. Clearly it changes the brain and the body in ways. But is it for the worse? And especially is it always for the worse? I mean, I don't know. Uh, I might say something in a minute about that too because it's something that sounds bad, but that maybe is worth contributing. Uh, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm a little behind here on chat. Okay. In the U.S., the average cost of a vaginal birth is $13,024, including standard pre-delivery and post-delivery expenses such as facility fees and doctor fees. C-section is expensive, costing an average $22,646, including standard delivery and post-delivery expenses. Well, it absolutely should not be that expensive. I mean, neither should be expensive. We should certainly not be living in a world where it's less expensive to just get an abortion. That's evil. uh, uh, Afghan warlords. What makes you say that? Boba Fett? What makes you say? Oh, I'm sorry. This is like real. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really far behind. Boba Fett says Afghan warlords. What does that mean? Winston's mom says, "Oh, I'm actually not that far behind." The heck? Right here. Anyway, that was a while ago. But anyway, cool. Anyway, cool. Winston's mom says, "Are you familiar with the Dominionists? Amy Comey Barrett and Mike Pence are. So is Mike Pompeo. This is why I refer to semi-autocratic religious state. This is what their religion bent. It's a form of patriarchy. Their religion believes the man should rule the family. Put simply, dominionism means that Christians have a God-given right to rule all earthly institutions. Well, dominionism is funny. I've never heard of that, but there is a. That's a lot like I don't want to get canceled for saying this, but it's a fact. It's the whole thing of like the Jews as the chosen people. And that, though, is looked at as a form of ethno supremacy, as it should. And I would say, well, I guess Christianity, I don't know if, I mean, Christianity isn't necessarily an ethnicity. Uh, that's what's interesting about, well, not necessarily. See, this is what I don't get. Like, I don't understand what the difference is because, like, Judaism is a practice, right? But then, of course, there's the well, anyway, whatever, right? The whole thing of the Jews as the chosen people. I mean, that to me, it sounds like basically the same thing, and I don't think that um, I don't think it's good. I don't think anyone should you know dominionism, right? In any form is not good. We need free will, in my opinion, and people like to always say that it's like a contradiction when it's not, and it makes perfect sense. That God gave us free will. We certainly don't need the government enforcing this stuff. I mean, uh, do you know what I mean? It has to be. It is all about like free choice and man, and that's a big part of what makes the abortion issue so difficult. You know, hold on. Roll in your hand. Looked up the seven tenets. Well, whatever that means. I don't know. If you're talking to me. You're talking to everybody. I mean, but it's like that's the thing of freedom, though. I mean, it's just like, but there's responsibility in freedom. Um, Severe complications such as chemotherapy or medication unsafe for pregnancy, high risk of a miscarriage or stillbirth, and others can make it medically necessary. But well, that's also true too. I mean, give or take, if it's like sure, I mean, it's like I understand also if it's going to literally kill the woman to have the baby, like, you know, again because there are levels to this stuff. Again, it's still not good, but it's well then that's again another like one of the many examples that makes it more quote unquote understandable. You know, like I mean, especially that. Um, like if anything, I mean, well, there are many reasons, but you get my point. It's part and parcel with the same kind of ideology that there are indeed levels. It's never good, but that there are levels to it. Winston's mom sends an article here. Stress on the body. This includes the female reproduction cycle during pregnancy. Um, Cincinnatus 7 tenets of the temple libertarianism in a nutshell. Yeah, well, that's kind of funny because it's like that's why libertarianism is a flawed ideology. Um, I mean, I mean, generally speaking, I tend to have like a more ish, like libertarian ish bent, but in many ways, like I also don't. I mean, I think that's kind of how it is with most people, though. Um, like there are. It's a lot to consider because I do think that government intervention should be minimal, but libertarianism, well, I mean, anarchism is, I guess, worse, but, libertarianism tends to give way too much, like, credit to, like, well, first of all, business, right? Like, businesses and stuff like that. Like corporations, which I don't understand that. Well, the market. I mean, it's all about the market, right? The free market and, well, uh, hold on, I gotta make sure this doesn't stop streaming because I got some. Well, it's like funny, isn't it? They put their faith in some kind of belief system, and it's the free market. It's like people they don't understand that like Well, of course they probably do understand. A lot of them, they don't want to get spied on because they're doing illegal shit. They're doing evil stuff themselves. Do you know what I mean? Like John McAfee. Like I mean, like that guy, like rest in peace. And like I mean, he's very like interesting and everything, but he was like an outright like degenerate criminal. I mean, like you know what I mean? Like it's very easy to just be like, oh, yo, libertarianism, and it's just like yeah, so that you can do what you want, which is evil. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, like loosely speaking, and generally speaking, because there's not. It's it's dumb. You know what I mean? There's no reason for it. It's just, and that's why people always make the joke about libertarians. Like, funny, we were just talking about this stuff, right? But like libertarians like being pedophiles and stuff because, yeah, of course. Wouldn't you like? I mean, not you. I just mean like some, wouldn't you stalk Joe Libertarian? Love it for this. Yeah, let's abolish the age of consent laws because it's like because you wanna, have sex with like a 15-year-old girl. It's like no. It's like we're not gonna do that. It's like uh and it's like well like why? It's like well because it's wrong. And it's like if we're gonna have laws, there ought to be laws that are like per- put there purposely like you know what I mean? It's like no 32-year-old Joe Libertarian, you should not be having sex with a 15-year-old girl. You know what I mean? Or what? Or you know what I mean? So it's just like it's like, well, but it's not the government's place to impose that on me. And it's like, well, wouldn't you? I don't know. It's. I know that it's. I'm being reductive, but I can't help but think that, right? It's just kind of like, well, wouldn't you like it, right? It's like, yeah, you'd love it if we fucking abolish the laws of the age of consent or whatever. It's like, well, maybe that's actually a good thing that we have it, like there are like believe it or not, like yeah, there are definitely good laws. You know what I mean? Like law and order, so to speak, right? I'd say particularly order, but well, law and order are good. You know what I mean? Like, um, all right, let me read these quotes here. What's his mom's a quote from H.L. Mencken. I don't know who that is, but it says it is now quite lawful for a Catholic woman to avoid pregnancy by a resort to mathematics, but she's still forbidden to resort to physics and chemistry. I don't get it. uh, I was supposed to say that they're like not allowed to be scientists or something like that. I don't know. I don't get that quote. Um, Winston's mom says, "When I look around today, the biggest anachronism I see is pregnancy. I just can't believe that people are still pregnant." Yeah, haha, Andy Warhol. Wouldn't you say that? Andy Warhol, the Florence philosophy, Andy Warhol, maybe being back again. I mean, honestly, the best thing Andy Warhol ever did was quote unquote produce the Velvet Underground in Nico album. You know, it's like, and what did he really do? Like, did he really mix that album? Give me a break. I guarantee you, he just financed the album. Honestly, Andy Warhol kind of sucks. Oh my god, he made a video of him like eating a burger for like 4 hours. Ugh, and it's just like spare me about like it was so groundbreaking for the time. Like, yeah, I mean, I get it, but like, lucky you that you're a rich New Yorker and you got a camera. You know what I mean? You got people you could just walk around like, hmm, hmm. You like walk around like that, and just be like, I have a long cigarette. And it's like acting, it's like funny that I do a British accent because it's like acting British, but like not being British at all. And then they're all dying from drugs. You know what I mean? Just like, well, Andy Warhol was murdered though. That's crazy, right? What the fuck? Wasn't he murdered by a woman too? Embarrassing. No, I'm just kidding. But like that's well, to be honest, isn't that a little out of the ordinary though, right? I mean, you don't really hear about that so much, right? Like just like and he was assassinated, right? And the assassin, so to speak, was a woman. Like, oh, it's like, oh shit, wow. Is she a bad bitch? No, I'm just kidding, but right? Like Eileen Warnos, right? Like she's a bad bitch. No, I'm just kidding, but right? Oh my god, I guarantee you, I can't wait for the like pro Eileen Warnos people. I can't wait for like the like modern SW feminists to find out about Eileen Warnos and be like, you know, she's actually a bad bitch. She's a bad bitch. She's like Cardi B or like Megan Thee Stallion or something. You know, just like yeah, you should do that. Like that's cool. That's good. Yeah, I just even know. Sorry. Anyway. A little bit of a tangent there. Uh, I'm reading these though. I'm at PT now. Oh, okay. We'll catch up in an hour 2x speed. No problem. No problem, Jensennial. Thanks for being here. Uh, did hopefully I'm not being too slow or something, but it probably is easier to catch up. I actually appreciate, by the way, that you would even be willing to, even catch up. You know. Uh, you know, frankly, you guys probably have more knowledge and even or at least experience than I do about this stuff. You know, because like I mean, it's like no one's saying it's an easy. You know what I mean? There's no like I don't for every this oop, video ended here, but the I just don't think the conversation is nuanced enough. You know, I mean, it's um yeah, it's interesting though because these tenets here. I mean, well, first of all, I'm kind of tempted to say that I here's a conspiracy theory. The Satanic Temple are not like the real like Satanists that are a problem. How about that? How do you like that? That's a conspiracy theory that I'm willing to entertain because I know it. You don't even have to. It's so predictable. Up down, up down, left and right. It's like we're actually good. Whoa, yeah, like it's like I get it. Okay, it's like we're actually a bunch of nerds like in cloaks. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I get it. It's like, um, but I'm really tempted to say that like these people they're not the same as like satanic elites and stuff. They're not the people who like actively like want abortion and stuff. You know, a lot of these people, these so-called Satanists or whatever. First of all, a lot of them, I'm sure, right, are just like trying to be edgy, whatever that may be. They're trying to piss off mom and dad. They're trying to be, you know what I mean, rebellious. They're which funny enough, by the way, is satanic. Basically, it's like rebellion and it's we're against the actually we're feminist and we're against the patriarchy and whatever, right? Like it's just like goes right over my head. Means nothing to me. Because it's like take that for example, right? Like feminism, so to speak. Like feminism at its core is good. Like I mean, at least like first wave. I mean, not to be forever quote unquote conservative in my ideals, but it's like, but what can I say, man? It's true. Like it's like everything. It's like of course women should be allowed to vote. Of course women should have basic rights. Like what? This isn't the conversation. Do you know what I mean? It's like, So I'm just completely not at all sold by the whole thing of like, actually, it turns out that the Satanic Temple, look, they want equal rights for women, and so they can't be that bad. It's like, fuck you, I see right through it. Not you, Gen Zennial, but like just the whole ruse of it. It's like, give me a break. I know that the cloak wearing nerds are not the same as like fucking Joe Biden. I'm just kidding. Not necessarily Joe Biden. I'm sorry. It's just an easy target. Hillary Clinton. Maybe Hillary Clinton, right? No, I don't know. I actually don't know about Biden. And I mean, I kind of get the stuff about like Hillary Clinton and like the Clintons. Like, but Biden is weird because I will say that like first of all, two funny things, right? He used to be. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. He used to be sharp, and he also used to be kind of based. I mean, people will say, "No, CJ, you're looking at it the wrong way because he was racist or whatever," right? It's like, well, honestly though, he used to like. He used to be boys with like the black community. You know what I mean? Like he would dap up like his black friends. Dude, he was Obama's vice president. Like but I'll tell you, something changed, man. I don't know if he's like a clone or what. I guess he just got old. But yeah, I'm gonna just give the coldest take possible. Everyone says it. Yes, he's blatantly senile. I mean, the man, the man, he looks like he's like held up by uh, like tanning lotion and glue. You know what I mean? Like that's what he looks like. Every time I see him, I'm like, oh, good lord. He needs to vacation in Florida. You know what I mean? Like retire. That's what I meant to say. He needs to just like retire and vacation in Florida. And just soak it up there. Try not to get eaten by the alligators or crocodiles. So fuck whatever. But the same fucking thing. Okay. I don't want to hear it. Actually, it's crocodiles. It's like I see a reptile. I see a reptile person. Joe Biden is a reptile person. 666 is in the vaccine. Like all stuff. Man, you guys ever hear that shit though? All that's the patent number 060606. That stuff is weird. I'll admit that stuff gets to me sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck? Bill Gates, the Great Reset. But I mean, by the way, now I'm just being unironically schizophrenic. Well, not to make light of schizophrenia. I'm just kidding. But it's like the Great Reset is real though. Like that's actually a real thing. I mean, it's a thing that they talk about, the World Economic Forum and blah 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 blah. Klaus Schwab. I mean, I really don't know like that much about it at all, but it exists. I mean, it's like it's a lot. It's a lot that I don't know about either. That I really don't know about. I'm not just saying I don't know about it so I don't get capped by the CIA or whatever, right? But you know what I mean. Yeah, his mom says Joe Biden is a Roman Catholic, same church always hears Hillary Clinton as a Methodist. Joe Biden was like trying to take God out of the National Day of Prayer. So I don't know what God he worships. Well, if any. You know what I mean? What was that? He's like the first president ever to try to do that. And believe me, like I didn't think going into the election, for example, like oh yeah, I mean I had my like biases, but I didn't think I wasn't like totally swayed either way. You know what I mean? I wasn't like, oh my god, like I wouldn't like look at Joe Biden and be like, that guy's fucking evil. I'd watch him speak and I'd be like, I mean, it's like sure I could like imagine it, but it'd be like, well, I mean, he seems nice enough, and I mean, but he does seem pretty senile, um, you know, but my point being that I wasn't thinking like, oh yeah, he's anti God or like something, you know what I mean? And I knew that he was Catholic, and I knew like all this stuff, but isn't it so weird though? Like, why would he like try to take God out of the National Day of Prayer? Makes no. First of all, it just makes no sense to do that because it's the National Day of Prayer. But Uh, like why him if he's so Catholic, if he's so quote unquote Christian? You know what I mean? That's the problem I have with Catholics too. I mean, I was raised Catholic. Like I was confirmed in the church, and I don't even call myself Catholic these days because I don't even think a lot of them like they don't even believe in it. It's like it's fake. No, I'm just kidding. But it's like it's there's so much that I could say, but it's a whole lot of acting. You know, it's like just be Christian. Like why everyone will just be anything but Christian. Right? Well, I'm Catholic. I'm Roman Catholic. What does that even mean? The Pope is evil. No, I'm just kidding. But I don't want to get too crazy. Literally, right? Get capped by the CIA. But like, it's like I'm looking at the Pope and the Vatican, and I'm like, yeah, okay, right, okay, yes, I'm supposed to trust you guys. Yeah, I believe in you guys. Get real. Not once have I ever. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like act cool or anything, but it's like, it's, no, I've always thought that stuff was weird. The Vatican, what? Talk, you want to talk about the Illuminati? Bizarre, very bizarre. Okay, and then it's like and I know I don't mean to be like a normie in any way because everyone knows about the sex scandals. I don't want to be that guy who's it's like everyone knows about it. I'm not going to talk down on Catholicism or Catholics just because of that. I mean, I will, but it's also because of the cover up stuff. It's like blatantly true. The Pope and the Vatican, they all cover that evil up. People are evil. Hey, did you guys know that even priests and nuns can be evil? You know what I mean? It's like people like, oh, I guess I can't be religious. Like why would that be why? Why not? Because a nun it's always the same. It's like a nun hit my wrist with a ruler in school. So I'm not religious. I don't believe in God. Wow, that's really edgy and different of you. Have you ever thought of oh, I don't know, maybe like separating God from people? Isn't that like an interesting idea? I mean, I don't mean literally, but I mean in terms of people's actions. Um no, it's not good to hit kids. I mean, let alone sexually abuse kids. I mean, but that goes without saying, and that's horrible and like disgusting. But the hitting thing, there's even that. There's discipline. It's good to discipline children. You know what I mean? Like it's good. Anyone. It's discipline is good for everyone. But when it comes to people being like whipped or whatever the hell, you know what I'm saying? Like that's evil, and there's an evil that goes into that has to do with like an abuse of power. You know what I mean? That's like actually very similar to the government. That's why that's again. It's just that's I don't. But the Vatican stuff is weird to me at the very least. You know what I mean? Yeah, context in May 2021, Biden became the first president since 1952 to not use the word God in his National Day of Prayer proclamation. He did, however, write that this proclamation was signed in the year of our Lord, 2021, and he used the word God in his oral remarks to commemorate the day, copied from Snopes. All right, I appreciate the context, Winston's mom. Yeah, because I remember I read on Snopes that like, it was like, wow, I was honestly surprised to find that it was true. But as you say here, and to be honest, I think I forgot about this, or I didn't read, or I didn't see it there. I would think that I would remember this if I saw it there. But anyway, it says now, I guess Joe Biden said the year of our Lord, 2021, and he used the word God in his oral remarks to commemorate the day. Okay. No. Okay, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not gonna just jump at the chance, to do you know what I mean? Like, there's no you see, you know what I mean? That whole thing of you see, and I'm gonna just like go out of my way to Joe Biden, and I don't give a fuck. I don't mean to curse, but it's like, but the stuff just happens and it just sort of speaks for itself, you know. Um, in other words, I sound like Eric, you know, but it's like in other words, like it's like I'm not, you know, watching like a hawk for Joe Biden to mess up. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? You see, he left the God out of the prayer, and you know what I mean? Like, uh, but when it happens, though, I will definitely go. I take note. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hmm, interesting. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. It's basically just a roundabout way of me uh, saying I don't have an agenda, so to speak, or patting myself on the back. Maybe I do have an agenda. I just don't know about it. No, I don't know. I definitely have my like points of view and everything, but you know, it's like, but I mean, well, you know. But I will honestly say that most people, I mean, you shouldn't really. If you someone says I don't have an agenda, you should be very skeptical of them. Is that just doublethink though? Is that just like contrarianism? You know, you don't just want to be like a mindless contrarian either. Because I get that either. I mean, I get that too. You know, there's this thing of like, it's even in myself. Like when stuff is popular, for example, which is interesting, right? Because that actually comes from like populism, which I've actually come to find to be more like important than, well, at least than I used to think. You know, um, um, well, anyway, understanding what that is and like populism, so to speak. What is popular, right? Um, no, it's not always bad. Sometimes it's actually really, it can be really good. But basically, you don't want to be so contrarian, right? That like anything that's like you just because it's usually with stuff that's popular, right? He's like, oh, it's just it's popular, and so I don't like it, right? Well, that's dumb. That's just stupid, you know. But you do have to take note. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, you guys? And well, you know, I'm back to my old. Hey, you know, I'm back. I'm streaming, huh? Back to some of my old talking points. No, but you know, you do look around though, and you see it's like, well, it's a lot more popular to not be religious and especially Christian than it is to be religious and especially Christian, and it's a lot more popular to to say that maybe not that abortion is good, but that like abortion is somehow necessary or something like that, or you know, right? Like it's like all of these things that are popular, like I try to not just be like anti popular, so to speak, you know. Um, but it almost seems like every day by the day, the popular sentiment gets more and more evil. No, I don't know. I mean, look, it's like if it isn't race, it's sex, and if it isn't sex, it's fucking race. No, I'm just kidding, but you know, it's just it isn't it isn't basically right. It's all race and sex, and it's how dare them and how dare them. How about none of it? How about we all take a chill pill and chill on the chill island oasis of truth and reality. And listen to me. No, I'm just kidding, right? That's my power play, right? Well, because even Winston's mom, she said this before. It's like everyone's selling something. I try to not sell anything, you know, but you know, well, at least not in any monetary point of view. But it is true that you know everyone has like everyone has an agenda. I'll just say it. I mean, no, no. You know what it is? It's not even that. You know what it is? You know what it is, you guys? At least with most people, everyone has a page that they are on. And you know, some of us are on the same page and some of us are not. And that's okay. Because you know what? You know what else? It's all part of the same book. And it's called the Bible. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I'm making a metaphor. Well, of course, the Bible is important. I'm not, whatever, discounting the Bible or anything. I'm making a joke. I'm saying, though, in this metaphor, I just couldn't resist to say that, you know. I, you know, I'm saying, yes, the metaphor, the book, we're all part of the same book. We're all on different pages. Some of us are on the same page, but we're all part of the same book, right? End of story, no pun intended, right? Isn't that a nice, neat and tidy way of wrapping it all up, you know? In before, someone's go, CJ, oh, it's so nice of you. Oh, I guess you know everything. You wrap everything up on a nice little quote. If you go, well, yeah, that is what I'm gonna do. That is what I'm gonna do. Because you know what my favorite race is? You know my favorite race? The human race. Wait, hold on, one sec. I have to say that again, but with the proper response. Hold on. So, hey guys, you know what my favorite race is? The human race. No, hold on. You know what my favorite race is? The human race. Why? You know what my favorite race is? The human race. Yes, that's right. Chant. Woo! Ah, and that's just what I get for being so right and good. Just the stuff that everything that just tumbles out of my dumb old mouth is just true and good. Oh no, I changed the channel. No, but I opened that in the wrong tab. So now you guys saw the video. In the space, I'm running out of space on my laptop. Stop. Stop. It's the abortion demons. No, I'm just kidding, but it's the pro choice folks. They're infiltrating my stream and they're sabotaging it. Or it's the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You know what's crazy though? Like, even the FBI is like better than the CIA. You know? What is going on over there at the CIA? Just a question for the chat. Have you guys seen that crazy recruitment video that they did where it's like a black woman being like, you should like totally join the CIA because it's cool. It's because it's woke. It's lit and woke. I'm not kidding. It's a real thing. And but it does give me some faith in society, so to speak, because no one was having it. You know what I mean? Everyone was like, this is completely whack. Which it clearly is. I don't know. That probably in itself is a psyop of somehow, right? Make us hate the CIA, and then so then they can get away from some other nefarious nonsense, right? Alternating caps, nefarious nonsense. Period. TM. Anyway, what's going on, you guys? There's no one here. This sucks. Why am I even streaming? I hate streaming. No, I'm just kidding. But where's the? I don't even. I can't find the video. Just kidding, but I can't find the video, the like live streaming thing, the live streaming tab. Oh, guys, and it's giving me a hard time about the space on my on my laptop. I don't know. I might have to stop streaming soon. It gives me no joy to announce that I might have to stop streaming soon. To be honest, though, I really was thinking about just doing a short stream. Like, I know I always say that, but I really was and am kind of just thinking, about keeping it short and sweet today. But I'm seriously just trying to get back to the frickin' this tab here. Oh my god, it's giving me such a hard time. Like, okay, here it is. Well, Boba Fett says he's here. Thank you for being here, Boba Fett. Boba Fett says, I'm here arguing with someone on a forum, lol. Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? You commented on my video, and then last night, Kami9 actually commented on that same video, and I responded. I'm like, so where's Kami9? The fuck? Nah, I understand. It's literally, I guess I don't mind it in a way. Like starting, I'm niche, you know. I do my own thing, you know. It's like I'm very cool that way, very James Dean. I sort of see myself. I think that I look like James Dean and that I act like James Dean. No, but basically, I think that I should probably stream at more normal times if I want people to show up. You know where uh except for Winston's mom, of course, where are all the lovely ladies? Where's Aga Anim when you need her? More like, Aga, I need you to be here on this stream because you're so beautiful. What? CJ, you fucking simp. Boo! Um, Instead, I'm just here with Corinne Marchand from Agnes Varda's Cleo from 5 to 7. Guys, that's a really underrated movie. Like, people always talk about, ew, Agnes Varda. She's like feminist or whatever. You know what movie is amazing? And I didn't know, like, I'd never heard of it, like, until, I don't know, like, I only, yeah, for, like, until, like, a year ago, and then I watched it, like, a year ago. Cleo from 5 to 7 is an amazing movie. It's probably one of my favorite movies of all time. And I think this has to be the picture that I use. My God. Like, Corinne Marchand is beautiful. And the music in this movie, the visuals in the music are just unbelievable. I'm not kidding. Like, hold on. Check this out. I mean, I might start playing some stuff, but like, this stuff's being super slow. Well, for now, I'll just put this picture, I guess. I mean, there's like, they're like, I'm still like looking at pictures. Okay, I'm trying to find the best one. Perfectionist, you know, my art. This stream is my art. I'm an artist. with this stream, It's truly unparalleled. You're just not going to get this anywhere else. It's true. Even Karma's Pimp said recently when I was doing something awesome, I was doing something amazing, and he was like, "You're just not going to get this anywhere else." And I was like, "You're just so right, dude. Like, when I provide is so niche and so good that it tends to baffle most minds." Yeah, whatever. This is like good enough, I guess. I mean, when is she never? I mean, she's always good enough. Corinne Marchand. I mean, it's like I didn't even know who she was though until this film, but now I do. Now I'm in love with her. It's like that's what happens. You check your emails. I was going to be on a whereby tonight over at Lou's, and I've sent off an email to around 20 people, but they may not have checked their emails yet or be awake or online. I thought that I either saw... Did you say something about that earlier? Oh, yeah, you did. I said that. Yeah, my bad. Thank you for keeping me in the loop, though, in the emails. I am very glad to get the emails, but I will be honest, I just haven't been looking at my emails really lately, or let alone responding to any emails. Although, I'm not going to lie, I don't really get much to respond to other than from basically from you, Winston's mom. But I really do appreciate it, and I like to stay in that chain of mail and in the loop, so to speak. The where I know I haven't even been in the whereby yet. I should do that. Um, that'd be fun, especially because well, it's different. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's everything has its own the levels of socialization and stuff. But let's just without getting all in depth about it. Basically, it's I feel like I can. I mean, I'm completely myself on this stream, but it's just more relaxed. Like if you're not streaming and you don't have to worry about it, it's like, oh, it's permanent record and all that. You know what I mean? But I really don't let that impact what I say on here very much either. In case you haven't noticed, that is everyone, But like, well, because it's not like I censor myself that much. I really don't. It's very similar, but anyway, you get the point. Like the whereby it kind of takes the pressure off, so to speak. Like the pressure to perform or whatever. It's like you can kind of just hang back. Sometimes just fucking shut your mouth and listen. Believe it or not, I like to listen. I just really like talking. So I just really like to talk. Well, that's what's so beautiful about this stream. It's it's the most it's the most selfish way to socialize possible. Nah, but sincerely, the chat the chat means the world to me. My fans. No, I'm just kidding. But nah, it's the chat though. It's what would this be? This would literally just be me rambling. If like even more so than usual, like, without the chat. I mean, it's like I love interacting with chat. I love interacting with you guys. It's like practically what it's a founding father. I'm just kidding, but it's like it's a pillar of the stream itself. And I'll tell you, that's really, I mean, yeah, I love to have it for my own like expression and stuff, right? But it's like, but the other thing, obviously, is the socialization of it, like the, oh no, yeah, the interactivity of it. That's what I meant to say. Well, both, but I was gonna say is, well, like, I mean, I really love the interactivity of streaming. Um, I've said this before too, and I'll say this again. It's like I will give a lot of credit to host Eric too, because like when he started, like with his stream and like how niche it was, and like how his tagline of like the real social media always really stuck with me, and frankly kind of inspired me. Um, because I'm thinking, yes, you know, true dialogues, you know, true, not even necessarily, just true interactivity. I need some fucking blue check mark, you know what I mean? Just like someone just ranting at me or whatever. I mean, it's funny, ironically, as I'm like just ranting at you guys, but you know what I mean? Like, I need some fucking whatever. Well, I'm not a professional. I'm not of any like stature. So it's like, I'm not getting any blue check mark. If I get a blue check mark, it'll be because of this. Or I mean, it'll be because of maybe music or film or writing or speaking, but it'll base or but if it would be anything else, it would be for streaming. And I wouldn't want to. I don't want to be verified. I want to be on the fucking radar like that. I'm never going Holly weird. Never fucking give in. Never gonna fucking bow down. Never backing down. I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be. Ho, coming in full force, full CJ, all times. Some of y'all just can't handle it. No, I'm just kidding. Like what? It's 9:30 a.m. on a Thursday. Where are you? Oh, you probably just can't handle it. It's like, nah, I'm actually working. What are you doing? Why are you streaming? Oh, oh. Sorry, I just saw something awe-inspiring. I saw a puppy dancing across the sky. Sorry, I meant to say dancing across the field, and I had to react that way. I'm just kidding, but I'm just yawning. When his mom says, CJ, you can hang back on whereby Boba types and Carrot and Fly Guy type. I only speak and don't turn on my camera. What's his mom? I'd love to hear your voice. John's there and sometimes host Eric. I'm just kidding, right? Like, I'm starstruck. Usually Rachel is there. Oh, I'm starstruck by her too. That's cool. To be fair, I actually didn't know. I actually didn't know that they came in there. That's cool as fuck. Not to curse, but so true and good. Boba Fett says I feel left out. Frowny face. Dot dot. No invite in my box. Lol. Do you? Sorry. What? I had to clear my throat and cough. But you do you have an email? Let's get Boba Fett on this. I'm surprised. Or rather, well, you've been on the chat, or I know you were, or on the whereby, but your email. Let's get Boba Fett in on this email chain here. Wait, aren't you? You are on the. I thought I saw your name on something on one of them recently. And I mean, I only saw the, and I'm not like I said, I haven't been like looking at my emails or interacting with anybody, but I thought I saw your name on something one, recently. Like what I mean to say is basically in the very beginning. See, I'll show you guys. It's like, I mean, if you guys have, how it is with you'll see like the very beginning of something and then but hey, I'm consistent, man. Look how I'm not even these are all unread, I'm not opening anything. Just a disclaimer. Just fucking, I know I don't have to with you guys, but cuz you guys are chill, but just to be consistent. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Cuz it's like but I saw something from Winston's mom where I saw your name. I can't find it now, but whatever. Anyway, the Cool Kids Club, the Weird Wizard, even all of that is to. I don't know if you realize this joke, but first of all, that's the KKK, and if you're saying the Weird Wizard, that's like the Grand Wizard. So congratulations on that amazing joke. um, oh right, the network NINE. Should I just call it Network 9? Network 9 email chain link friends. Recall system. I love that intense description of what it is there. Is and there are two? I'm like genuinely like looking. Whatever. Anyway, are there two groups? Oh, and I just saw. Thank you, Winston's mom, for sending out an email for about my stream. Pretty much. Oh, and I love this picture here too. That's it right there, folks. That's the island. You can't even see it. UFO picks up the trees and not the guy. Because that's all we need. We're bringing the trees. Look, sorry, guy, but we're bringing the palm trees to this planet. Planet CJ. I'm just kidding. But you know what? Planet Chill. Wouldn't that would be a cringy name though. Wouldn't it be kind of funny though? Planet Chill. All right, I gotta close some tabs because this shit's giving me a hard time about the space. Boy howdy. I'm also really hungry. I haven't had a proper meal in like 2 days. That sounds so bad, but I mean, I don't know. I wasn't that hungry yesterday. Well, I mean, I started getting hungry, but I didn't want to commit to eating this meal that's in the fridge. But I think I'm gonna have to next. I'm getting starving now. I'm not gonna close out all these tabs. Well, sorry, I meant to say I gotta close out all these windows. Well, like tabs. Sorry, I meant to say I gotta close out of all of these. I gotta close out of all of these tabs and windows. Literally a digital hoarder. It's so bad. I'm like, well, look, I might need this. Like, Ah, I could just tell by the sound of the ocean that it changed again. Perfection. 3 hours and 17 minutes and 14 seconds. Perfection. I might have to just grab a snack really quick. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm gonna get more coffee and a snack. I'll be right back. Oh yeah. Sup? Oh, bagel. Bagel mentality. Feel me? Mmm. Mmm. I'm just kidding. I need like real food, but this is good enough for now, you know? Breakfast food. I swear, I'm like made of peanut butter. Like, don't come near me if you have a peanut allergy, because you'll fucking die instantly. Bruh, real talk. Alright. Nice. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Alright, what's up? What's going on, you guys? It's a little bit cold. Oh, shit. I gotta fix the chat window here. That's the thing, though. I don't really have that much to talk about. Like, um, you know, low-key stream. Low-key Thursday morning stream. But I'm back on the wagon here, you know, in a good way. And I'll be streaming more, you know, this weekend, tomorrow, and or this weekend. Oh no. With his mom says Aga just sent an email to asking to reschedule tonight for tomorrow night. Lou has not responded yet. Bad Aga and bad Lou. Just kidding. What like unique names? So good. My name is pretty boring. I mean, my real name. It's pretty royal though. CJ Christopher James. You know, Christopher James. Christopher James. O'Connell. CJ is what makes it like more unique. I like my name. It's just it's not the same. It doesn't have the same unique factor as Aga or Lou. You know what I mean? I'm Christopher James O'Connell. It does have a royal quality. Yeah, thanks, Boba Fett. He says that's a very regal name. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of true, isn't it? Like, yeah, it's cool. I don't mind it. Like, I like it. I think, because in its fullness, it does have that, uh, quality, you know. But I also don't mind. I like CJ though, and I've noticed that I don't know if it's just me, but CJ sounds friendly. Do you know what I mean? Like, no, what's up, CJ? And I don't mind that. You know what I mean? Like to match that personality, so to speak. Oh, I gotta fix this too. This text here. Um, I never felt like a Chris though. In fact, I feel more like a Christopher than a Chris. Christopher James. This is a very real name. Like Elon Van Zone can be taught about in school books 75 years from now. Well, that would be dope. Yeah. It's like a high compliment. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for asking, Winston's mom. Since you mentioned you watched several movies while you were on hiatus, can you tell us which movie stayed with you? Which movie was a surprise that you want to talk about? um, good. Yeah, good question. So, um, um, yeah. How long has it been? Let me think. I also have like stuff written down like to refer to. Not necessarily. I mean, like that. Not that I'm going to read from, but to just like remind me of stuff that I watched. I mean, because there are a few movies that come to mind, but I just don't want to like forget anything good. Because honestly, nothing that much that's like really blown me away or anything. But since I talked to you guys, I think there were one or two that I thought were amazing. I finally, I oh yeah no, well I already mentioned it, but um, like Yasujiro Ozu's Tokyo Story, amazing classic, very chill, kind of tragic too, but pretty chill and poignant. That was really good. I mean, it's one of those movies where it's kind of legendary, so like people, you know, but I've been really getting into Ozu. I really like his simplicity and beauty. Um, but the other one that, funny enough, it's not as much of a. I mean, it's a classic, but it's not a classic in the same way. But that, like in its own way, is almost about as good. The movie Breaking Away. I finally watched. I hadn't even really heard of it until recently. This guy Charles Carroll was talking about it, and I was like, "Oh, Breaking Away." It's not, cool title. Like what's that all about? So I just like watched it on a whim, and it was amazing. And of course, just to further my love of the movie, I asked my dad about it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite movies of all time." And I was like, "No way!" I'm like, that just adds to how amazing it is because when we talked about it, and like, um, again, it's a pretty simple movie, but very amazing. Um, both actually having to sort of do with family. I mean, Tokyo Story more directly, but like Breaking Away has to do with family too. It's sort of a coming of age story, but it's actually more of a it's like about a kid who wants to be a cyclist, and he like starts biking, but he also starts like picking up this like Italian accent and stuff, and like it's like buongiorno and like everything. But then he meets this chick who's like a college. She's like a college chick, and she's beautiful. And he tries to impress her by like speaking in that. He speaks in that accent, and he woos her like that way. Um, but of course, this is all symbolic of. I mean, he's like being somebody else, kinda. I mean, and it all comes together very beautifully. I mean, like, it's like the definition of. It's probably one of the nicest movies I've ever seen. Um, just truly nice, like truly good. Uh, like the father, for example, like he's tough, but like not that tough. Like but still good. Um, it's like the the friends in that movie are all great. That was like a Dennis Quaid is in it. Um, there's a lot of I don't want to say lesser names, but basically like less sort of popular. They're not really names you hear about that much, but there are plenty of like it's that guy, this guy Daniel Christopher, and then this guy Daniel Stern, who funny enough was one of the villains in Home Alone, like the guy with the afro. And I feel like there's someone else that I'm missing. Oh yeah, Jackie Earl Haley. He's actually kind of a bigger name, but not that big. I would say Dennis Quaid is probably the biggest name in the movie, and he's good. They're all really good. I was very surprised by how good and nice that movie. Well, anyway, so it's cool too because it's a coming of age movie, but it has a little bit of a sports movie aspect to it with the cycling. Um, but it's excellent. Like there's so I mean, I don't want to get into it too much, especially with just kind of like I don't mean to like put any rhetoric into it or anything, but it's just be like if you watch it, you'll know what I mean. Like it seems very reverent, like it's like he does wear a cross necklace, and he does they actually make a joke about something about being Catholic. The mom's like, "Don't go all Catholic on us" or something. But there's like that reverence there for that, and then there's this like um I mean, it's like, yeah, there's this niceness and this goodness, but even later when they do the big race at the end, like they do this Star Spangled Banner, and you hear like the whole thing. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but that's like, yeah, that's a lot of goodness going on. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I've never seen like it might be my new like definitive summer hangout film. So I'm gonna say it might be my new definitive amazing summer hangout film. Like, um, just excellent all around. So I'm gonna say just amazing all around. Like, um, oh yeah, and it's also really funny at times too, but not crude or vulgar or anything. Like there's I just don't know, man. They just like do not make them like they used to. Like it's really good. Um, in a way, I guess you could say that surprised me too, because like I mean, I had never even heard of this movie, but until very recently. So that was a bit of a pleasant surprise in a way too. You know what I mean? Kind of literally, like no pun intended. You know, just kind of like thank God, like movies like this still exist. You know what I mean? Like so good. I mean, it's like yeah, it came out in 1979, but I mean, you know, it's like available for everyone to watch, and it's like man, you know, it's I mean, it's inspiring. You know, I'm gonna say it's beautiful and it's inspiring. Like I've been kind of into that kind of stuff lately. You know, um, Jen Zenial says I'm an hour behind, but I say libertarianism. I mean the real like a not edge lord kick boy bullshit lol. Oh yeah, I mean I know what you mean. Like I didn't think you meant that stuff. Although I guess some of it, some of what I was saying could overlap with more of the like the ideas that I was having about it could overlap with the Keki crowd, but I guess it's all different stripes. Fittingly, I guess, right? There's all different stripes of libertarianism. But are you watching any of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial? Um, I've been seeing stuff here and there. Like I haven't really watched any of it. Surprisingly, I have sort of been tired of seeing about it and hearing about it. Like, uh, I mean, I guess it's interesting in a kind of he said she said sense. I thought it seemed pretty cut and dry that Amber Heard was to blame here, but I don't really know what exactly the truth is here. I could at least read about it, but I'm not gonna lie, I just like haven't looked into it. Like, just been kind of just tired of seeing their stupid faces, both of them. Amber Heard too, she's looking all tired. It's like, ugh, God, ugh, she can just miss me with it all, you know. I don't know. I don't mean to be like that. You know, it just feels like a whole bunch of nonsense. Like really just has no bearing on our daily lives. You know what I mean? Like I uh it would be interesting. I mean, it's not good. You don't like root for this kind of thing, but I mean, I guess if it does turn out to be true, it would be interesting if you know you finally have sort of a point of view being expressed here where you've got this like Amber Heard cash, you know, she's probably got like BPD or something, and you know what I mean, she's probably like kind of like controlling um and kind of part of the whole like controlling woman narrative, not narrative, but well yeah, the trope that's basically like been around but people don't talk about, and it started rearing its head also recently with the Will Smith Jada Pinkett Smith thing too, right? But even then, a lot of people are like afraid to point out the obvious, which is that you know, well, I don't know, I can't say exactly for sure. Obviously, right? I can't say exactly for sure what like Will Smith's mindset is, but let's just say I have a strong feeling that it's Jada who wanted to be polygamous, and it's Will who wants to go along with that, and but he doesn't really want to go along with that, and he wants to be like a family man, but you can't do both. I'm sorry, but you really just can't do both. Um, and I think that's why he's so unwell these days. You know, um, and she just looks evil. But the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard thing, I mean, they both seem entangled in a. I mean, we know that, for example, like Johnny Depp clearly has like a drinking problem or something. You know, But also Amber Heard, for lack of for lack of I mean, she basically seems like kind of a manipulative bitch. Not to curse, but like, I mean, I had heard, I don't know, it sounds kind of silly or like hearsay, but like I had heard one of the times she like filmed him, it's like he was upset and very clearly acting out. Um, but like his mom died that day or something. And it's like, it's just like I just don't even care. Like why do we care so much? Like Johnny Depp, like that name alone, I'm sick of hearing. You know what I mean? Like in life, like has he really ever done anything that's like blown you guys away? And Amber Heard, my joke about her is more like Amber never heard of you, because I literally, what has she done at all? I mean, Johnny Depp at least has like he's done some good movies, but he's never like blown me away, and I've never even fucking heard of Amber Heard. And then people are just like, oh, she shit in the bed or like whatever. Like even like my mom told me that. I'm like, ew. I don't fucking care what these fucking sick, Hollywood, elite like idiots are doing. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I don't mean to like go off. I mean, I know like everyone's it's just like the new thing, and I guarantee, it's like it's somehow right. It like has to do it. It's like the commenting on the masculine and the feminine. It's all theater, and I'm not here for it. It's just like, I mean, it's all just so tiring. Like, have we? Can anyone tell me like, have we gotten anywhere like in the case? Like, how is it looking? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm curious about like what the outcome is going to be, but it just seems to be. It just keeps going. It seems to be this like, how long have they been on fucking trial? I mean, my God, it's taken forever. Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like every day I'm seeing something. I'm just seeing the trial continues. Like, who fucking honestly, who fucking cares? Um. But anyway, I appreciate the bit of trivia here. Winston's mom saying the breaking away team is based on the 1962 Phi Kappa Psi Little 500 champions, which featured legendary rider and Italian enthusiast Dave Blaze, who provided screenwriter and fellow Phi Kappa Psi team member Steve Tessage. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it, but I saw that name when I was reading about the movie. The inspiration for the main character in the movie. That's amazing. I actually didn't know that, so thank you for sharing that, Winston's mom. I actually haven't read much about the movie yet, either. I really only just watched it once and just thought it was amazing. Like, oh yeah, but like, it's like, I just don't know. I just feel like it's just like everything else, this Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, like oh my God, it's a man and a woman, and so it's symbolic of the fucking fuck you. You know what I mean? Like I no. Why let's not let these things have such fucking like control over how we like view society. You know what I mean? Like they're both Hollywood elites. Um and yeah, it would be a nice change of pace if it turned out it's all Amber Heard's fault, you know? But again, something tells me it's a lot like, I hate to be so like skeptical or cynical or whatever, but it's just kind of like, it's just theater, and it feels like it's like everything else. It's just like political theater, it's like somehow it's a comment on the sexes and abuse and oh, it's just like, why? Who needs it? You know, the negativity. Who needs this negativity? You know what I mean? It's like people just have enough going on in their lives. I'm sick of their fucking names, dumbass names. Body language guy reacts to. It's just, you know, it's just more like spectacle stuff. I'm interested to see what the outcome is gonna be. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm interested to see like what the takeaway will be from people. Um, but I'm really not interested in like watching the trial, you know, in the little details and the all that. It's fine. I'm not judging anyone necessarily. I mean, basically what I'm saying is like it's like I'm not judging people for like engaging in the spectacle or you know, like I get it. It's you could make an argument for well, it's all theater, so why not just engage, you know, enjoy it or whatever. But it doesn't seem very enjoyable. It doesn't seem very positive. I mean, it's like, and it's I've seen it. It's already, it's just like everything else. It just gets like weaponized and turned into some like narrative. um, but funny enough, more than anything, I've seen a lot of anti Amber Heard stuff. And in fact, I've seen so much of it that I don't even know. I really don't know what to think about the situation. That I will say that the one thing that like has me like wanting to at least read about it is the like lack of conclusion that seems to be made by the public so far, at least, you know? Like I said, it's like it seems like this trial has been going on forever. There must be like hours and hours of material. And I have seen absolutely nothing conclusive. Like I've seen not a single like article saying, you know, a title, you know what I mean, about like it's like, you know, of either of them being guilty of anything like just don't get it. I don't get the appeal. No, I'm just kidding, but um have you guys heard this argument being made too that like meanwhile all this stuff is made public while like the Ghislaine Maxwell trials are like private or something like that? I don't know if that's true. As soon as I search Ghislaine Maxwell trial, it says 1 day ago from 11alive.com, camera broadcast rules for Johnny Depp versus Johnny Depp v. Heard Maxwell trial. 11alive.com. So it's like basically it's very simple. Like there are different rules in each courtroom. Of course there are, right? Crazy though. You know, to be quite honest, I don't really care about the reasoning. Oh, well, there's different, it's different court systems, or it's the principle of the thing, you know? I mean, my God, it's like a long ass fucking paragraphs about like, it's in order to, they issued an order, and then it's federal and state trials are subject to different rules for filming inside courtrooms, and then blah, blah, blah. You know, fucking just a whole bunch of words, you know. And then some judge ordered a thing and he wanted to keep it open, but then they're like not able to live stream it, but they can still take notes and share courtroom sketches. First of all, it doesn't even explain like why. Well, anyway, they can't film it. The federal court, they can't film in federal court, basically. So they can't, but they can have these sketches and they can have these notes and courtroom sketches come out. But yeah, of course, full blast, you know, I mean, that's basically what it says here. It's like, yeah, but then, you know, fucking Depp and Heard trial, it's like, they just can, I guess. But why then are they barred from the, like, what? Okay, so they're not barred from the courtroom, but they just can't broadcast it. It's still very strange. What's the one thing that Amber Heard did that like people know about? Well, what's funny is that they both actually starred in the Rum Diary together. I actually saw most of that movie back in the day. It wasn't very good. It was like based on like a Hunter S. Thompson book. Just kind of sucks. But like the Amber Heard has been in like nothing. Like what? Ew! What kind of name? She has a child named Unag Page Heard. Like what? I mean, no offense to her child, but what? Oh yes, Unag. She revealed the meaning of it. What does it mean? Oh my god, I can't even read this nonsense from her. That's so funny though. She dated Elon Musk. What a surprise, man. What does the name mean? Right, she was an Aquaman. Great. The name Unag is of Scottish origin, actually. According to the bump, the name Unag is of Scottish origin and means a lamb. The moniker also has its roots in Greek and Latin with the meaning pure or holy. Well, if I'm gonna not be skeptical and cynical about it, then I'll say that's nice. I knew it was gonna be something nice, but I didn't think it was gonna be Scottish and religious. Strange and interesting because I'm mostly Irish, but I have some Scottish heritage. Amber Heard looks exhausted, though. She was in Zombieland? I don't remember her being in that. Maybe she might have been the original girlfriend or something. Oh, yeah, and she was like Seth Rogen's like high school senior girlfriend in Pineapple Express. Like, mm, well, we'll see what happens. It's just like, what she has to say about the viral "my dog stepped on a bee" comment? Like, it's immediately not funny. I'm sure it's not funny. None of it is. You know what I mean? Like, what? It's so silly. It all just seems very silly. Did you see? She pooped in the bed, and my dog stepped on a bee. Like, oh, what the fuck does that mean? I don't fucking care. Depp v. Heard. Why do we care? Johnny Depp is, fairly legendary. Amber Heard is not really legendary at all. Um, I'll be interested to see, like I said, what the outcome is and what the public's takeaway from it will be in the end here, but again, just seems like much ado about nothing. I'm kind of just like, it's like because like basically Johnny Depp being a legend doesn't mean anything either. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's not even like he's ever really like blown me away in anything. You know? And look at him in this stupid picture. He's wearing his like stupid hat. I mean, they both just seem insufferable. In this like one picture of them right here, I mean, they just in different ways. Like um, I'll tell you though, I really don't know what to make of it, but what do you guys think? I am curious. I just right now it seems like a lot of tabloid journalism. Like it just seems like a spectacle and like I don't really. I just want to get the like the te of it. You could even say, oh, typology. Amber Heard. I mean, she used to be pretty. I wonder if years of a tumultuous relationship with Johnny Depp robbed her of her youth. I'd say her youthful beauty. Well, I don't mean to be mean, but I mean, she's looking rough nowadays. But I don't like. Look, I'm not. Look, this is why I feel just so like. I don't want to. like be casting premature judgment here, you know. But I do see an article here, for example, that says, why is this buffering? Okay, here we go. That says, what? Pain in the ass. Oh, sorry. Okay, here it is. I mean, it's from Bloomberg.com. Amber Heard shows signs of borderline personality disorder, psychologist says. This article came out April 26th. So in internet time, it's a little bit old. I'm just kidding, but you know, it's like a month old, but almost a month old, but yeah, and I remember when I was playing these videos, when I was playing some of these videos from, you know, from the case and stuff, like, well, from the videos that she captured of Johnny Depp, like just of their dynamic. Um, First of all, yeah, she seemed very manipulative, and also, um, I remember Eric being like, "That woman is evil." She's like, "I can." He was like, "I can tell," you know, and like she is like an evil woman. I was like, "Wow, okay, amazing." Um, and I have to say, I don't disbelieve him or that idea. I mean, but I kind of just want to, you know, wait until I know the amazing truth and reality of the situation before I make a full judgment here, you know. Yo, what's up, Jake Forrest? Thank you for being here. Just talking about a little bit about this Johnny Depp and Amber Heard nonsense, you know. And I don't know why this is giving me a hard time loading though, and it's seems to be giving me a hard time about the space on my laptop. So I'm gonna close some stuff out here. Very annoying. Finally, someone appreciates me saying that. Thank you, Jake Forrest. Well, first of all, Jake Forrest says, so CJ, how good is your evil radar when choosing your partners? Well, that's a good question. I don't know. Hopefully good. Hopefully pretty good. Although I haven't had, I'll admit I haven't had a girlfriend in like years, so it's like, you know, and even the oh my god. Well, I mean I'll get into that in a second. But anyway, I appreciate that you like the thing, the amazing truth and reality of the situation. I've been saying that, and, like no one notices it. Or well, I mean, I guess people notice it, but it's like whatever. It's underrated, so I appreciate it, Jake Forrest. But appreciate Jake Forrest. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. I mean, I haven't had a girlfriend in a long time, man. Like, hopefully that doesn't just go without saying. Which you know, because it's like hopefully, it's like well, it's gonna appreciate you asking that too, because you know, that implies that I don't appear to be a complete and total invalid. So no, I'm just kidding, but you know. All right, here we go. Yeah, honestly, it's fucking pathetic nowadays. I mean, like, I mean, it's like, I don't get out much, but at the same time, like, you would think, like, I have Tinder and all that bullshit. Um, I match with girls like sometimes, but nothing really ever seems to come of it. And also like a lot of spam. Like what the fuck? These like fake ass accounts, incredibly annoying. I also have very high standards of which most girls can't meet. No, I'm just kidding. It does make me laugh though because sometimes it'll be like I'm on these like apps, right? I'll just be like, it's like every now and then I'll get like a match where I'm like, oh, nice, like that's she seems pretty and cool and everything. But then there's like so many other times where it's more like me like like, there's the girls that I like, and then there's like these girls that like me, and it'll just be like I don't want to be mean, but let's just say they're not girls that I'm into. And it'll be like my like stand up routine about that. I was just telling my friend this, but my stand up routine about it would just be like it's like it's like God being like, you can have this. Yeah, like you can get this. Like this is your yeah, sure. But not the hot blonde girl. Like you don't get that. You don't deserve that actually. Like I'm like, why not? I'm a pretty what wait, what day what's the matter with you? I'm fucking I've got swagger. I just don't have money. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, and that's like a major, you know what I mean? Major strike. It's like I don't have money and I don't have a car. Like the last girl that was like a chance that I had a chance with, like she like I could have made something happen with it. If first of all, if I was a little bit quicker with like making moves, and furthermore, if I had if I had money and a car. But unfortunately, that was three strikes, and no, it's like I don't want to be cynical about it or anything, um, but of course, there's this idea here that I don't know. I mean that you kind of have to. There's a John Mouse song that I really like called Matter of Fact, and it sounds really funny. It's really funny. But first of all, it's a good song, and people who come here, you guys know I love John Mouse. I genuinely think John Mouse is one of the few people that I would call a genius. But he has this song. Called Matter of Fact, and the hook is uh, him saying, "Pussy is not a matter of fact." And I think that that's a really good mantra and like a really good thing to remember, especially in our modern times. You get so many of these quote unquote incels or whatever. I mean, I don't want to throw that. That's why I say quote unquote incels because, I don't want to just throw that word around. But you have so many guys who, they become, I know I sound like Jordan Peterson, right? But literally they become bitter and resentful, and it's all very like textbook, very boring. Like you just go to, oh, I hate women because I can't get laid, boo hoo, right? Well, pussy is not a matter of fact, my friend. And um, I've learned that guys need to wake up in that regard. you know? Um, you know, I definitely will say that, you know. I can't find the I'm trying to get back to the stream here. Hold on, like on the web page. The web page. Is that even a thing people say anymore? No, the like the stream itself. Yeah, and that song came out like way before any of this fucking quote unquote incel nonsense. It predicted it actually. You know what I'm saying? Cuz like basically you have guys out here nowadays that I mean they think that it ought to be a matter of fact, you know? Speaking of Jordan Peterson, I mean, remember when people were trying to slam him when they were talking about like enforced monogamy, which I agree is like a ridiculous notion. Like, I mean, I don't know. I think people probably like took him out of context, but and I think I don't know. He's maybe being a little bit extreme or well, like reactionary, I guess you could say. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that if it's good, but in this case, yeah, it's a little bit presumptuous. I mean, like men and women, they look for different things in one another, right? But I mean, they're basically different and yet the same, right? In what they look for in one another. We all want, well, goodness and love in general, but we all want goodness and love in our significant others. Um, but depending on who you are, I mean, it's just like generally speaking, you have different roles to fulfill. Hold on. The chat should be updated now. That's funny though about the Jonathan thing there. Um, Here to hear all about the amazing truth and reality of your lure of life. That's what we were talking about last time. We did. That's true. You're bringing the reality in here. I'm tender and all that bullshit. Never seen to check this one. No, yeah, I'm like joking around. I mean, it's just like I just have found that though, like just the you know, what can I say? I'm simple and fucking more superficial than I'd like to think or something. You know what I mean? Like it's like something real comments. Oh yeah, I got some coffee right here. Thank you for reminding me once it's bomb. Now it's like cold. So annoying. CJ withdrawals. Appreciate it, Jake. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Deppard, Jen Zennial says, wait, hold on a second though. Jake does say, dude, that's so true. When I was on these swiping apps, I couldn't get anyone. My friend then took my phone and started swiping according to her preference, and bam, suddenly getting tons of matches. I'm curious as to how that manifested. Like, she chose according to her preference and got matches. Were they people that you were attracted to yourself? I mean, like, was that good for you? You know what I mean? Like, was that good for you? Yeah, the Depp Heard trial is interesting because and as mentioned, Jada Smith is legitimate whiplash from the Me Too movement. It pushes back on the believe all women narrative because so often left narratives are so insane. Defund the police, believe all women, Black Lives Matter. I know these are all. Yeah, yeah. It like I totally agree with you. Actually, the Gen Daniel. I mean, I don't mean to say actually, but, um, um, but but it's like, um, not that I don't know if I ever actually really disagree with you that much, but it's like, but I feel like you are like fairly like liberal. Although I have liberal tendencies. You know what I mean? There's the part of me that's liberal, there's the part of me that's conservative. Do you know what I mean? Like I think most people are like that. But anyway, I guess I would just, no offense or whatever, not trying to pin you down or anything, but I thought of you as being fairly leftist, but it's like, but I completely agree with what you're saying, which is that, again, so basically, defund the police, believe all women, Black Lives Matter, these are all legitimate causes, but the upfront messaging is utter garbage. It's like that's exactly what the problem is. Like, it's like, no, it's not that. None of these things are that simple. That, it's all about, the things that you said. They're just all taglines. They're just nice, neat little, like, trying to make some taglines and slogans out of these things. It's fucking stupid bullshit. I mean, that curse, but it's like amazing truth and reality. Anyway, Jake Force says, "Yeah, I'm sick and tired about women. Therefore, cannot be challenged." Frowny face. Doesn't matter what gender you are. Don't get a presumption of truthfulness just because you're a chick. Exactly. I was so pissed off with this recent court case where the judge aggravated my client's sentence because he attacked a pregnant woman even though the injury was minimal and her pregnancy was super early. Can't assume a woman is... That's a tricky one, though. You can't assume a woman is super vulnerable just because they're pregnant. You got to check all the facts. This is Gia just here. You're pushing on some public policy element. Who's Jake? Why can't I see his comments? I don't know why you can't see his comments. Well, the app stories that people you like may not like you, and people you don't like may like you. So it was good for me to know that I'm not entirely dislikable. Yeah, I feel that. You only can't see me because he's any-polar. Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm a left libertarian if we need to put a moniker on it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying you need to per se, but, oh yeah, for a long time, and I think still, in essence, like, I tend to fall around that area too on the political compass. Sort of waffling gently between, left and right libertarian, but, you know, yeah, I mean, years ago, I was always, it was like, I basically considered myself a left libertarian, and I still kind of do. I'm just in a more conservative phase, so to speak. I don't know if it's a phase, but, uh, you know, like a, realization of like, I mean, it's just good to get versed in, at least for me, it's like, it's this need to be more versed in like what the actual outcomes are of these ideologies, so to speak, like, um but I think if I had to choose one, it would be like somewhere around there. It'd be like in the middle, but like, kind of like a possibly very slightly left libertarian. But the thing is that like, I don't know, maybe I just need to get out more. Maybe just, you know, talk to more people, but uh I always feel like I come off as like way more conservative than like my, peers, and certainly way more Christian. But it's like, but if anything, how is the chat broken? Oh yeah, I don't know. It might be you. It might be you, Jen's anyone. I mean, no one should be hidden or, anything like that. No, yeah. Well, but I do say what I do for a reason, because it's like even then there's so many like, you know totally not religious, let alone Christian, conservatives. You know what I mean? So like there's that element of it too, you know. Uh it's like but whatever, gay, look, to each their own. That's the libertarian in me, right? Where I say, it's there's no you gotta have freedom and you gotta have individuality. There's like I have a lot of these like sort of more libertarian points of view, and I think in the leftist sort of tradition, like I don't necessarily view all like socialized policy type stuff as being necessarily that bad. Like I always refer back to this stuff, and it's like, forgive me, it's kind of the same talking points, and I don't know that much about this stuff, but it's like healthcare and education, right? Like very important. The police issue to me is tricky because like it's like as much as the police work for the government, I believe in like I was touching on it earlier. Like I mean, I do believe in like basically law and order, right? And like especially order, so to speak. I mean law too, but order. Law is a difficult thing because it's like there's God's law and then there's the law of the people, right? But well, anyway, right? But it's sort of like we law, right? I'd just say let's focus more on like morality and spirituality. But like order though and organization, right? Like those are incredibly important uh too, like so equally so. Um like they all come together to form a beautifully coherent picture of amazing truth and reality. But the the what was I gonna say? Sorry, I was gonna say one more thing, and then I'll address what Jake Force is saying here. But um, oh yeah, like healthcare and education and stuff like that. Yeah. Um, law and order. What was the? It was like one other. Oh yeah, the police. Right. It's like right. We need law and order. We need all of that. And oh yeah, and I was gonna say with the media. Okay, so I'm not exactly very with like the with like the but I'm not a big fan of like government intervention though. So it's a bit of a like difficult situation in that regard, like as far as determining what exactly I quote unquote am. You know what I mean? Like so so the like I was gonna say one other thing. Oh yeah, well, and I'm not so sure if it applies necessarily to government as well, but one of my latest like sort of uh like mantras, so to speak. I'm trying to think of like what the other word would be, but like mantras is kind of like decentralize media, because I do believe that like media plays an incredibly huge part in all this stuff. How could it not? It's like especially I mean when that becomes it's such a strong sentiment nowadays, and like the trust is just so eroded. It's in it. It's really unfortunate. I mean, it's the press and journalism and right and whatever, but like these are things we like we're supposed to like like uphold. Like the opinion like I mean, I noticed this starting to happen like years ago. It's not like some like I mean like new observation, but of mine or of any but like I mean like of my or even of my own. But like I don't think that I invented this observation. Like I'm saying it's not new, and I don't think I invented this. I'm the first to observe it. Many people have observed it, where like so much of media, so-called media and journalism have become just opinion pieces, or like you know, why we need to blah 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 blah. It's like fuck you. No one wants to be preached to like that, especially not the populist. You know what I mean? Like the I mean, I'm not trying to act like America is the world, but it's like the like middle America, right? I mean, I hate to, I'd sound like everybody ever, right? It's like, but it's like, let's be real, man, right? Like, no one wants to like, 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 get like, you have to like keep the people in mind, and when you're like losing the people, I look, and again, not a novel observation, but like that's how we got Trump, like, and you know what I mean? It's like that's really honestly kind of that's like what happens when you don't like listen to the average person, or like consider like consider what the average person wants, because you have like these elitists who like don't really know anything about anything, or at the New York Times, and you know what I mean, like fucking writing opinion pieces all day long, and just like getting tons of money and tons of influence, blue check marks on Twitter. Literally, I was read an article about it years ago with Trump, and the race literally to get to the Trump to tweet, to respond to Trump's tweets. I mean, like, how fucked up like does our culture have to be, for the like it's not it's not even Trump. Do you know what I mean? Like it's it's everyone. It's like it's what we've like brought upon, and it was just such a dumb decision to have an elitist like Joe Biden then come in and take his place. Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Anyway, that's like more like, well, the social and the political, right? They are always intertwined, unfortunately. But the like the journalism stuff, though, right? Things ought to be more like just the facts, as they say, right? The objective, was it Dan Rather who said that? Or who was the guy? There was like one guy who was saying he like came through just I think it was Walter Cronkite. In fact, I think someone in the chat brought him up recently. Or no, someone. It's just like, basically, it's like, just this unfortunate thing of like the days of Walter Cronkite, Walter Cronkite are over. They shouldn't be over, but somewhere along the way we decided, no, we want this like sensationalistic bullshit or something, right? Um, I don't know. It's all stupid. But like I had a kind of main point, and I'm trying to remember. Like, it was kind of about like Trump and the spectacle. Oh yeah, well, you don't listen to the people, and then you just get this like uh I mean, because it's like, let's face it, like a lot of the people that it's not surprising. Like, it's to me it's a mixture of things, right? But there is also the basic truth of like, well, to be fair, a lot of the people who are going to like make a living off of just writing about stuff, you know, are probably going to be like your more ivory tower upper class types. So it's really not surprising when you get, so much like media that reflects that. Um, and ironically, like as time has gone on, like that reflection of like what that is has become much more liberal. There's that's it's or and I shouldn't even say it's liberal, but it's also like self-flagellating, as they say, right? So like um Oh, it just keeps getting worse. So no one wants to be part of it. You know what I mean? No, I mean, well, not no one, but like a lot of people, like the like middle America or something, right? Like the average person, like you're alienating these people, you know? So anyway, like um I'm not surprised by that. Um it's just unfortunate. Um so oh yeah, right. So with the media, right? So that's why I say like decentralized media, you know? I mean, the more like um under the umbrella of law and order, right? And all, like I think media is like one of the few places where we would actually do well to kind of have the distribution methodol methodologies, right? I guess, right, be as basically diverse as possible. Um, it shouldn't be that there are like five companies like distributing most media. You know what I mean? That's completely dumb. Um, you want to get rid of this notion of MSM, mainstream media and stuff. Decentralized media, make it as essentially diverse as possible. Like I'm saying, this is an area where this is really good. You know, um, because then you really do get choice. You know what I'm saying? Like you actually get like freedom from that. Um, and again, I don't know that it's exactly the same in government. It's probably good to some degree, but at least in media, I would think that that's true. And I mean, I don't know. That's just more my wheelhouse, I guess, too. Like the arts, the quote unquote arts, so to speak, and then that winds up translating into media because you need, of course, a vehicle through which to transmit these things, and then, of course, you wind up running into whether it be record labels or film production companies or whatever. There are always going to be the quote unquote distributors, right? So it's like, you know, um, I mean, they're who's really in charge, unfortunately. And so you have to diversify that. It's simple, you know? It just in order to like maintain a certain amount of the choice for like the public, for you to be able to like make a choice and for it to make a difference, uh it's like it's like some dumb like Facebook meme or something you might see where it's where it's like they're offering you Coke or Pepsi, but they're made by the same company. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. That's a stupid example. Like where it's the illusion of choice kind of thing. Well, in order for it to not be an illusion, there has to be actual choice. And knock on wood, we do have it to some degree, but there's just such pushback because there's great incentive in the homogenization of this stuff, right? Because it's like, well, yeah, the consolidation of power, right? It's funny. I was just talking about this kind of stuff with my dad actually, and it did actually have to do with like globalism and stuff, and I think that's the thing. Like, when he pointed it out, it was funny because like, um, well, yeah, just because even he could see how that winds up being the other fear. Like I hadn't even thought that. I was like, oh yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. It is that's that too. That's why people are so threatened by this stuff. It's just that you got to have like individual choice. I mean, it's like, yeah, look at the internet. Of course of course we're moving towards this more interconnected world. The way that you stop that from being a threat is to always preserve freedom and individuality in the equation. It's really that simple. You know what I'm saying? So, well, that's at least my take on it with like media. I don't really know. The government is a more tricky is more I don't even know that it's more complicated. It's just, well, it probably is, but I just don't know enough about it to comment on it as much as media. Anyway, in what areas do you come across as more conservative, CJ? Oh, I mean, it's just like, uh, well, like, okay, I mean, like, I don't even want to really get into it that much, man. I'm sorry. It's a really good question, but it's like, I kind of, if you just, I don't think it requires much explanation. Like, you've probably seen enough of me talking. Maybe I'm not as conservative as I think I am. I don't know. I just, but, um, well, like I was just saying, like all those sorts of things. I mean, it's not that anyone is necessarily saying abortion is good, but like I'm definitely saying abortion is not good. And like, I mean, I like with art and stuff. I do feel like that there's like a certain amount of like responsibility that needs to be taken in that, and I think it's in life too. But I also, I mean, I feel like I would be sort of a hypocrite to say that, but it's also part and parcel with my getting older and realizing it's just the very basic thing of with freedom coming responsibility, um I always say this, but it's like even Dennis Hopper said that about Easy Rider, and like that was exactly what I noticed when I first watched that, like fairly recently. I watched it twice, and I was like, I'm telling you, I'm like, God is watching. That's what's going on right there. And it's funny because you guys say that about God is watching here. So let me get into that. But I'm saying that's really, because with Easy Rider, it's the whole thing about the counterculture and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, well, if the guy who made it himself is even saying, like, that what would appear to be the tragic ending or whatever of that movie and everything is like, no, not to spoil anything, but it's just, it's about how freedom necessitates responsibility. So anyway, like I mean, it's just these just things that tend to come across as like more conservative or something like, or at the very least like traditional. I mean, like I consider myself Christian, and like I don't see a lot of it's very like seems very like uncool these days, I guess, to like say stuff like that. Or it's like it's uncool, like anything that like resembles responsibility or something seems to come across as like, well, like that it's antithetical to freedom, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that, like I'm a believer in both, it's not an oxymoron. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing of like God gave us. I was saying this earlier too, right? But like, the whole thing of like God gave us free will. Like it's not an oxymoron. It makes perfect sense because it makes your choice important. Like. So anyway, like, just stuff like that. I mean, right? The traditional family values and so forth. It's like, um, just simple wholesomeness. I know that like everyone likes that stuff, but I mean, I don't know, man. It's a lot of people I see around it. They at least they act like they thrive in this total rebellious state of like anti everything like good. It's like, I mean, I know it sounds silly, but it's like it's a lot of people. They at least seem to pretend that they at least like strike that pose because I mean, I'm 26 years old, so I'm not super young, but young enough to where, it's like, yes, everyone I see on my fucking Instagram is like, abortions for everybody, and like, and, religion is killing everyone. And, yeah, Black Lives Matter, you know, just like, we should all, it's like kids should be trans. Well, they're not necessarily saying that, but that kind of thing. And it's like I just like disagree with like all of that stuff. So like, well, so that's how I feel. That's when I feel like I come across as more conservative. Um, and plus, I mean, I'm in Massachusetts, which is basically a blue state for lack of a better word, and like, uh, oh yeah, and like vaccines and all that. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, hopefully I don't get fucking the CIA doesn't come get me, but it's like I didn't get vaccinated. You know what I mean? Like everyone around me is like, "Oh, you didn't get vaccinated? What do you mean? Hold on a second. Do you care about humanity?" No, you know what I mean? So, like, it's these things, and I'm like, actually, very much so. Okay, it's really like irritating, right? But well, but I mean, just since day one, I mean, I've just been so skeptical, especially these like internet like armchair politicians and stuff. Um, virtue signaling, all that kind of stuff too. Just so obvious, you see it from a mile away. I don't believe in polygamy, really. You know, like at all. I think it's like I'm a supporter of monogamy. Like there's like all these things that I never really thought. Well, I don't know. I never really thought about it that much, I guess, until like recent years. But I just these are just things that I guess make me relatively conservative. But I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me. You know, I mean, I will say I've been pleasantly surprised when I come on here talking with people who it's like even people I get along with anyone basically that's like rational and good and like good. So, um so I guess I'm not surprised. It's just it's a good crowd, okay? Well, it's and I don't entirely like credit myself either because a lot of you guys are from TWFP, so it's part of that too. But it's like a lot of what I think it is really, and it sounds cliche, but I think what it is like it's an audience of free thinkers, and and that's the thing of okay, I hear where you're coming from. I hear where you're coming from, and I mean I try to be like that too. I try to be nuanced and open and all that. So um oh right, so I would basically say like basically I would come on here and saying these things, and I was like kind of surprised. I don't really meet much pushback on this stuff because and hopefully that means I'm doing something right in the sense that I try to be have common sense and just be sensible and stuff. I don't think that being having quote unquote leftist values or whatever means that you don't have common sense or that you're not sensible. You know, but I do think that the rightist quote unquote rightist values they've kind of co-opted that. Um, but I will say it no pun intended, but it kind of makes sense that they would because it's like the left is kind of the party of very simply, right? I think like the left is kind of the party of freedom and the right is kind of the party of responsibility. Um so like getting keyed into that was what would make me start saying stuff like that. But anyway, my point is that I mean I was surprised because um um like 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 I said basically just not meeting that much pushback even for people who are more maybe leftists or something because I think at the end of the day it's like in fact but oh whoa big hot take right but basically that it's like above but that it really is above like the left right dichotomy. dare I say, maybe it even is about good and evil, you know? And it's like, luckily, there's like, you know, a lot of people in here are more, you know, relying towards the good, you know what I mean? But, yeah, I mean, you know, that's getting lofty with it, obviously. I'm making the moral judgment here, but it's like, what? Basically, that no one has been like, you know, you are incredibly conservative. You know what I mean? I'm like, right? Um, you know, so yeah, you know. So that is something to consider, you know. But yeah, relative to the I what you're saying here, I mean, it's um, it might be a lot of Massachusetts folk. It's not everybody. In fact, most people in my real life, I'm telling you, man, people online, they bandwagon, you know, more than even in daily life. Like, um, remember with the Black Lives Matter, you post a black square and stuff like that. But a lot of them are pretty militant, you know. I guess you'd kind of be surprised, but it is, I think, a lot of play acting, a lot of, again, it's virtue signaling, you know. It's just like, that's the thing happening now, and you gotta like show your solidarity or whatever, and you gotta, right, and it's just like, I don't know, and I've just never done any of that. I don't care, and it's I don't even know. Some people, it might not even be conservative. Maybe it's just selfish or uncaring. Maybe people would just call me that. I don't think that's true about me, but I, you know, I just, some people would be like, that's right. It's not that you're even conservative. It's just that you're selfish and uncaring. But I'll tell you though, right? Isn't that what they say with a lot of people? They always say it's if you're, you know, like more selfish and uncaring than you're conservative or something, you know? That's totally part of what I'm saying now too, which is like, no, it's the opposite. No, I'm just kidding. It's not necessarily the opposite, but it's you know what I mean. Um, it's just like I'm not very like another thing is that like I don't really think like subjectivism and relativism especially, right, are good, really. You know what I mean? Like I can respect them to like a degree, but I don't think they should be like the it's chaotic, you know. I mean, and I am sort of a fan of order in some degree, or at least some kind of like moral order. I tend to find though, at least doing this like stream and I don't know, like when I go when I talk to people in real life, and when I go on here and everything, that knock on wood, of course, things tend to be, I guess you could say, less volatile than they appear to be. Maybe it's because I'm being maybe even overly agreeable. I don't know, right? But I do find that though, it's which is good. But the consensus like seems to be of everyone that there's this like this volatility, division and volatility and everything. I suppose so, but I feel like a lot of the stuff that I'm saying though, people you get labeled alt right. You know what I mean, for like saying stuff like that, you know, or whatever, right? Or I mean, you could say, well, oh, you're, you know, it's like that's just only like closed minded people that would do that. I'm like, well, a lot of people are closed minded, I guess, because that's, you know, I see that a lot. Not for myself, thank God, because I don't want to be called anything bad like that, you know. But well, you get the point. It's like um, it's like you don't have if you don't have a black fist on your Instagram profile picture, you're a bigot, like I mean, it's but that's extreme, I will admit that I don't think that people think as black and white, no pun intended, right? As black and white as that. It's not always that as extreme as that. But, there's that general sentiment though, like I said, of like it's like but there's the right thing to do, and like the right thing to do is like, you know, get vaxxed, donate to the defunding of the cops or whatever, it's like you got to make sure to post about the black how you are sorry black owned businesses, like that's like a big one, and you got to capitalize the B in black, you know what I mean, black, and it's like white girls posting about it. It's really like that's what I'm talking about when I say I'm conservative. I'm saying not that. I'm saying opposed to that, and double masked and like people that most people you would think would just like make fun of, but it's actually like seems to be very like popular sentiments, um, you know, you know, literally fascism, you know what I mean? Like it's and just like all that. I'm talking in opposition to that stuff. But man, even my friend Sam, who's like who identifies as sort of like pretty far left, we agree on a lot. It's actually pretty hilarious because you know what I mean. Because like I really think the more that I learn about quote unquote politics, the more I learn that it's fake. It's like the more that I learn, it's really all just like moral judgments and that we can all, so long as you like have a bit of like openness and like dare I say humility, like basically there's not to sound overly like naive or optimistic, but basically there's hope for us all to meet somewhere in the middle, to meet on the to be on the same page, etc., etc. You know what I mean? So it's maybe out in California, maybe out in Hollywood or something. It's really bad. I believe that, but um, no, there's an extreme picture that gets painted that may not necessarily be true to life. Um, I think people, if I'm being again like a little optimistic here, basically people are a bit more sensitive. I mean, sensible than something like what they post on Instagram would indicate, which I think is totally dumb and it's just it's just dumb, but and wrong. But that's just how it is. You put on this persona of super simple, right? You want to just like put on this persona, you're like super loving and caring or whatever, and it's the easiest way to do it. We're a culture of convenience, blah blah blah. You know, it's probably particularly an American thing, not hating on America, but I mean, convenience, America. It's like just put a Ukraine flag, right? That's the other big new thing, right? Oh, how would you never like we gotta ban all the Russian like media and stuff. Like, did you guys see? You can't even go on Russia Today on YouTube. I'm like, what? Who's saying that I what? Like, who's saying that the Russian people didn't do anything wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can say what you want about Vladimir Putin and like blah 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 and the government, but it's like, just like with everything else, right? I just can't stand the saying, but it's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, like with everything else, man. It's like, oh, Russia is bad. It's like, no, maybe the government is bad, but well, it's just this crazy nonsense. You would think based on when things are conservative, right? And things about like being like censored and stuff. But like again, not a hot take, but it's like yeah, it does seem like the quote unquote left, whatever, right? They're the ones that they try to censor people because, for lack of a better like expression, it's like they don't like your tone, or like, there's like, there's what you're saying smacks of white supremacy, or just like nonsense. You know what I mean? It's like, we as a society have to stand against these people, because they're just petty uh, dividers. You know what I mean? These are people, like, it's lots of people who I think maybe, I mean, who kind of like thrive on like stoking division. Um, and that's what I mean when I say I feel more conservative, because it's in the name. It's, you conserve. You kind of, it's like, keep it to yourself. You know what I mean? So anyway, I mean, well, focus on yourself, your family, your friends, your community first, you know, and prioritize that. It's like, don't try to be solving the economic problems in Kenya. You know what I mean? When, like, you can't, when you haven't, when you're like me and you haven't moved out of your parents' house. Do you know what I mean? Like, uh, and no, just because you live in a loft in New York City doesn't make you any kind of moral authority. Uh, anyway, you know what I mean? All right, sorry. Let me just like catch up with the chat here. Choosing reality. Remember on that. Thank you, Jake Forrest. Yeah, I don't know why Boba Fett's one eye is enlarged. God's laws were created because Stone Age civic systems couldn't police the vast expanse of the countryside. God's watching is only tuned for the civic impedance. God's watching equals CCTV. It's like, well, it's like, it's not the kind of thing, it shouldn't be used as like a threat. I mean, it's like, maybe sometimes, but it's like, it's not. That sentiment ought to be something that's more reassuring than anything else, if you know what I mean. No, I'm saying it ought to be. I'm not saying it always is, and I mean, well, whatever, right? But I mean, well, you guys said that a long time ago, so I'll just catch up. But that's a whole top. That's a whole other topic. God is watching you, that kind of thing. It's not. It's. I don't think that it should be something seen as like Big Brother. It's supposed to be comforting. I mean, I think it is. It's not the same. It is, but it is of course about moral judgment. But why shouldn't there be? Like, there should, and I think there is. I think it has to do with God. I mean, that's a pretty strong feeling that that's the case here. Just, that it comes from God. But anyway, I guess it's not illusion of choice per se. Well, God and Jesus Christ, in my opinion, but you know what I mean. I guess it's not illusion of choice per se. Jake Forrest says, I guess it's not illusion of choice per se, but illusion of competition, since money goes in the same hands as many quote unquote competing brands are owned by the same company. Yeah, exactly. The Jensennial says the jealous God is antithetical to freedom. Don't believe equals eternal punishment. It's pretty simple stuff. Well, the jealous God thing. I mean, that's like, you know, Sounds like Christopher Hitchens or something, you know? It's just like, ugh. You know, I mean, I haven't read the full Bible. It's just the basic ideas, the tenets, if you will, you know, are good. It's just that, like, I don't know, man. I have to learn. I have to like learn more about this stuff because I don't know if jealous. I don't know if there should be emotion even attributed to God. You know what I mean? I'll say that. Other than good, and that's not an emotion. You know, that's just a quality. So good, right? Literally, no pun intended. Right? So good, so good, so good. But anyway, yeah, Massachusetts. I don't know. Geez, those Massachusetts folks who meet are so judgy. Right, it really depends. Polygamy may be allowed for Muslims in Singapore. You have to apply and get approval. If you're super fucking rich, you can provide a house, maintenance, etc. for each wifey. So the poor horny dudes just go overseas with their girlfriends and get married there. Less regulated places like Indonesia. Mrs. Mom says something very nice. Thank you, Mrs. Mom. She says, I came here because you were a regular in TWFP's chat. I stayed because of you. I go to a lot of channels and not everyone is watchable, or kind, or interesting. You are all three. Thank you very much, Mrs. Mom. It's very encouraging. And what Jake Forrest says. Thank you very much too, Jake Forrest. He says, word. And Mrs. Mom takes it, all caps, word. It takes a special kind of person to be able to host amazingly chill live streams of truth and reality. Thank you very much, Jake Forrest. I really appreciate that. Winston's mom says the left is also conscientious. CJ, responsibility is conscientiousness. I don't know. I mean, well, so both sides have conscientious people. The difference is in how we prioritize our morals. Conservatives prioritize purity first. Liberals value inclusion first. Jonathan Haidt's moral foundation theory. I actually took one of those. I took one of those Jonathan Haidt moral. I took one of those Jonathan Haidt's moral foundation theory tests recently, and I got, I actually got like a ridiculous amount, like a ridiculously high amount of purity in what I answered. Um, but I might have to retake it or take a different and or better test. My moral, Winston's mom says, my moral foundation relies on my staff to do good and not harm others. I can't get forgiveness from a deity. I rely on Steph to live well here and now and in my future and follow the golden rules. Um, well, the golden rule, I don't know about the golden rules plural, but the golden rule, so to speak, which is of the Bible, do unto others as you would have done unto you, is a perfectly golden rule. You know? Um, the forgiveness thing, I mean, that's more complicated. I guess I'm curious as to why you feel as though you can't get forgiveness from a deity. I mean, I understand what you're saying about self reliance, though. Of course, following the golden rules. I mean, as long as you're a good and moral person and all of that, of course, right? Which I know you are, but you know, yeah. I mean, you can't really get more. I mean, what you said is good. It's just the deity thing. I mean, I'm not sure about that, but yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying there. Jake Forrest says, "Why do you think people virtue signal CJ? Me no understand humans." I mean, it's very simple. People want to appear better than they are and fit in. Like they want to go along to get along. Sometimes even it's because they actually really do want to do what's good, but they just don't even know what they believe and they just co-sign with whatever the like prevailing sentiment of their surroundings is or something like that, you know? But So it might not be purposeful. I mean, but in most cases, the idea of virtue signaling is that it's very purposeful. What's interesting is that it's not always purposeful. And you can't always know, like no one's ever going to admit to being virtues to virtue signaling, you know. I mean, or at least maybe in hindsight, but like it's very rare. Have you guys ever seen it? I don't know, I've never seen anyone say, yeah, I'm just virtue signaling here, you know. um Everyone kind of does it too, to some extent. I mean, or like, you know, there are virtues, and to signal about them is not necessarily bad, but in terms of like the general connotation is like, you know, co-signing with a popular sentiment so as to fit in. I think that would be the I think that would be my answer, honestly. You know what I mean? So Winston's mom says existentialism, a philosophical theory or approach which emphasizes the existence of the individual person as a free and responsible agent determining their own development through acts of the will. The Centennial says everyone who is not a nihilist is virtue signaling something. Virtue signaling as a trope is overrated. Is buzzwordism. Yeah, it's funny you said that because that's kind of like what I'm getting into now. You know what I mean? That's good. That's a good point there, dude. Uh, Winston's mom says, "Are you an existentialist?" That's a good question, and it's funny that you would ask. I'm curious if you think that I come across that way because I have always been and still am very interested in existentialism, and but of course I'm not interested in any kind of like nihilistic philosophies, but I mean, like I've said, you know, I'm more interested in these sort of conservative and Christian points of view. But like lately, though, for example, like I really want to get more into like Soren Kierkegaard, you know, because he's like a Christian existentialist, and I think that might be in some regards like what I consider myself. It very much so might be, you know, like kind of like a Christian existentialist, you know. Um, but this definition here of existentialism is on point. You know, it's a existentialism is a catch-all term. Most philosophers consider the nature of the human condition as a key philosophical problem, and you share the view that this problem is best addressed through ontology. Ontology. Ontology, basically as ways of being, right? So yeah, that's why I would say I don't know. Maybe I am. It's something like a some kind of Christian existentialist. I mean, like that. I mean, I think they're putting labels on things like that I do get closer by the day to being able to comfortably label this stuff, you know. But I'm obviously still learning about a lot in life, as we all are. You know, we're all students of life. Oh, students of God, or well, you know, yeah, students of God and Jesus Christ. That's the thing about the belief of it, though, is like it's like with Jesus, right? Like everything he said was like objectively good. So the deeper question is the level of like faith or belief or whatever you have in that stuff of being like transcendent or something. And I mean, I think that it is, I'm still like wrestling with these like sort of important questions in you know, in many ways. But it's like Well, it's literally like the lyric in the Kanye West song "Follow God." And he says, wrestling with God, I don't really want to wrestle. Like, literally. So good. Like, so true and good. Um, that is kind of how I'm feeling about it lately, you know what I mean? So anyway, like, swimming begins around 8-ish. I'm starting to get tired. Yeah, dopamine too, though. So sensory debate is dual projection. The right is banning books, and the hold on. The right are banning books, and the left are moderating social media. It's all the same thing. Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. It's some truth in that. Yeah. The both sides tend to think that like certain ideas are dangerous, I guess, right? And it's like, I mean, I think we ought to be open to all ideas that aren't evil. Of course, then there's well, what is good and evil? It's like, well, not harming yourself or others, of course, is like one of the easier definitions of what is not evil. You know what I mean? So anyway, yeah. But right, this thing of just banning. Yeah, yeah. It's funny, right? Because the right calls it banning, the left calls it moderating. You know what I mean? It's like so funny and like that is the funny truth of well, kind of mostly of the left. You know what I mean? It's like 'cause it's basically doing the same thing, but calling it something else. But what you're saying is exactly right. So yeah, I just noticed that though. It's funny. Elaborating on Russia Today here. Thank you, Winston's mom. Sorry, a little behind here, but America was. I'm just gonna read this to myself and like address it after. Sorry, it's a lot to read and speak because like, it tends to keep me behind in the chat too. It's better that I just address this stuff rather than speak everything out loud. I could. Well, I meant to say it's better not that I not speak everything out loud and just address everything. That's crazy though. About the like what the heck is that all about? Unforeseen business interruption events. Like okay, bizarre. And that's an interesting, you know, just weird media government relationship there. Very strange. Um Jake Forrest says, "Yeah, I like your Christian views, CJ. I agree that God is watching. It's supposed to be a reassuring thing. Sometimes the only justice one gets is knowing that God knows." Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Jake Forrest. I agree with that. Jake Forrest says, "Lol." The camera politely stares at the ceiling until he finishes yawning. I know. I try not to rudely yawn at the audience. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean. I well, oh. I'm just kidding. It made me yawn a little bit. Made me yawn a little bit. No, but yeah, I prefer to because it just kind of looks bad too. It looks stupid yawning, but well, this guy's very just hardwired and it conserves me change to be always gaggly your body's instinct is hardwired into our brains. I have sort of a you know fairly high disgust sensitivity too. I don't necessarily, I mean, knock on wood, but well, because I have kind of like a problem, sort of a phobia, really, of vomiting. So like, I don't really gag easily per se, but I do get that reaction. I like disgusted fairly easily. I don't know. I always thought that I've had pretty sort of kind of slightly high disgust sensitivity. Sorry, I meant to say a fairly high disgust sensitivity. For nature and nurture, I've heard people in the chat say that dog whistles are symphony for conservative ideology. I think it was Klaus Schwab who said that, and he got some affirmations. He was proud when I called it dog whistles. Dog whistle. Um, I mean, it depends on what they're saying. I mean, if it's just some fucking Nazi, well, that's evil, and that's what people dog whistle about, you know. Oh, 1488 or whatever, you know, and they think they're so clever. Everyone knows that stuff, though, you know. So if they think they're being clever, they're just not. I mean, you know, it's like people have been on to this stuff since at least like 2018. You know what I mean? Like, um, you know, ever since Vox started putting out articles about, you know, alt right dog whistling, terms. You know, here's what keck really means, like whatever. You know what I mean? It's like so annoying. It's all dumb, you know. And like, 4chan is dumb too. You know, I never went on 4chan. All this stuff is stupid. I mean, it's kind of just like childish rage. You know what I mean? Like it's not good. Anger, hatred. You know, it's all evil. You know what I mean? In the Keck thing, it is chaos. It's the god of chaos. What do you think? These people are fucking, you know, like, the Nazis did black magic, okay? Like, fucking, they're satanic, fucking occultists, okay? Like, ridiculous. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. But, you know, it's all part of the same thing. Fucking ridiculous. So dumb. Anyway, if you want to call it just dog whistle. Ridiculous. It was perhaps a misfortune in my life that I am interested in far too much, but not decisively in any one thing. All my interests are not subordinated, and one can stand on equal footing. Soren Kierkegaard. It's a great quote. I've just now come from a party where I was life is soul. Witticism streamed from my lips. Everyone laughed and admired me, but I went away. Yes, the dash should be as long as the radius of the Earth's orbit. And wanted to shoot myself. What is that? That's great. I love Kierkegaard. The proud person always wants to do the right thing, the great thing. But because he wants to do it in his own strength, he is fighting not with man, but with God. Soren Kierkegaard. Brilliant. Genius. It's meant to say genius. Jake Force says, I got a blaze. Always good to see you and hear your views, CJ. Hope I'll see you around sometime soon. And bye, Winston's mom, Jen, Zennial, and Boba. The face. Heart. Man, thank you very much, and thank you for being here, Jake. I glad to have you here. Hope you come back soon. I'll be streaming more. Come back. Definitely come hang around here anytime. It's a pleasure having you, man. And it's always good to see and hear your views too, my friend. No, for real though. This place is, after all, sort of a. Yes, I have the benefit of having the camera on me or whatever, but the monologuing. But you know, after all, it is basically a dialogue. I was saying this earlier. This would be just me ranting if it wasn't just for the chat. I mean, it's still me ranting, but you know what I mean. It's a dialogue, and you guys are crucial. I meant to say, you guys are important here, so certainly thank you for being here. Peace out, dude. Yeah, it's like the more I kind of want to read like a book from Kierkegaard or something. It's like Kierkegaard, like C.S. Lewis, you know? I'm trying to get like more into C.S. Lewis and stuff, you know? Like he wrote that book, Mere Christianity. Uh, well, obvious. Well, everyone knows he did The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, you know, like Narnia and everything. But he also was a Christian. He wrote Mere Christianity. Um, who are some other thinkers I've been interested in lately? Well, a lot of people, but I mean, uh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, what do you guys think about like Ayn Rand? Honestly, I think some of what she says is like makes sense. Like, um, I've heard people say though, for example, that like Atlas Shrugged like isn't necessarily a good book because or whatever, but I'd be interested to read it honestly. Um, Someone who's absolutely problematic and who I know I but who I'm a little bit interested in is that guy Julius Evola. Is that how you pronounce his name? Talk about problematic, but in all ways. But fascinating. He was part of that like Italian like futurist. I mean, he was literally a fascist, but he was also like a total occultist. And I mean, I don't even know. You look at the guy and you think, I don't know, this guy might be evil, you know, but like very interesting. Uh, like you know, sort of dangerous philosophers. You know, well, he wrote the book. Amazing title called Revolt Against the Modern World. So good. Um, um, I don't know. It's just looking at some other people too. Like, yeah, Rand. Speaking of the Gen Zennial says Rand question mark dot dot dot. Speaking of vomiting dot dot dot. It does seem like maybe a little, well, dare I say, extreme. Well, goes without saying, right? It's very self-serving, but it's kind of ironic too, isn't it? Because she talked about objectivism, but what it kind of sounds like is more like subjectivism. You know, like what is that all about? I don't know. She's interesting though. I need to like read more about her. I remember learning about her in school though, and sort of being like, oh, some of what she's saying makes sense here. It's kind of like self determinism, which I don't know if that's anti like I don't really know what her religious views were or anything, right? Because isn't determined like if it was she's anti-determinist, I mean, is she against God or you know what I mean? But at the same time, I know what she means about like free will and individuality. So like it's literally exactly what I was just talking about, like freedom, just at least about I meant to say freedom and individuality. You know what I mean? Anyway, Mrs. Mom says, Jake, peace out, dude. CJ, Gen X, are you fellows thinking Jake is a dude? Well, I mean, the name Jake, I thought so. I don't know. It is 2022. No, I'm just kidding. But whatever people say, but it's the current year, so like Jake could be a girl. I don't know. Hey, Jake Forrest though. I just thought, what I mean, Jacob, right? Thought he was a dude. I don't know. Is he not, or is she not? Who is that? That just blew my mind. No, I'm just kidding. But I just assumed so. I assumed his gender. I mean their gender. I don't know. He never corrected me. I don't know. Hey, if anyone ever feels ever, yeah, it's like feel free to correct me. Um, Rand. Oh yeah, it's interesting. The Gen Zennial says Peterson is basically the 21st century Rand. IMHO. I mean, I could see that. They're. Do you think that they're both? Well, because I always tend to see. I mean, I always think of Peterson as being an ENTJ. Like, I don't really care what anyone says. I just think he's ENTJ. And then when people, I think, always say Rand is INTJ, right? So it kind of makes sense, at least from like a typological, well, also philosophical standpoint. But I don't know how many beliefs they actually like share, but I totally feel what you're saying there. Like, yeah, so Winston's mom says Rand advocates for selfishness. While I grok too many cooks spoil the broth, and that the needs of the many should not outweigh the needs of the one. Ain steps outside my social contract ideals. Well, yeah, she seems a little bit like really willing to detach, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if that's what I mean by like extreme. I don't know if that's necessarily the good way to go, right? It seems a little like he had to put literally like putting on blinders, right? It's like, well, you can't escape your like well, your dealings with others. It's almost impossible. Unfortunately for us introverts. No, I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean? Like whatever people want to say. I don't even know what type I am anymore, but I mean, I can be very introverted. So, but I get it, like that idea. It's like, oh yeah, wouldn't it be great to whatever? But no, it's like you have responsibilities. Like you can't do that, and that's hey, it's rich coming from me, right? Because like I got to be more responsible. But so the funny thing though, right? Like with me talking about all this stuff anyway, with the with freedom comes responsibility and stuff. It's like I need to be more responsible in my life and stuff. I mean, more at least more in like a practical sense. Maybe in some ways I might hopefully have at least some of the morals down, but not a lot of the like practicals, if that's even a word. Um, which reminds me, like I have to switch the laundry. I'm actually probably gonna head out soon. I'm getting pretty tired. But yeah, the Gen Zennial says I believe Jake identifies as a dude. Yes. Well, now I'm curious. The man who does not value himself cannot value anything or anyone. Ayn Rand, the virtue of selfishness, a new concept of egoism. Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't know if the ego is good. There's truth though in that. I mean, it might just be that thing of the kernel of truth in whatever in any philosophy, but I mean that's kind of what I like. I don't know. Maybe I kind of like Ayn Rand. I don't know. Like, it's. I think it's a healthy sense of pride. That would be the best way of putting it, right? Um, I like that. You know. Uh, Lou, thank you for being here. Yes, thank you very much. This is CJ. Glad you're alive. Missed you, buddy. Jake is a female. Okay, okay. Jake is a female. Okay. I'm like, glitching. No, I'm just kidding, but well, I guess that explains. Does anyone know? I mean, is what? So what is? I don't want to be asking this stuff without her being here, but does is Jake Forrest like the name of a character, or is she trans? Like, can I ask that? I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, but whatever. But I, well, because I want to say something, but I don't want it to come across as offensive. It's a compliment, but I'd like to get it straight before I say it. But if anyone has any answers to that, just whatever, just tell me in the chat. But that, of course, is Jake Forrest's business and nobody else's. The Jen Zenil says, okay, my joke. Well, my joke just ate shit. Thanks for clarification. Well, oh no, did it happen again? What happened? What was the joke? I don't even see the joke here. Maybe the Jake bit? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so, but maybe. I'm not sure. You know the two, if you see now, your best friends love everything about you except the things that count, and your most important is nothing to them, nothing, not even a sound they can recognize. That's amazing. Ayn Rand, the Fountainhead. I swear by my life and my love of it that I will never live for the sake of another man, nor ask another man to live for mine. That's from Atlas Shrugged. I loved that book. It was my Catcher in the Rye. That's awesome, yeah. Wow. I know, I think I kind of like Ayn Rand. I believe Jake is a cis lady from my understanding, just a preference for the name. This month's this amazing book. I'm astonished and impressed to know this book meant so much to you. I'm glad to know this. Yeah, I love that. It's awesome. I yeah, I know. I'm like a little surprised too. Not necessarily just people just always talk so bad about Ayn Rand and that book, I feel like. I I love the I don't know though. I think I really like Ayn Rand. But also I know Lou, to be fair, Lou, actually you don't really get too political or anything like that, but well, I don't know. I guess I thought it's the same thing as I was saying about Jen Zenial earlier, although he gets a little more like vocal in that regard, but well, you know, I thought you were maybe like more sort of liberal or leftist or something, but it's Atlas Shrugged. People always are like, "Oh, it's a conservative book," and blah 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 blah. So I was a little surprised, but not that you were. But like everyone else in here, you're very like it's you're not like there's no nonsense, you know. So it's like so it's hard to pinpoint. I like that though about all you guys because I can always say, oh, it's like a vague sense of like maybe where you lie in the left right spectrum or whatever, but at the end of the day, there isn't really a most of you guys don't really aren't like super easy to pinpoint, which is good, you know. um I think cuz it's like well, you know, when it comes to political bullshit. I meant to say like political spectrum bullshit. Sorry, political compass bullshit. Political compass bullshit. Anyway, talk about Jake identifying, etc. I always end up with that gun in my face in this situation. Yeah, I figured. I know what you mean. Lou says, lol, people hate her, and I won't say I agree with her politics. She was a traumatized person looking through her lens. Okay, well, that kind of, like, explains more. About her, I mean. But that's, like, well, it kind of adds some, like, depth to, no pun intended, right? To her perception there. I think she's onto something, though. She's pretty good. Yeah, though, right? Anyway, I was gonna say, for as it's might sound bad or somehow un PC or something, but well, it's I think all sorts of people are sweet, like are capable of being sweet. But I did notice a distinct sweetness to Jake and to in what I guess she would say that has me basically not surprised that she's a girl and or woman or preference for the name, huh? What the heck? Well, she never corrected me on that, so I'll have to just be mindful of that going forward. Um, yeah, it's like Atlas Shrugged and the Fountainhead. Those are the big ones. Hmm. Yeah. Wait, sorry, hold on. Yeah, cool. So Lou says, I'm a progressive with regards to U.S. politics, probably pretty aligned with Gen X. I somehow managed to get a different message from Ayn Rand than most. Yeah, that all makes sense. Definitely. As his mom gives a quote here, talking about, okay, so the Fountainhead is a 1943 novel by Russian American author Ayn Rand, her first major literary success. The novel's protagonist, Howard Rourke, is an intransigent young architect who battles against conventional standards and refuses to compromise with an architectural establishment unwilling to accept innovation. A Luddite, arguably. The firm. Interesting. What does it mean? No, I'm just kidding, but well, I think people it doesn't like I don't know when the last time was that I saw this argument, but like someone said something like, "Oh, like her politics are so like obvious in her books or whatever." It's like is that necessarily a bad thing? I don't think so. It's like why would they not? Like why would her viewpoints? I guess it's just that like I don't know, maybe she's not as open or ambiguous or something than most. But again, not a bad thing. It's like so I might have to read at least those two books. Good stuff, guys. The waves just swallowed TJ's head. TJ gonna smell right now. I'm friggin' soaked, kid. Uh. Oh yeah. This one in here. We the Living. Remember liking that one too. Quick read. Nice. Yeah, she's definitely kind of badass. She liked Aquinas. I always get that wrong. Aquinas. He's someone else I need to get more into. For real. That's another great person to get into there. It says she was sharply critical of most philosophers and philosophical traditions known to her, except for Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas, and classical liberals. So it sounds like she's kind of right. It's a curse, you know, to be able to look higher than you're allowed to reach. You're randomly living. Amazing quote, huh? It's interesting. It's like, well, again, with that one, it's kind of like, what does it mean? I mean, I get it, but it's like, I think I know what she means. Yeah. To one who has faith, no explanation is necessary. To one without faith, no explanation is possible. Thomas Aquinas. I like that. I'm an objectivist now. Oh yeah, well the basic idea too of that whole thing of like that reality exists independently of consciousness, direct realism, etc., like that all makes sense to me too. It's pretty good. I was meant to say it's pretty true and good. Yeah, kind of winding down here a bit. I'm probably gonna stop streaming pretty soon.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Oh, so loud. Tropes, huh? What you mean? Yo, what up? Melting Zero says, "Yo, what's this channel about?" Good question. Does anyone know? Are you from talking with famous people like TWFP? Because there's a lot of people that come here from over there, but I don't think I've seen you around. Uh, if I wanted to be, why does this keep happening? It keeps cutting out. If I had to choose a few topics to narrow it down to, talk a lot about like music, film, writing, speaking, philosophy, psychology, language, typology. We talk about a lot of like personality type theory stuff too, you know. It's kind of a free for all. Sometimes I play music and stuff, you know, I organize the visuals here. It's a work in progress. I've been streaming only since like February. Nice. Mething Zero says, yes, sir, I'm from there. It's from TWFP. Nice. Yeah, and it's very helpful that people from over there started coming over. I've been going on there for years. Like literally years, like probably like 4 or 5 years. So, like, and I'd be going on the whereabys and stuff, and I just figured might as well start streaming, mess around. I got a new laptop, like for Christmas, and so I was like, well, might as well try streaming a bit, see what happens. I mean, I think I would like it to be more of a I don't know, a side project or something, but for the time being, it's kind of my main quote unquote project, so to speak. So I like it though, at the very least, even just to just be like talking, just to be interacting with people on here. It's always very like interesting, good people that come around on both TWFP and here. So it's just good, you know. But nice, Melting Zero says that sounds like a really awesome mix potentially. I appreciate that. Um, it's just it's cool you would say that because I feel like I just named like everything ever. But that is kind of it works out nicely because it's all the stuff that I'm interested in, and it turns out that uh, you know, people that come here are too, and so it's you're just trying to build a little something, a little, as I put it here, the little a little chill island oasis of truth and reality where we all dig for the treasures of truth and reality, so to speak. That's what I like to say. You know what I mean? Winston's mom says that this is about howdy. This is about the truth and reality. We conversate here on such as Oasis while we island at the chat, the soft waves lap. And O'Connell's angel appear on the screen. Yo, it's so true. Yes, exactly. My angels. Yeah, today it's Corinne Marchand and Agnes Varda's Cleo from 5 to 7. So good, beautiful, beautiful woman and beautiful film. Uh, only found TWFP a couple months ago and sucked it right up. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I was just talking about earlier how the Eric's notion of the like the real social media always really it was kind of inspiring to me, you know, because I thought like that's how it should be, like true like interactivity, you know what I mean? So that's why I like doing this too. Definitely. I mean, I said it earlier too, but I'll tell you now since you're here, like it's yeah, I get to express myself, but it's also this like interactivity that is definitely very amazing. I can see Ayn Rand. I I can remember seeing Aid. From the Phil Donahue show? She must have been pretty old at that point. She was frumpy and unpleasant, so that's how she comes off, right? Unless I read her books, and then it's like pretty people. Well, yeah, I know what you mean. What I consider pretty is not the norm. Yeah, not always, doesn't always have to be entirely like conventional, so to speak. But I totally know what you mean. Like, what are you gonna do, right? Uh, yeah, she doesn't. She always has that kind of that disposition. Melding Zero says, what you named first and foremost is a lens of contemplation, indirectly, even though you did name kind of everything. Did I do that? Steve Urkel voice. I guess I did. If that's the truth, if I did, then I did. It makes sense because that's kind of the truth. Well, it is the truth. It's the truth and reality. uh it kind of is about contemplation. That's a good way of putting it. Um it sort of just depends on what the mood is. I mean, a lot of times I'm ranting and stuff, but then there's always going to be that interactive element, and then sometimes, like I said, like a performative element on my end or something, playing a song or like organizing the look of the stream here, but sometimes even just playing videos. If I can, I like to play movies, but I was getting in trouble for that before for like copyright stuff. Music and movies, sorry, I'm saying like music and films, it's like a hard time. It's difficult, but if you do public domain movies though, no problem. So I kind of want to I'd actually like to get back into that. I was taking a little break from streaming for a little while, so I'm kind of like back into it now. So I'll be streaming more this. I'm probably gonna stop streaming soon, but I'll be streaming more, like tomorrow and/or this weekend. Um, and maybe we can do that then. That would be pretty cool. Um, yes. Uh, we're admirers of the transcendentals, the good, the true, and the beautiful. My favorite things. I think if I can speak for everybody here, I think there are all of our favorite things here on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. Sounds so pretentious, so lofty, but it's true. Indeed. True indeed, true indeed. Seriously. At least when you introduce the topics, that's what I inferred. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. I mean, you don't just like talk about all that stuff without a fair dose of like contemplation or however you want to put it. Like it's anything that tickles your fancy. As long as it's good. As long as it's good, true, and or beautiful. Literally. No. I mean, we talk about everything. There's also a lot of humor. We like to be funny. We like to be fun and funny. We get entertaining. Sometimes we get a little silly. And sometimes a little bit goofy. Don't tell anyone. Sometimes maybe a little bit spooky. There's a combination of spooky and goofy that they alternate. And then there's ooh, you know what I mean? But then it's like, right? You get, you know what I'm saying? And then there's also a lot of slapstick comedy. A lot of me, like, I'm hitting myself, I'm falling down, all stuff like that. It's good stuff, really. Jumping around. Some people say I'm say that I'm well, a lot of people compare me to Charlie Chaplin. and I'm talking like in his prime. I'm talking like City Lights, you know, like romantic, like a romantic comedy star, but like Charlie Chaplin in City Lights. People say I'm that to them, which is really nice because that's just amazing. No, I'm just kidding, but um, this is actually just a Harry Potter fan club. So move along if you're not interested in that. Hogwarts, you know what I'm saying? Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft, or whatever the hell that satanic bullshit is called. No, I'm just kidding. Right? You know what's the patriarchy? You know what? How come wizardry is okay, but witchcraft isn't? What's up with that? I mean, we know witchcraft is bad, but like, isn't wizardry bad too? Just saying, food for thought. This is the kind of like intellectual, like highbrow stuff that we talk about here. You know, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes we talk about Harry Potter. You know, the boy who lived. You know, played by Daniel Radcliffe in the films. I'm friends with Daniel and Emma on first name basis. Forgive me. You know, Emma Watson, of course. She was saying she was self partnered for a while, but now she's I'm partnered with her. She's partnered with me. We live together. Emma, can you come down here? No, sorry. She's like baking cookies, doing spells and shit. I don't know what her problem is. She thinks she is Hermione. She never really got over her role in Harold Potter. That's his full name, by the way. People don't really talk about that. Yeah, but you know, what house are you in? What house are you in? uh yeah, no. What do we talk about here? You know, we talk about the ocean, we talk about the trees, puppies, kitties. Melting Zero says, interesting thing I heard recently is that witch hunting wasn't really a thing during medieval times since people in Christianity thought the devil was defeated and magic came only from God anyway. Hold up. Just kidding, but let me do a double take here. Huh? Just kidding. Wait. Witch hunting was another thing during medieval. Bro, I wish we lived in that time when we thought the devil was defeated and like magical came only from God anyway. The good old days. Am I right? The good old days back in the medieval times. So good. Um, that's interesting though. Yeah, as you said, it is interesting. You know, yeah, and that it had only been when Christianity got weaker that people started believing in different things, looking for other devils. Ah, that is interesting. Even more interesting. I meant to say that. Now that is more interesting. Uh, wow, wow. Owen Wilson voice. Wow, we're also big fans of Owen Wilson here. The Wilson brothers. I mean, you know, I mean, particularly Owen and Luke, but we include Andrew. A lot of people don't know about Andrew. Mm-hmm. And that is when. So anyway, yeah, my house is Huffledore. It's a combination. I like it. I like it. Not getting pinned down to one house. Just like you know, don't let the types don't get pinned down to one personality type either. You know, I'm um I'm actually a type that has yet to be discovered. Can't even name it. I'm kind of a I'm a combination between like an ISTP and an ESFJ. And there's no name for it. It's the elusive truth. That's what they call it. That's what I call it. ET. Elusive truth. ET the extraterrestrial. And I do know Steven, you know. Spielberg. Mr. Spielberg. Steven. We're good friends. He's a regular here in the Chill Out Always Truth and Reality. And he just kind of hangs out. He doesn't really say much. Sort of surprising, you know? I mean, he says, and I quote, I would much rather hear CJ speak than to speak myself. That's what Steven Spielberg said about me. It's so nice of him to say. And so true, you know? People say INTP in reverse is ESFJ or ENTJ or ISFP. Nah, bro, it's PTNI, and that's what I am. Right, dude? People be getting it all wrong. Confession. Lou says, confession. I do kind of believe that magic comes only from God, though my definitions of God and magic are probably less than typical. Um, very interesting. No, I know what you mean, though. I hope so. Right? Jen Daniel says CJ's ASFP. What does that stand for? Asperger's fuck Foundation of Peru. No, I'm just kidding. You know, we're just simple sort of the Autism Spectrum Foundation of Peru. That's what I represent. Did you know that ESTPs are always strangely drawn to thinking about alien life? That's because their first two functions are SETI. Boom. Mic drop moment. That's amazing. I mean, could you elaborate? Why the SE and T? Am I? Oh, is that a joke? Uh oh. ET. Hey now. Hey now. But are you being serious? Because I could kind of see that too. Of course, they've got the polar NI, but you know, well, you know, maybe I'm thinking it a little too literally, but that's just because that's my type, you know, I'm super concrete, you know, I just don't, it's very literal. Very literal. What's up, Dark Sunshine? Says hello again. Hello again to you too. ANFP, ASTJ, take your pick. The A thing, yeah. Oh, I guess so. I probably am some kind of Delta Quadra. I don't even know. I don't even know what I am anymore. I'm like I'm every type. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to say I'm omni type. um, I love it. Melting Zero says CJ is an astrovert. That is dope. Wow, has no one ever? I've never heard anyone say that before. That's awesome. Yeah, that's right. I now deem myself an astrovert. Um, I think it's DNI that makes that happen. Yeah, exactly. A couple of times. It's the black sun still shining over Caesar Stream. Indeed, it would appear to be the gothic sunshine. Right. Oh, that's what I was thinking. It was right. That was because I said that earlier. I was gonna say gothic rainbow. That's the vibe. That's the vibe here. Um, I love it. So good. So love it, dude. So good. Man, I get it now. Yeah, SETI though, that's clever. Hello, we got a jokester here. No, I'm just kidding, but SETI, I totally didn't get that. That's clever. That's good. SETI, SETI's SETI Institute, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. I didn't know that, but that's good. Yeah. Yeah, we're also serious, like, UFO hunters here. Big on the UFO stuff. You might as well call this place Area 52. You know what I'm saying? Oh, God, I make myself crack up. So funny and good. We've had a few crash landings, though. No, all jokes aside. A couple of ET looking folks coming out, glowing fingers and stuff, and like just probing us. Really uncomfortable. One of the major complaints on the island was all the crash landings of alien rapists. No, I'm just kidding, but that's horrible. Don't even joke about that, CJ. Or what do you? This is a wholesome. This is a family-friendly stream. By the way, this is rated TVG. I actually might have to like put that up. I might have to put that up. I think it might be important. I think that it might be important that I do that. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Just got to put up a little rating here really quick just so that everyone knows what's going on. Just to know what kind of content we're looking for. And it is, in fact, we are rated TVG by the the Ratings Board of America. Yeah, don't worry, Jen said I think probably stop around. It's 12:40 for me, so I'll probably stop at like 1. I'll be streaming more, soon. I'm one of the research accidents. That's true. I stumbled on out of fucking UFO or whatever, and then started a stream. It was identified though. It actually was an identified flying object because I was in a jet and it crashed. It's kind of a Lord of the Flies situation, except instead of like them, those fucking Satanists or whatever. I'm making the best of it over here. We're Christian here, It's Lord of the God, Lord of the Christian God, Jesus Christ over here. Did you guys know though that Lord of the Flies? That's the meaning. The title of that book, though, in all seriousness, comes from fucking Beelzebub, or what? No joke though, or Beelzebub, however you pronounce it. Or Beelzebub. That's how he says it in Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm like, what the? And he's like, Beelzebub, as the devil put aside for me, for me, for me. Bow Bow now 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 now. That's how you sing. It's singing. It's singing. Okay. Did you watch the Internet Historians video? That zone between Area 50 and Area 52? Is that a real thing? It's interesting. Interesting, yeah. Generally, our radar is gone for a couple of degrees. Beelzebooth is a great name. What the heck? I haven't heard that one. It's a bit soft for the mighty Satan. Yeah, it's you. It's I don't know. I thought it was Beelzebub. Yeah, so that's what they're saying there. Yeah, I didn't even like know that, or at least I didn't comprehend it really until recently. Like I just was reading the lyrics or something, and I was like, oh, I'm like, oh shit, he really said that, dog. No, yeah, but he says that, and then it's like, yeah, I don't know what the. That's what I mean. Like it's Beelzebub. I just think it's fun. It is funny though to say Beelzebub. I, or maybe it is Beelzebub. I don't know. I don't want to say it too many times. It might summon him. No, I'm just kidding. But right, in German we say Beelzebub. Maybe that's it. What's the correct pronunciation? I don't know. I don't know. It's pronounced Freddie Mercury, you guys. Come on. You're talking about the lead singer of Queen? He made that word up. Spoiler alert. It comes from Fred Figglehorn, the YouTuber. Oh, you guys know Fred Figglehorn. No, I'm joking, but he did. He went hard. He went niche with that reference. As one of the devil's like niche alter egos, one of his other names. I don't even know where that comes from. Anyway, yeah, Lord of the Flies. Yeah, that's what that name comes from. I realized that when I was watching the live action movie, I was like, I thought that book was like cool when I read it when I was a teenager. And I realized it actually is pretty fucked up. Like, and it's like pretty pessimistic about like the nature of man and everything. You know, I read something too recently about like William Golding, and I think he was something weird. He was like a freaking Freemason or something. I don't know. I'm not kidding. He was something weird. So yeah, the whole thing is kind of weird to me. And the movie was like, it's like it was well shot, but it was yeah, it's kind of evil, man. Like and it's all with the kids, and then there's even like there's like animal violence. I mean, I know it's whatever. But I don't like that stuff. It's like pig. Even if it is just like a pig or whatever, they like kill a pig and they're like roasting a pig. I'm like, oh, I need to see that. Come on, unpleasant, unpleasant. Mixed reviews for that film. But anyway, oh boy. Do 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 do.
Connected.
Mm. Do you know what type you are, Melting Zero? Also, do you Dark Sunshine? I don't know if you've ever, if I know what your type is. I mean, you know, just out of curiosity. I don't. Just, it doesn't. It's just interesting to know. You know what I mean? Your type doesn't define you, you define your type. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dog. Oh no way! I just went to this song on the playlist radio too. I was saying these are similar. Amazing, amazing truth and reality. Oh, okay, yeah. INTP. There you go. Yeah, dude. I don't even know what type I am anymore. Like, I've taken a lot of tests, and I always at least get some kind of idealist, or I'll get like ENFP. Like I was like ENFP for years, and no one really questioned me on it. Some people thought I might be INFP, and then I started thinking it myself. Uh, but then, funny enough, and even on the chat, even Eric was like, "Oh, you might be INFP because there's like one superficial thing." Anyway, I could go on and on, but basically, like, you know, that led to. But eventually, I started streaming, and then people started throwing out all sorts of guesses, and now Eric thinks I'm an ENTP. Um, I basically have a top five, and they're like, you know, um, the NFs, and then ENTP as possibilities. Um, I also guess if I'm gonna just keep naming a few more, just seven of them. Like, I guess it could be a little bit INTJ ish and a little bit ISTJ ish too. But I mean, like alpha. I mean, sorry, like gamma. I mean, what the heck, beta, delta quadra. I think I can kind of relate to delta quadra. I don't know if you're into Enneagram at all, but I'm also probably an Enneagram 9, and that also lends itself to like relating to all types, so to speak, and so, you know, that that probably like affects it in some way. Cuz like for lack of a better explanation too, like I basically have pretty good FE. So I mean, well, like I said, pretty good FE. Like not amazing FE, but pretty good. So also, you know, I come off as like pretty open, and I am. I'm a big five if you want to get into that. Like, yeah, I'm pretty high openness, but like but at the end of the day, I always thought that what I was doing was really just FIing about everything, and hoping to find to bond with people over that or something, you know. I mean, like, in another way of putting it too is like I love agreeing with people. I mean, you know, like I don't really enjoy disagree. I guess again that might be the nine thing, but I don't really like disagreeing with people. I don't even really like debating people. Um, Sort of an interesting mixture of stuff. I don't know if you're into astrology. I am back and forth on it, but I think it. I like the idea. I mean, the composite that it forms when I say, okay, like so, I'm an Aries sun, a Leo rising, and a Cancer moon, right? Um, well, first of all, there's like a pusher. First of all, that all when you read it from like just you read the descriptions, I'm like, yeah, that's basically me. Like that makes sense. But what I was gonna say is like the Aries, and like I have a few placements in Mars, so it's like kind of fiery, you know. But the frickin' water moon there, you get that melancholy element sort of going on. So like that makes sense to me too, you know. Like well, but the leader thing, either aiming towards the Aries kind of leader thing or something. Why did I bring that up? Well, you know, because it's like that composite there. I like that, and I think it helps also to. Well, I'm just saying, if it means anything to you or anyone in terms of like figuring out what makes us like funny enough, like I told Jonathan, he looked at my chart and he was like, "Oh, dude," he's like, "You can't be an INFP." He was like, "You get Aries or whatever." Like literally, I think it was like what I said. It's like you get you know, like Mars and Aries and all these placements, like you know. I was like, I don't know, man. So it's very interesting. Human design. I've never heard of that. The heck is that? Elon Musk's latest project. Boom. No, I don't know. Just, just throwing it out there. You know? I mean, yeah, throwing it out there. NE, right? Not saying I'm necessarily good at it, but like I just always thought of what I was doing as being so much like NE and FI. A lot of NI though and FE. It's like I'm just really good at the NF functions, and I don't think I'm very good at the ST functions. You know, especially the S functions. And I mean, the way I conceived of it though was just so like rooted in this ENFP thing. In this, sorry, I mean, this, I meant to say like it's the way I learned about it was so rooted in this ENFP framework that like it's hard to well, it's not that hard, but I can, well, it's kind of, but I'll admit it's a little bit hard to like look outside of that framework. However, you know, I never really related to polar TI, and I thought actually the polar SE made not only more sense, but um like that it actually kind of explained like all the all of the major difficulties in my life. But it's really weird because I've said this before and I'll say it again. Like it's like the more I learn about typology, it's like the less sure I get about what my type actually is because I mean, but there's also the biases of the like I mean, let's be real. Like, okay, so like if you go on TWFP, right? Like, I mean, you're gonna hear a lot of people saying like, you know, TI is objective logic. You know, it's and you know, FI is just like, you know, it's just feelings or whatever, and it's just personal feelings, and it's there's no real credit to given to what is actually like FI being moral, being like morality and like in values, value judgments. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta get some. I gotta go to the bathroom and get some coffee real quick. But they don't. But for real, like, I mean, I could go. I could go on about that, man. But hold on, I'll be right back.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Sup, gang? Sorry, I'm back. I was mostly trying to... I was just fixing my phone. I was going to the bathroom and then getting coffee, but then I put on music and my phone's being annoying, so I was just trying to get my phone to work better. It's because it's out of space. My phone and my laptop are out of space. Hold on. What's up, Fly Guy? Long time no see. Good to see you. What's up, Jonathan? Good to see you, my brother. Wow. I missed a lot in the chat. Hold on a sec. See, why did this happen again? What's the deal? Fucking bullshit, man. Interesting about the mask having to do with the getting stuff stuck in your throat and stuff. I bet. I feel like that kind of makes sense. I don't know if you're talking to me, Melting Zero, but the types that you listed are like the exact types that I Is that about... That's about you? We must be the same person. Because you said right off the bat, I was just... And I was also, by the way, I was just writing some stuff down about type. And I was like, um... I mean, those are my top 5 types, right? Possible types right there. Melting Zero says, right off the bat, I could see ENTP and ENFP working. INFJ and INFP also could fit. ENFJ would need some convincing to make sense in my head, but it's all conjecture on little data. That's like exactly how I feel. So, if you're talking about myself, that's amazing. I mean, sorry, I mean, if you're talking about yourself, that's amazing. Because we're very similar in that regard, I guess. So, Jonathan... Climb aboard the island raft. Alright, gotta catch up here. Hold on. Yes, this is a TVG episode of Chill Island, Oasis of Truth and Reality. Good to see you, though, bro. Well, you know, to at least talk to you, bro. I trust we've stuck to those standards. Of course, always. That's right. That's why there's That's why there's no half-naked women. Just the beautiful Corinne Marchand from Agnes Varda's Cleo from 5 to 7. Amazing woman and film. Well, go on Rastas. The Chill Island has reappeared from the mists. Like Avalon, the Chill Island has reappeared from the mists. I like that. Amazing, yes. Yeah, sometimes it disappears and then it comes to reappear. Could it be a mirage? No. It's objective. But it does seem to, you know, disappear and appear at will, you might say. Sort of ephemeral, sort of ethereal. I think I'm down with that. If you guys want to start describing what I'm doing here as ethereal, I'd be down with that. Any word that's just way more lofty than it needs to be, you know? Ethereal, you know, mystical, just anything like that. Okay. Alright. I'm feeling what the... I'm not trying to, like, miss anything, but, well, we got a pretty lively chat here, so I just kind of want to catch up here. Thank you guys for being here. No, Homer! Our neighbor's cat is Homer and keeps getting beat up. Poor baby. That's so sad. I'm just laughing at Homer, the name Homer. Homer Simpson. Oh, that's cute. You have a cat, Jonathan? Nice. I didn't know that. What the? I like the alliteration there, the Genzennial. I know this is TVG, but I'm going to read it. He says, dang, we might be docking dicks before the stream is over. I like that. Dang, docking dicks. Amazing poetry. You're a poet and you don't even know it, Genzennial. So much for Polar NE, am I right? ISTP. We got an ISTP poet over here. Kid. What's up, Carrot? Thank you for being here. There we go again with that speaker. Classic. Hieroglyphics. Emoji hieroglyphics. Emoji glyphics, you might say. Yeah, mom's an ISFJ. My mom is almost definitely an ESFJ. So, we've got some classic moms. I think that Jonathan said his mom is an ISFJ too. Very classic. um, wow, ESFP dad. That must be interesting. That must be fun and interesting. My dad types INFJ. I don't know if he could be INFP. He could be. I don't even know, but he thinks he likes the right? See, this is what happens with people. He likes the INFJ typing. I mean, he doesn't. He's not like into it, so to speak. But oh, you know, he loves it. You know what I mean? It's like he's said stuff before, like half joking, where he's like, "It's the INFJ thing." He's like, "I know things." I'm like, "No, don't let it get to your head." No, but it kind of makes sense though. Uh, it actually does. I mean, there are things about him that seem very SI too, but I actually don't doubt him being INFJ though. Um, you know, because if he was INFP, he would have had to do like a lot of work on himself, you know? Like and I think you guys who like are into type know what I mean when I say that, because the difference between INFP and INFJ of course is like quite different. And I mean, well, basically he's I'm not saying an INFP can't be this way. Obviously they have high I mean, they really have the capability to be like you know, very like practical and stuff. But uh oh, I don't know. My dad is very disciplined to where I just don't know that and he actually is pretty good. I mean, he's very introverted, but he is also pretty good at FE. Like I see how it manifests, and I don't know, it just kind of makes sense, you know. INFJ, you know how it is though. I explain it because, you know, people are so skeptical of the INFJ type, like, and it and why wouldn't they be? It's a great function stack, really. Um, oh right. Also another thing though, I mean, I also just don't know if he's polar TE. I don't know, but anyway. Like I said, CJ, you made it back to your island Oasis. Were you in the trenches of war, commenting on important Facebook arguments? No, Fly Guy. I was on Twitter. No, I'm just kidding, dude. I don't go on Facebook. I don't go on Facebook or Twitter. No, I was taking a little break from streaming, being all amazingly isolated, you know? Good times. Now I'm back. I have made it back. I was Kami9 left a funny comment. She said something like about fighting off am I fighting off have you been mauled by an unruly pack of zombie poltergeists looking for the portal back to the demonic realm? And that's exactly what I've been doing. I said yes, I've been busy fighting off zombie poltergeists, but funny enough, I was thinking of finally streaming again tonight. Lol, thank you for asking. 100 emoji. It's not here though. Why did this pause? Okay, there we go. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was fighting off zombie poltergeist. um, yeah, we can totally talk all about Airbud. That's one of our favorite topics here. So you just got I didn't see I to be fair, I saw that you were here first, Fly Guy. But yeah. So all these years CJ, the jury is out on your type. We decide you have introverted stalking and extroverted compliments, which makes you an simp. What? Why? What does that mean? I mean, I know what a simp is. Introverted stalking, extroverted compliments. That sounds horrible. And a simp. That's just awful. That's just horrible. Right though. Fly Guy says yes. Let's jump into CJ's favorite topic. Typing CJ. Wait, first is the word, second is the. There we go. Fly Guy knows what's up. I know. I guess it's not. It. I'm not even really sure if I've made it obvious, but I guess it's not. It's like no, it's not exactly my favorite topic. I mean It's interesting, but it seems to not like lead to that much, you know? Like even when I was just writing stuff down about it, I mean, I'm like, really, you know? I'm like, okay, so I'm like one of like at least probably like 5 types. Like, I mean, you know, whatever. Well, it's just not a, you know, what it's just gets into. I'll just start ranting. You know, I'll be going back and forth. It's like, well, I do this, but then I do that, and then blah 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 blah. Blah. It's just navel gazing. You know what I mean? And I mean that's not fun for anyone, really. But it's an interesting topic. I mean, I'm not hating. It's just it's just mostly where I'm at these days. Let's just give CJ INFP. He deserves it. Just not evaluation of you. Gold knife being child. He seems to miss the point that wearing a. Oh, he's talking about something else. I'm like thinking of something deep about a mask. I'm like protective. That's funny. No. It is not evaluation of you. I don't know what that means, but yeah, Goldeneye NFP child. That's funny, though. Yeah, he deserves it now. As if it's even like good. As if to like, I don't know. As if I don't know. Being, it's not like being INFP is like highly coveted or anything. I mean, maybe more than their dual ESTJ, unfortunately, right for them. But well, because with INFP, at least you get you're contemplative and you're deep or whatever, right? But other than that, you're basically just like a mess. You're like an emotional mess. So it's not like I'm dying to be INFP. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. The ones that they're not all emotional messes. Actually, they can be quite stoic. I mean, like Boba Fett's favorite example, of course. No offense. Well, because he always says this because he always has like Doles, I think is how you pronounce it, and like has like the like gold standard for INFP, and it's like he's pretty stoic. I mean, I would love to be like as zen as him, but or as at least he presents as pretty like zen, but well, I'm just kind of not, which makes me think ENFP. But then I'm like, well, I'm not really polar TI either, so maybe ENTP. That would be nice, but polar FI, it just goes on and on like this. You know what I mean? But exactly, thank you, Melting Zero. He's like, I was talking about you with the types. Just listen, how likely I see all of the types you talked about, ENTP and the NFs. That's all. Didn't think a lot about other types yet with you. Well, it's just funny because I was just thinking the exact same. I mean, that's your. That's good then, I guess, because that means that I am that congruent with the my self perception and the perception of others. I was also just writing about that too. But that's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing that you could like ascertain that. I mean, it's type in general is actually pretty amazing, right? But once you're just like debating back and forth between these types, it starts to get. I'm just kind of like, come on, which one, which one is it, man? Come on, you know what I mean? But like, it's what I think is most funny though is what you said about ENFJ because that's exactly how I feel too. I'm like really I'm good with FE, but I don't know about FE Dom. Like, again, just wrote this down. I gotta catch up with the chat here though. But yeah, amazing truth and reality. The chill island of translucency and temporarily, yeah, whatever it would be, temporality or something. Yeah, I don't know. I love it. Fly Guy always comes up with some pretty amazing like alternate titles for the stream. Wait, hold on a sec. We're using some funny stuff. Wait, okay. Recently, the blame put my inner pig dog for all my shortcomings. That's weird. This is like a Death in June song where he says like pig upon pig dog will hound us. I never hear pig dog. That's good, man. Like what the fuck? I mean, just that word. It's like whoa, striking. Wait, Kofkino. Wow. Yes, Kino. I love the word Kino. I always hear that. Talking about films, you're like it's Kino. It usually is used to describe. It's like a good film. It's like it's Kino. You could be like you know um, but it could be anything. Um, Trying to think of a good one. Max Keeble's big move is Kino. That was like one of my first favorite movies. It's so funny. Yeah, flight says you take extended hiatuses to prove your introvertedness. Yeah, that's hilarious. Because I was just thinking when you said the thing about being introverted, I was like, I thought of that. I thought of how I hadn't been on in a while, and I was like, but no, it's obviously not on purpose, but it's like, but I was thinking how I guess that was pretty introverted of me, but wouldn't that be funny though? I'm like doing it on purpose. I'm just like waiting. like I'm just like sitting waiting. I'm just like, then they'll finally think I'm introverted. They'll finally think I'm an INFP. Like again, like as if like INFP is really like that great of a type to be, like so to speak. You know what I mean? It's like no offense, INFPs of course, but I mean you know what I mean. Yeah, but that would be amazing. And that and he goes, it's too bad we wear CJ out so much. He needs to take a whole month off, like he's Melissa Talks or something, following her abuse and harassment from the TWFP army. Literally. Oh yeah, it's not you guys. It's just me being hashtag introverted. Hashtag special snowflake. Nah, I don't know. Whatever it is, right? But I can't sleep my night over. So you just sing some lullabies, please. I might have to hit up the guitar real quick. Thanks. Yeah, duels. This is the INFP, CJ. Are you duelist? Yeah, right. Quintessential. That's actually how Boba Fett always puts it. Duelist quintessential INFP makes me think about FI a lot. I guess I'm gonna have to watch more of his stuff and like understand. Maybe I'll understand FI better from like watching him. I mean, Jake Forrest says, "Geez, at Flags, he doesn't look or sound like Dole is in the slightest." Yeah, exactly. Why? Oh, now this is like buffering. Come on. It's funny though. As I'm reading this, he's because Melting Zero says, I'm going to pin you down on maybe ENTP, but FI Polar? Come on. What makes you think FI Polar might not fit well? I want to know all about it. Oh, wait. Well, also, Lou says, why do you not want to get Type CJ? Eric has offered a pro bono for you. Shit, I didn't just make that up, did I? No, well, I mean, what, I don't know if this was revoked or not, but, or whatever, but I think Winston's mom said she would like cover the cost or something, and I didn't want it, I don't want her covering the cost. Um, Also, it's probably a good idea. I don't really know why I've been so reticent, I think is the word, to get typed. It's, I think mostly because I just feel like I know a lot about it already, so I feel I don't want to be like biased in the questioning, and then and I guess maybe if I'm being honest, it's some feeling of needing to like do it myself or something. But why I guess you're right. It's like why not just like do it? I mean, I put my like cuz it's like why I'm not worried about putting myself out there, so to speak. If I do the stream and I already go on TWFP all the time, so like why not do it, I guess. I don't know, I'll stay in touch with them. I also, by the way, I only mentioned this like once at the beginning of the stream, but I was trying to be on like I have been seeming to just be missing the TWFP streams lately because like in my absence I've been wanting to I was only on the chat like once, but it just seems that I've been missing them for some reason. It's like either he's been streaming less or I've been missing them. But I think it's a combination of both. Cuz I know that he has been streaming, but and I'll see like sometimes literally like multiple times now it'll be like I'll look and it'll be like streamed 10 minutes ago. I'm be like fuck, I just missed it. So that was something else that was going on this past few weeks too, like which was annoying, but it's like whatever. I'm back now. So anyway, on that topic, I'll talk to Eric about it. But right. So Melting Zero says I'm gonna pin you down on maybe ENTP, but FI Polar. Come on, what makes you think FI Polar might not fit well? I want to know all about it. Well, for one, it almost makes about as much sense to me as what how it almost makes it almost doesn't make. Hold on. Well, no, I guess I'll go as far as to say it almost makes less sense than ENFP TI polar, if I'm being honest, because I I mean, I like all that I really do is judge things based on my likes and my dislikes, and and I mean what I think is good and bad, and I do use FE, so to speak, to judge those things too, but um like I just don't know. I've always been like very kind of like picky and selective, and but like also very moral and having like, okay, so I'll actually give a pretty good example. Okay, so like I basically don't lie, like, ever. And now there's a lot that I could say about that, okay? And I want to be clear about it. Like, it's so I never lie because it makes me feel uncomfortable. So, it's not like it's like any like rationalizing or whatever, like about the truth being paramount and all of that seems to like come after the fact. Like, it's not so much that it's like a virtue. Do you know what I mean? It's actually, but see, here's the other thing is that, and I'm being honest saying this, like, I'm not trying to, pathologize myself or, God forbid, no, try to like get some like pity or something. But I do deal with like, I mean, it's, for lack of a better word, like OCD basically, and uh, like it's that kind of internal discomfort that I like try to avoid. In fact, it's, I mean, who knows? What if it could turn out, maybe it turns out that somehow I am at bipolar, but it's so like strongly interwoven. I'm just saying that the OCD thing, that might just like go outside of type. I think it probably does. I think it would be, you want to like make delineations about these things. Um however, um like, cuz I mean, there are things about me that are downright ISTJ-ish, like, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like, um I had always conceived of it as being, well, I'm an ENFP, but I'm in the SI grip. You know what I mean? Or it's like I use FI as a tool, and then I get stuck in the SI grip because like I'm not very good at SI, but like I still consciously use it, like that kind of thing, right? But the thing that didn't really make sense to me was the polar TI, because I'm thinking like, well, but I'm not illogical, you know, and I'm not totally subjective. Um, in fact, I really like prize sort of like prize logic and objectivity. You know what I mean? So, um, but it's like gotten to the point where I guess I feel so strongly about. Well, I guess it's the key word, feel so strongly. I mean, who knows? But it's right. But still, it's that morals and values stuff. Like, it's from the very beginning. I was always willing to say like, well, that's my, like, how I feel, and so again, the lying thing, right? It's like, okay, um I don't lie because it makes me feel bad. Like, um it's like I don't like, it's weird, right? But it's kind of like, as kind of bad as it sounds, like I don't know that like I necessarily feel an obligation towards people to tell them the truth. I kind of do, obviously, right? But at the same time, I just don't want to feel bad, and I just want to feel comfortable. And like the easiest way for me to do that is to just be honest and truthful, you know? Um I don't know. That's just like one of many kind of things where I could point to and say, this that seems like fi fi, and I mean at the very least it's the polar thing. I like even to just be like thinking so much about that. Well, who knows? Maybe because I'm a thinker. I don't know. Hey, right? Um, but to even like care so much about it, I find fi polar so hard to believe. Like, um, I don't feel like detached enough. Um, um, like that's the thing about like conflict and stuff too. And honestly, maybe sometimes I'm not as upfront about it as I could be, but to be honest, like a big reason why I don't like conflict and all of this stuff is like because it very quickly becomes personal for me. Um I mean, well, when someone's like I don't know, it's just all this stuff. Like I'm pretty sensitive and I'm pretty like, like I don't know. Could it that be polar fi? I who knows, but well, I don't know. All of these things, it would just make me think like that I'm probably consciously using it, or but that's just my conception of it so far. I mean, I'm open to um, like interpretation of it, but hold on, let me see here. Oh yeah, so I know I need to get typed by Eric, and yeah, there's like a little rant there from that about that. The so-called, FI sentiments. I mean, it's like I mean, I can be pretty arbitrary too. I guess. I mean, I can be pretty stubborn and all that, but at the end of the day, there is there is also this ironic kind of openness. Again, I always just chalked it up to yeah, because I'm ENFP, right? But I take the ENTP thing as a compliment, though. For example, like, but I also kind of know what it means. Like I've been around here, at least in the TWFP community, for a while enough to like know the tropes, to know the ropes and the tropes. It's like as soon as somebody says something that seems somehow emotional or somehow illogical. Oh, they're the FI. It's they're an ENFP. You couldn't be an ENTP, and ENTP is actually sort of, if it, honestly, kind of a badge of honor. So I mean, it's like I'm flattered that like Eric thinks I'm ENTP, but in some ways, though, I also think it might just be because we don't uh, really disagree about that much, or at least I don't vocally disagree with him very much. And if I do, it's usually about, funny enough, it kind of is about FI stuff because like so with the type please stuff, right? Like it's very easy for me to see another, who knows what it means, right? But like when I saw, for example, that Dulles posted a video about like the morality of type placing and stuff. I didn't even have to watch it to like know exactly like why and what like it was gonna be. And so what I'm asking you guys, I don't know if that comes from like an intuitive understanding of fi, or if that just comes from what I think is fi or something. But to me it seems like it might not even be about type. I just saw that and I immediately knew like this is what it is, because this is the morals and ethics of it. Like it's all very like fun to to contribute to in what is this kind of um reality show-esque kind of thing, this niche within a niche, as I call it, like with Eric doing type please, you know? It's like you've got typology, right? And you've got the whole like snowflakey thing of the oh, it's my little sigma. I'm an INFJ. Sorry to pick on INFJs, but you know how it is. Everyone always gloms towards those. There's like those few types that people want to be, and it's usually it's usually INFJ, ENTP, maybe to a lesser extent, I guess I will say INFP, and then maybe INTJ. I'll say too, or maybe INTP too. Let's say those are like the top five that like people want to be, right? So yeah, definitely, I'd say those are definitely the top five. So then you get someone like Eric who comes in and like I know that this is like a real like a he probably doesn't even like him, but I always resort back to like it's kind of like other ENTPs, like people like Bill Maher. Like I think of someone like Bill Maher, like or something, coming in and being like pew pew. No, I'm just kidding, but like he would probably do that too, right? But it's like that, not Bill Maher, but like Eric, he's kind of coming in like you're not the type you think you are. And I'm not saying it's always like in the negative, because sometimes he will affirm the type, or sometimes it will be more positive, but for lack of a better explanation, I mean, let's just be real here for a second. And sort of like it's my other analogy is like Simon Cowell on like American Idol, right? Like when a person comes up, hi, like I think that I'm like this and that and then blah 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 blah. Well, and he's saying like, no, you're not. And like, and it's well, needless to say, it's riled up a lot of people, because it's it's kind of playing fast and loose with people's identities. But I also don't think that people should be so wrapped up in their type that they can't um be open about it, right? Uh so I'm conflicted in that way. Well, could be why, it could be how, because I'm ENFP, you know what I mean, like, or whatever, right? Uh but, well, because even on that tip, if you wanted to take it to the next step, because if I'm judging by FI or something, part of me wants to say you're whatever type you think you are. Um it's like, and if personally, like, I would be I told him this too. Like, it's like, I would just be very careful about that stuff, especially if you're dealing with people who like for example, my go-to example, okay, is like, and I'll make this brief. I'm kind of mostly just saying this because of the stuff Melting Zero said. It's kind of a bit of a rant, but like moral of the story is like, I like a good example is in an ESFJ, right, who like thinks that they're INTJ. Okay, well, there's probably like a good chance that that person's actually like mentally ill, you know. Like, I mean, and there's also then the question. I know I said that I'm not like subjectivist or relativist or anything, but there really is then the question of like, well, maybe you think that they're that type and they really aren't, or whatever. But okay, so let's say like 10 people. Let's say like let's say you're in you think that you're an INTJ, right? But then you go into a room of 10 people. You're all very interested in type, and like all 10 people do not think that you're an INTJ, and they basically all agree that you're probably an ESFJ. Well, not only is that going to be like a major like uh shock to you, or some kind of like mental like disconnect, or you know what I mean? Uh but it could be something that's being misconstrued as like it's mental illness, And when I've talked to Eric about it, he basically just says like, he says two things. He's like, well, one, it's like it's really hard to find to know who's mentally ill and who's not, and two, like, let's not pathologize people and stuff. Like, what is mental illness? And I'm like, all right, you know what I mean though when I say that. It's like, and then the third thing that he says is, basically 3, I've had mentally ill people come to my house threatening me. It's not that big of a deal. So what else do I say to that, right? Okay, go ahead, do type place then. I mean, I don't think it's so immoral and so unethical that I'm going to say, bad, Eric, don't do that. But if anything proved the like diciness of it, I mean, I would say it's 2 things. And I don't think Eric is like, he said that he thought Dullaz's video was very interesting on it. And I totally believe him, because it's like, I didn't watch the full thing, to be honest, but like, I'm sure that it was, because, um, yeah, there is morality and ethicality. Is that a word to it all? Because yeah, it's people's identities, but you can very easily weaponize that, and it becomes identity politics. Uh, like anything else nowadays. And someone else said this, actually. I thought this was really funny, because it's the exact same thing that I thought. It's a little bit like the trans thing. It's kind of like, if let's say you like, well, basically you think you're this way, and then you present as this other way, and then people like don't. I mean, it's a big like just cause for like cognitive dissonance, and like, I'm inclined to just say, hey, if you like, if you have like done the research and it's been years and years, like, then just, I believe you. You know what I mean? Like, it's that you're the type that you say you are. Unless there are just like really like, like vast glaring differences uh, between you and the types. The odds are I'm not really going to question it that much. Um, okay, but I wanted to say one other thing about the Eric thing. I forget. It was about the like Deleuze. Sorry, now I'm pretty behind in the chat, but you know, fucking. Oh well, the trans thing. No, that was a different thing. Well, how someone said that identity identity politics. Well, the other thing, I guess, I don't know if this is, I might have said something else, wanted to say something else. If I remember, I will say it. But the other thing too, of course, is like, um, now I forget again. It had to do with that though. The trans thing. It was like, it's like you. Oh right, how type actually honestly might even be more like helpful and like universal than race and I don't know about sex, maybe, though, right? Like, if we're gonna be like talking about this stuff, maybe personality theory is like, typology. Maybe typology is the best thing to actually be, maybe not politicizing, but you know like, when people talk about identity politics, well, if we're going to be doing identity politics with anything, maybe it should be with typology because like it's actually seems to be more like accurate in ways to like describing, to being a template of the kind of person that a person is, regardless of like the even more arbitrary nonsense of like where you're geographically located. Not saying it's not related to things, but I mean, it inextricably is, right? But if we want to go by like the pure framework, of like, you're born a type and you stay that type, like that's what we should be like serious about. But I don't think that we necessarily should. I'm sort of saying 2 things at once. I'm sorry. I'm kind of saying, if we're gonna be playing identity politics with anything, we should be playing it about our actual identities, which are basically described in typology. But we shouldn't be doing that either. Which is why I think that the people overreacting to Eric's type please stuff are wrong too. I actually honestly maybe think that they're even a little bit more wrong than Eric for calling them out. He also doesn't, he doesn't just call out people. He tends to call people out who have a sort of like authority, or who like posit themselves as maybe a bit of an authority, over type. And I mean, it's like Melissa talks, right? I mean, she like makes very clearly it's all about like I'm an ENTP. You know, this is where we ENTPs come and we hang out and we talk. Oh, don't you? Isn't that so funny how you do? We same thing. We're the ENTPs, and that's what we are. And that's what we do. You know, classic ENTP. And then actually another good example, honestly, is Club ENTP, right? It's like, I mean, you know, before, like, regardless of like the drama that went down between them, um, it's like, you know, it's called Club ENTP. I mean, it's like it's very much so centered around that, you know, like that it's a club for ENTPs. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, we're totally in sync because we get the same MBTI type. Da, da, da. And I mean, honestly, I think the fact that Eric is like willing to take that to task is refreshing in some ways. But on the other hand, it's also dangerous because it's people's identities. And I'm not saying it's right that they necessarily, you know, that they're so invested in it, but it can cause some serious, at the very least, some disillusionment or some like cognitive dissonance when you've got. I mean, I would say, I'm sorry, I'm kind of going back and forth here. It's an interesting topic. I would say, why put so much, you know, emphasis on, and I respect Eric very much, but like, why? He's just one guy. Yes, I would say he's a typology and debate expert, but why would you put so much like weight on that, you know? um like, so let's say if Eric was a doctor and you're like convinced that you've looked up all the symptoms, right? And you're convinced that you have this thing wrong with you, right? Okay, so you go to a doctor. They tell you, well, no, you don't have that, but, or you don't have any, it would be a different thing. But let's say, like, I think they say you don't have that, but you have this, um, you know, um, and you're like, well, I want a second opinion. So you go get a second opinion, right? Well, if they say the same thing, maybe you should start thinking about it, you know. But for all intents and purposes, like, it's just Eric's opinion, you know. Like, so for people to get so riled up about it to where they're like, I mean, granted, Melissa talks. She said that there were other people. There allegedly there were like, you know, people harassing her and stuff, and I you guys have been here telling me I haven't seen any proof, so I'm not trying to like to be a you know, Melissa talks disbeliever or whatever, but the whole thing of she said that she had to take a week off of work and all that stuff. I mean, I try to make the delineation between like that it was all about type, that like she had to take a week off of work because of type. That's just like the quote unquote funny bit, and I don't mean to make light of it, but I think that's the funny part. But the not so funny part would be, well, it was she fucking harassed and stuff, right? Because like then that makes sense. But it's like, but for all intents and purposes, let's just say, okay, so like someone says that you're not the type that you think you are, right? Okay, well, unless you're literally mentally ill, like you shouldn't have to take a week off of work because of that. I mean, I come, you know, shouldn't really be talking. You know, it's like I'm not even working right now, but I would tell you that I don't think that that would like stir it enough in me to. No one should be that invested in it, you know, like to where it's like really impact. Like if someone said, "Oh, how dare they say that I'm not an ENTP or whatever," like that's just you're doing it wrong. You're like way too invested. That you're like I said earlier, like the you like the type is not you. You are the type. You know what I mean? Like the type is the mold, and like you fit to it. You know what I mean? And basically, you fit to certain molds better than other molds, but the mold doesn't make you. You know what I mean? That's my opinion, right? Speaking of opinions, but that's kind of my take on it, and that's why I always come down to this same thing of like, just choose one. You know, it's like you've got a 1 in 16 chance. You know what I mean, of being right, and just be honest with yourself, and go by what seems to have been most like consistent from when you are for as long as you can remember until now. And like for me, it's always seemed pretty clear that it's like a kind of an ex NFP approach, maybe an XNFJ approach, and again, like at times this kind of ENTP thing going on, where it's like I seem to have, if I'm ENFP, like I've probably compensated for having polar TI like pretty well, or at least hopefully pretty well. Um, but the whole polar like that, it almost makes more sense to me than polar FI, because I feel like I understand FI better. Like TI, for like a person to say, for example, like, okay, so when you're ENTP, right? And you say, I use T, not only do I use objective logic, but like I use it as a tool to like to like make my decisions in life. That really makes no sense to me, because it's like there's no way that that's your metric. Like you don't have, you're not God. You know what I mean? Like that's from the very, very beginning of getting into type. Like, and realizing, yeah, so it's what I call like TI supremacy. Like it was in the TWFP community. Like I said, it's, I mean, really, you can't get away from it. It's like, uh-oh, they're and no offense, but like Boba Fett, people say this all the time. They're, yo, your fifis are showing and stuff. It's like, well, everyone has fifis. Okay, like you can't be so detached that you're. It's just all a bunch of bullshit to me. Type is fake. You know what I mean? Typology is all fake. No, but sorry, I gotta catch up with the chat. But you know what I mean? Like it kind of, I really think it kind of breaks down at a certain point. Like the more I've learned about it, I feel like the more I've learned about it, the less I know. Like, because people also have different definitions of what the functions are. Like I thought for years and years, well, basically, I still think that TE is more like objective logic, because it's the outcome of the system. You know what I mean? Like it's the like inarguable outcome of a system, and like, facts and figures, as opposed to like, theoretical logic or whatever. Like I don't feel like I really live in that space. Like I feel much more. I actually just honestly started to take a bit of pride in the idea that I was FITE, because other people would say, well, you just, not you, not me personally necessarily, but the idea was that, well, FI and TE, they're just working together to, you just make goals. You just have goals and you execute them. It's like, um, I understand how that works, but and I understand how the axes work, but what you're really doing with FITE, if I'm correct, is actually kind of like making moral judgments and then acting upon them. Like, or you know what I mean? And like or at least trying to, especially if you're an NFP, where you're like TE is not even that great, but it's still conscious. You know what I mean? So just, it all kind of just made sense to me, like as some kind of NFP. Like I'm just like, yeah, no, because, and then plus, right, like I don't really get into, like, I'm not very technical. TI, right? And I always think the words, they the stuff that maybe TE is technical, I don't know, but right, but still, I would always think of TI as, the inner systems, the machines that make it work, and like, I've just never really cared about that stuff. Like, you know, I I don't care. I've never been that good at math. I've never been that good with computers. I mean, I'm decent. I'm good. I'm good with computers. I'm good at typing. I'm good at language. You know what I mean? Just all this stuff where I just kind of am like, I'm good at basic math. I'm good at computers in the sense that I can like figure out stuff. I can figure out how to do a stream, but I'm or something. But um I have absolutely no interest in anything like coding, or in fact, I honestly don't even know if coding, for example, is even good, if you know what I mean. Like I have like moral like stuff like that. I know it sounds weird, but almost stuff about like playing God and stuff, and like even in art and stuff. Everyone knows I get into this stuff all the time about the moral responsibility in art as it is in life and everything. And like I who like maybe that makes me not FI, because I don't think that it's relative or something, but in a way I actually think it's like the ultimate FI, because it's like moral, speaking of code, right? It's like moral codes and ethical codes, like, and socionics even says, their description of FI is actually much more like FE. So, geez, sorry. That's, I think that's all I have to say on it. Uh, I'm reading what you guys are saying though here. Yes, you're right. Dola's makes very different content. This is CJ said BEST. That is so nice, Jake Forrest. Thank you very much. I love it. So nice. Oh yeah, the lying thing. All right. So lying may be necessary when you've lied before, but it's an uncomfy spiral indeed. I mean, it's also true that you might not obsessive chilling disorder. It says OCD sounds like SI. It is very SI. That's why I always thought it was like SI grip, because it's, well, let me just catch up with the chat here. FI is primordial language, the predecessor of TI, lol. I agree with that. OCD sounds like SI. OCD obsessive chilling disorder. I like that. I wish, right? Because it's more like, I see just sharing a quadrant of the NFP, 9 so it's not weird. Yeah, exactly, Fly Guy. I mean, Fly Guy gets it. Fly Guy also says obsessively not chilling disorder. Yeah, exactly. That's the, that's, ain't that the truth? That's what I mean, though, when I say, like, it might not be FI. Like, it might just be, like an OCD thing. But on the other hand, it's kind of like, but if it is anything, it's probably FI, isn't it? Like, why would I not, like, just so serious, like just so like attached to where, you know, usually if I seem detached, I don't know, I can be detached, but at the same time, it's like I'm usually pretending. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm usually play acting or something. If I seem like I don't care about something, like, the odds are that I actually do care very much about it or something. Like, well, anyway, that's not always true, but you know what I mean. It's kind of just like I just that's essentially I know this is a rant, but like that is in a nutshell. Like that's why I would say I'm like polar FI. Like, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? But okay, one sec. Some good stuff here in the chat. I need to learn how to sleep. Speaking as I'm like cracking my neck and back, I need to learn how to sleep on my back. It's supposed to be good for you. All right, I'm almost caught up here. Hmm. Unless you enjoy lying and you are good at it, yeah. The thing is like, I actually think that I could be really good at lying, and that like, lying would actually probably benefit me, but I just can't do it. I mean, it just makes me uncomfortable, and I take that as a sign, very possibly from God. You know what I mean? Like it's just not good. But is that FI? I don't know. It's like, let's go back and forth on this. I mean, it's like, of course, yes, we're melting Zero saying here, you might be right. I mean, Lou says sounds VFI over FE. I'm kind of in the ENFP camp. I'm no expert. I'm just laying out the case for you guys. I'm not trying to be, honestly, I don't, no pun intended, but I actually don't want to, like, let my own bias cloud anyone's judgment. Like, but I am just trying to explain why, for example, like, almost that like polar Fi, that as much as polar Ti doesn't make sense to me, in some ways, almost polar Fi makes less sense to me. Like, I mean, for me to be that personally. That Fi polar's absolute value on a 2 into these isn't quite feeling a better way to measure it is whether it's robust. Well, maybe I need to do some Fi tests or something like that. That would be interesting. I mean, yeah, it's like Fly Guy says. That's the thing that I notice. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm guilty of this to some extent. Maybe we're all guilty of this to some extent. But just TI types have a weird subjective internal logic, and they will twist and use it to make any lie true in their own minds. TI types can be very dishonest, I find. Sort of a counterpoint to what Melting Zero is saying. He says, like, when someone asks you how you feel, do you seem to know all the time what your experiential reality is, or do you find yourself kind of being, I don't know, maybe tired? Maybe tired, yeah. I mean, I guess I will say, like, for as, like, talkative as I am and, like, even sometimes, like, emotive as I am, I'm actually not, like, I mean, I can be moody, but, like, I don't, there is that thing of the ENFP thing or whatever, like, I'm not really, I don't know if I'm exactly that, like, all over the place. I mean, I can be, like, in ways, but, like, emotionally, I'm probably either, just, like, some combination of, like, sad, angry, or happy at best, or content, like, which is the best. I mean, which, I could only hope, or, but then of course it's like, irritated or annoyed or something like that. Um, um, or disgusted or disturbed or something like that. In fact, it's actually usually more negative than anything else, but, unfortunately, but then there are those positive things. I mean, at best, of course, then there's joy, right? The amazing, coveted joy. I mean, there's awe too, wonderment and stuff like that. But I don't really. I guess that's a lot. I guess that's a lot of emotions. But in the Enneagram 9 sense, right? Uh, I'm pretty constant, I think. I mean, I remember there was another fellow Enneagram 9 who was on the whereabouts at one point. This guy, he went by Magnus, and he was saying how me and him were similar in that it's like you kind of always know what you're gonna get with us, and I not only related to that. Well, I guess it's a double whammy, and this is how it goes with this stuff, right? Because I related to that and I liked it. It's like I'm like I like that. I do want people to feel like I do want it to be constant and congruent, and I do want like people to see me as constant and congruent in some way. But I also do want to be always, I don't I want to like improve and like you know uh, just um I don't know, basically be change positively. Like I said, I always feel like I'm in like a fucking SI grip. So that's again a major part of how I've conceived of all this stuff. I will say though that if I do anything that's ever close to lying, it will be by not saying something. Although even then it's kind of rare, but like the closest thing I do to quote unquote lying would be like um let's say I have a negative judgment about what someone said or did, but like I don't tell them. You know what I mean? And let's say even worse, right? I like tell someone else, or I tell someone else I'm close to. I'm like, I really don't like that they said or did that. Yeah, that's about as close as I get to lying, because it's lying by omission, right? I mean, it's or maybe not even omission, but it's kind of like maybe I'm not as upfront because but why would I be if it's not something that directly impacts me? Like you could say, oh well, that's like an FE thing, but it's like no, because well, yeah, but it's FI too. Like it's all just bullshit. You know what I mean? But I will say that but it's always a strive. Like Dark Sunshine says, it's always a striving to be. Well, I guess you say stuff about you deal with lying. I'm in no judgment, of course, Or then I'm gonna judge you, and then I go and I'm like, tell someone else. It really bothered me when Dark Sunshine said that they say a lie to. Well, anyway, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's like if you're gonna lie, at least have it just be something quick to get out of a situation. Like you might not mind, but in any case, but I agree. It's basically it's like it's not good to lie. The thing that I really agree with though here is he says or she says. Sorry, I actually don't really. Who are you, Dark Sunshine? Sorry, I'm like realizing I'm not even sure who you are. Dark Sunshine. Wait, are you the same guy from before? Like who you were you the koala and then Sunshine, or are you a different person? So I can't even believe I'm just asking that now because you've like been here for a while, so kind of embarrassing, but I should probably ask now, right? Better late than never. But anyway, the thing I really agree with is like, even though I do strive to be totally honest one day, it's like, yeah, that's striving. Compulsive liars can be self-harmful. Some lies even making wrong by being the image not reflect the truth. I agree with that. Jake Forrest. Maybe waffle. Oh yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, Lou. I waffle too. It's like that's the condition. It's the human condition, even you could say. But it's. I think we can feel that. It's actually probably like you said too. It's probably kind of an Enneagram 9 thing. You're just kind of like, yeah, there's this, but then there's also that, and like I get that, I feel that. I feel this person, but I also feel this person. All that kind of nonsense. It could be very annoying, but of course, well, the 9 is the close. Hey, check it out. A nine is the closest to perfection. It's just that, like everyone, right? The deep poetry of it, you fall short because, of course, you can't. The problem of 9 being, of course, that basically you don't commit to any like one opinion and stuff like that. But the thing is like that at best, 9 is basically Zen, like above everyone else. No, but seriously, they're the head of the Enneagram. Boom, baby. So anyway, no, I'm just saying though, like, but then there's that problem of you gotta like find your true opinion and stuff like that. And I get that too. I mean, I think if I do really have FI, I think it helps in a way, but shit, who knows? I might be a fucking FE type. Might be an INFJ, like you. I was thinking about that. It's honestly very possible that I'm INFJ. I mean, I hate to be that guy. I know everyone like thinks they're INFJ, but I think it's very possible that I'm INFJ. Um, Jake Forrest says, I always try to speak the truth and the entire truth, even if it's against me, but I realize a lot of people don't even understand what I'm saying. So, dot, 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 I can't win. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I gotta catch up with the chat here. I'm so behind. Okay. So much good stuff though, guys. Thank you guys for being here. Alignment. Fly Guy says I think it's pretty clear CJ has to be an has to be FI/NE or NE/FI. Gen Zennial, the Gen Zennial seems to think so too. Pretty much my two big like ex-NFP supporters, especially ENFP. Or although it's funny because you say FINE first here, so NEFI second. I don't know. I think both are possible, but I do want to see because there was something else Fly Guy said here too that was interesting, where he said. Okay, and Jonathan says, CJ, if you want to watch to the end of that video, Dole's concluded, I'm paraphrasing, that type policing is necessary to keep type criticism open. Well, that's good. I mean, it's like, haha, maybe a little bit of that any tool, right? It's kind of like, but in the end, maintain that openness, right? Yeah, I don't know if I said That's true. That's. I might have made it sound like he was all Mr. Moral about it or something, but I don't, you know, don't that. I should probably just watch the whole video. Blah 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 blah. You know, NETI. I don't see interest in morals indicating an FI user. That's a I think like a valid point too. Melting Zero. I mean, I've started to think about that too. But Fly Guy says if you haven't watched him enough, if you can't detect his FI, watch him talk about movies or music or women to see his FI. That's really funny. It's about women, which is almost all he talks about. I guess so. I guess you're right. I guess you got me. Yeah, true. Um, the way he's talking about the rightness of what Eric does with type is all his FI melting. Just in closely what he's saying, such of hand waving, and is a crazy anti-NETI rant about nothing. Well, it's not that NETI rants can be very substantial. So I would almost, I mean, who knows? They might even be more substantial than any FI rants, but I don't know. And that's, yes, the Gen Zennial agrees, and well, even Winston's mom agrees. She said something funny at the very beginning where she was like, "You seem somehow between like INTJ and ENFP." I was like, "That's actually kind of accurate," you know. Uh, just like a what? Anyway, yeah, that's funny. But I also take that as a compliment. Hopefully, it's an any FI rant about something, right? It's like, so it's like, thank you, Flying Guy. No, yeah, but anyway, I do sort of feel like Fly Guy gets it to some extent, but it might just be my desire to agree or something like that. But which is funny though, because I have read that ENFPs love to agree. It's like I don't know. I do love to agree, but well, basically, generally speaking, I do love to agree. And Jonathan says, EJ, it just occurred to me how artful indeed this commentary is. The video's in black and white and everything. Exactly. Well, now you're getting it. That's what makes it deep. No, that's sorry. I didn't say that's what makes it artful and deep. It's just that it's in black and white and everything. It's TVG too. Dark Sunshine says people in public forums need to be able to take some shit, even when it's hateful or ungranted. Oh yeah, no, that's true. I know, like. When I was younger, especially, I going online and stuff. I think I had my skin thickened a bit. The amount of times people were just like, "Who's this?" you know, sorry for the harsh language, but it'd be like, "Who's this fucking fag? Like, get the fuck out of here, kid." It's like your videos, your pictures and videos suck. It'd just be like, uh, stuff like that. That was when I was very young, though. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's like I've met my fair share of opposition, but yeah, you're right though. Like, that's what I got to be prepared for. I mean, one of the only times I got like mad was when Michael Smith was coming in here. Funny enough, talking about type and the whole Eric situation with Melissa Talks and all that. And he was saying everyone was like a rapist. He was saying it was like a metaphorical rapist, but he wouldn't say that, and he kept saying rapist. And he was like, CJ, you're a rapist. And he was saying he was calling everyone rapists, and like, and then I actually got mad, and then but then it was weird. He like wanted me to get mad, and you guys have heard this before, but I'm just telling. I mean, some of you guys were there, but the video actually didn't post, of course, and it was gold because you would have seen me actually get mad. But I was actually pretty mad about that. But I mean, but Well, because, well, but I don't know because like I mean, he was kind of transgressing on both FI and FE grounds. You know what I mean? So I don't. I'm not saying that that says anything about type. I'm just saying that it could, but well, but that was an example of when this was. Well, because then I was complaining. I was talking to Peter about stuff, and then he came back and he was like, so I was being like a simpering beta about it, and then blah blah blah. But then he was like, yeah, get angry. Like nines are angry, and I'm like, what do you want me to get angry? I'm like, it's fucking weird, and like, I mean, like I didn't like freak out. I mean, if you guys saw me freak out, you would know. Like, it's very not. It's very unpleasant. Like, I mean, nine explosions are legendarily bad. I mean, I sound like one of these people, right? I'm like taking claim on the type and all that. I know what it is to be a nine. But oh geez, I mean that's like I totally identify with that. It's like that thing of it's like a long fuse and like a huge explosion. Unfortunately, well, I could talk about that stuff that forever, but it's generally it is generally true. you know but see, it's like my close family though, they wouldn't necessarily say that. Like they would say like I'm pretty irritable but like I'm also generally not that irritable with people because usually people aren't like hitting me where it hurts, so to speak, right? But when people do, um like I do get mad. um I've gotten kind of mad about other little things on here too, like 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 I mean, Fly Guy was just having a conversation with me, but and I had voiced like concern about it first. Like I was talking about how I play guitar, and like basically I play guitar like literally backwards and upside down technically. And it's like, to be fair, I did bring up, I was like voicing I was like, it's like I know that it's like I'm playing it wrong, and that basically and that actually in some ways it can kind of limit what I play. Um, but then he went as far as to say like, well, something like you're not a guitar. I don't know how serious he was, and I'm not bringing it up because I like want him to explain yourself. Like it's fucking months later or whatever. But you might remember how I reacted. He basically said like, well, I can't call you a guitarist or any kind of guitarist because you're not, you know what I mean? He was doing some, in fact, I think I even said it. I was like, this sounds like some like TI bullshit. Like you're trying to say like, oh, I don't play it properly. So I'm not a guitarist. Well, so it's like, so funny enough that actually, cause I remember like I picked up the guitar and I was like, it was like, I don't know what I said, but I said something where, again, this was like my version of, I wasn't like really mad, but I was a little bit mad. And I was kind of like, I was like, I play the strings. I was like, I'm a guitarist because I play the strings. I'm not playing on the back. Like, I don't know if I think I said like, I didn't even call him a swear. I was just like, brother. I was like, I was like, I'm playing. It's like, I'm a guitarist because I'm playing the strings, my brother. Like, I like got like annoyed. So I don't know why I'm even talking about that, but like, that was me. I'm just saying it's stuff like that. Like, yeah, maybe got at my FI a little bit or something, right? Who knows? I don't know what that is. But that's a funny. Well, on the topic of like times I've gotten angry, that was nothing compared to Michael Smith, though. That was nothing, right, compared to Michael Smith. But the well, because he was just being like inflammatory. But well, anyway, now I'm just talking about like, ooh, the times I got angry or whatever. Who cares? I mean, well, it's an interesting topic. We'll see. I think the more fighty someone is, though, that people are like, you know, what was I saying? Who who's INFP and makes lots of moral judgments? Fly Guy says, if you're INFP, you make lots of moral judgments and do nothing. I don't know if you're talking to me. If you're ENTJ, you do lots of things and none of it is moral. Oh, you're talking about in general, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's funny because I kind of feel like the INF. That's me with the INFP. Like, fucking. It's like I'm not making this shit up, but at the same time, I know I'm not fucking Dulles. No, I'm not trying to. I'm not. Nothing against him. It's just what I mean. It's just kind of like the archetypal INFP. It's like I've tended to sometimes. You guys who've been here like often know that I always like to say. I always say like that I always think of myself as being quote unquote some kind of rogue ex NFP. Like, I mean, and I kind of like that. So I mean, it seems a little bit accurate at least. That it's I like it. So I've kind of just settled on that. Uh, the I'm just remembering the thing you said about the women thing is like really funny though. It's hilarious. It's kind of true. Watership Down is so good. Have we talked about Watership Down? I watched it only like a few months ago and loved it. It's like might be one of my favorite movies ever. Like the original, obviously. So good. Uh, some bunny on bunny violence that is tragic. There is some tragedy, but it's very beautiful and it's a pretty amazing movie. Um, yeah. We're talking about we're talking about bunnies. I love it. So good. Finally, just getting caught up here. Okay, so Melting says TI is not being technical in attack, but placing caveats to what you said, trying to not make an inconsistent argument is consistent with TI, and you've been doing that for all streams. So okay, there you go. Well, thank you, Melting Zero. Again, it's these weird things of how I almost like take it as a compliment. If I take it as a compliment, does that mean I'm the type, or does that mean I'm not? Because you know how it goes, right? Like you don't want to be enforcing your own bias. But maybe that's TI, right? Hey, oh, Mr. TI over here. TI supremacy, right? Nah, I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean. Carrot says ENFP 4 Wing 5 or oh well Fly Guy says he's not trying to be logically consistent, he's trying to be fair. Mm. Wow. That's an interesting that's interesting right there, man. Cause I might even agree with you. But I that's something to think about because it's more because like I don't really think in terms of like, well, if this is true, then this must be true. It's like I mean, I do, but like uh being fair, it's more about to me it's simultaneously more simple and more complicated, I guess, because I'm saying, well, what do I think is good and bad, but also like, but let's also be open. And I sound to me again like even just that sounds very like typically FINE or maybe NEFI. It is what it is, man. I don't know. I don't know where would Carrot. Were you saying ENFP 4 rank 5? I relate to both of those. I don't know if you think that you're that, but I think I probably have a 4. Well, I don't know if it's a 4 wing 5 or 4 wing 3, or it could even be a 3 wing 4. But I'm just gonna be real with you guys. I relate to that type of bit. Not on like the thing about the 4 wing 5. People always make sure to point this out to me. I'm like, I get it, okay. Like I'm not the broken, I'm not bleeding all over everyone or whatever, that whole like thing. You know, but like I think I get it. It's like I think it's in my tri type. I think I'm probably like a 947. I might be a 946, might be a 937 or a 936. It's like something like that. You know what I mean? I might be a perfect triangle, 936. But I tend to think it's more like a 947, something like that. Wonky triangle. No, I'm just kidding, but it's kind of like that. I don't know. Tri-type might even not be real because I mean, especially if Enneagram isn't real, because the tri-type is just 3 types. Like, what are you kidding me? You get to be 3 out of the 9 types? Get out of here, kid. No, but I also like it though because it adds flavors. They say that's what Favre says too. You know, it's like I do like it because it adds flavors. You know, but even like adding to that, like I even had that chalked up by the way to my astrology signs. Like I was thinking my 9 is Aries, albeit a sort of non-traditional Aries, or maybe you could even say a like suppressing in a way Aries kind of, but you know what I mean. But at the same time, the head of the Enneagram and like in a sense the leader, and then you have the like 7. I know there's a way. It's at least a 6 wing. Okay, I'm not delusional. I don't think I'm a 7 wing 8. No, I'm just. But you know what I mean, right? Like, it's like it, right. That the 7 would be like the Leo rising, and then the 4 is the Cancer moon. Like it all makes sense to me, you know. Is I mean I have it all mapped out. I act like I don't, but I do. No, I'm just kidding. But it's basically like that. DNA deficiency. I forget what I was gonna say because I'm reading the chat and I really do need to catch up here. But Dark Sunshine says TI deficiencies. Amber Heard being asked if she only pledged money or actually donated, and she says, "For myself, these words are synonyms. I define them how I want." Pledging, pledged money or donated. Well, to say that she defines them, I understand what she's saying, but honestly, I do understand what she's saying when she says these words are synonyms. Well, actually, no. Pledge. Actually, you know what though? No, pledging is when you say you're gonna do it, right, or something like that. You make a pledge to donate. Okay, so pledging and donating. Anyway, I was gonna say now that doesn't make sense to me at all. So whatever. I guess I'm TI now. No, but the thing that really doesn't make sense is saying I define them how I want. It's like no, you don't define them how you want. Like the English, like humanity defines them how we want, and the dictionary and whatever, right? So it's like no, it's objective. Language is objective in that way. So no, Amber Heard, you don't get to just define them. Anyway, they're not synonyms, and you also don't define them how they want. So that just makes no sense. So I'm TI now. I'm just kidding. But anyway, but Fly Guy also makes a good point here. He says CJ is always a mediator whenever there's some disagreement, and when you bother him, it's not because you said something incorrect. It's because you said something that hurt his feelings. It's like I don't know how many times I don't know how many times you've seen that happen because I feel like I don't know that it happens that much here, but you're right. It's like I mean, it's like but I kind of I you're kind of right, you know. I mean, well, it's yeah. Well, because why would I be bothered? I'm not bothered like I'm bothered when people like are morally wrong. I'm not bothered when people are like logically wrong. I kind of just laugh at that stuff. You know what I mean? I'm kind of just like, oh, silly, whatever. You know what I mean? Oh, they don't know how the thing works. I don't care. Can you imagine like getting bothered by that? It's like I get bothered by like the moral stuff, but I will be honest though when I say too though that it can also be like a personal thing, and it quite often is, and it's funny that you've keyed into that because I think I've been pretty open about that. But if you've noticed that, um, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's interesting that you noticed that because I mean I think it's basically true. I mean I wouldn't. Uh, it might not be something that most people like. I understand that it could be seen as like not very good or something, but um, most people wouldn't be jumping to describe themselves as such. But it's kind of accurate though because it's like why you know what I mean like the it's like someone says it's just who gets offended with, you know what I mean? Like if they're like um the capital of, I can't think of a good example, but it would be something dumb like the capital of Iceland is is this Polar TI? Because I can't even think of any other capitals. No, it would okay. No, it would be like yeah, no, it would be like the you know the capital of Iceland is London, you know, and I'm over here and I'm like, no, it's Reykjavik, you know. It's like, but that's also for one, I only basically know that because it's such a memorable name, but also because I mean everyone knows that London is the capital of England. In fact, is it the capital of England? I mean, I don't know. What's the capital of England, right? Is this Polar FI? No, but anyway, I mean, sorry, Polar TI. You know, England. You know, England. I know a lot about England. No, London though, right? Well, like just get, you know, you would think everyone would know that. But anyway, if someone like said that, like I would just laugh. I wouldn't be like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" You know what I mean? Like who does? I don't. Do people do that though? Like, is that what TI users do? Like actually get mad? I mean, there's part of me that maybe is like, "You're fucking stupid," but like I'm not gonna get angry. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just gonna laugh. But I'm gonna get, if you like say something that hurts my feelings, though, of course I'm gonna get mad. But you know, Jonathan says that both will bother him. I mean, bothering though and getting mad, I would say are different, right? Um, the Gentenial also counters Melting Zero, saying it's a bit more nuanced than that, in my humble opinion. Melting Zero, most people who are generally thoughtful are consistent in their values. Um, that's also true too, and I guess I would take it as a compliment because I try to be thoughtful, and you know, people who try to be thoughtful, I'm sure basically that's what you're saying is true. Like because like why would you not at least try to be consistent in your values if you're the least bit thoughtful? You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean in general, but it's like you would think that if you're not consistent in your values, then you're just not thoughtful at all. You know what I mean? So well, you know what I mean. So you would think, yeah, you're generally thoughtful. You're also consistent in their values. Well, to go like right. Sorry, I meant to say that most people who are generally thoughtful are consistent in their values. I think an omission is as much of a lie than any other. You're INFTJ. Well, amazing. So good. Uh, yes, though, right. He's koala. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Um, yeah, the omission thing. You know, I mean, it's rare that I do that, but if you consider something like that, like maybe not liking so much what someone said or did, and not being upfront with them so as to like avoid confrontation or something, and then even worse potentially, right, like telling someone else that it bothered me or whatever, uh well then yeah, then I can lie by omission sometimes, you know. Yeah, but you know, there is that school of thought, of course, that it's the same thing. I don't know if it's exactly the same thing. I mean, I tend to think of lying as, you know, deliberately saying the opposite of what is true, or even just making stuff up. Like that's like the worst. That's like the worst kind of lying, you know? Like you just, I mean, it's, you know, some people actually it's a mental illness, you know, they just pathological lying, you know. You just can't stop lying. That's where it gets interesting because it's like, is that a moral thing? Well, I don't know. There might be a. I mean, damn, that's deep because it's like with my OCD and all that. I'm not trying to. you know, whatever. I'm just. But you know, I'm being a little self-deprecating. But like that, right? That's like my whole thing, right? It's like, is that FI or is that just OCD? Like, is that, you know what I mean? Like, you just gotta be careful about morality, man. It's so strong. Like, I will say though, I don't think it's like FI is more moral per se. It just tends to have the it tends to rule the roost, at least on like a personal morals and values things, like what connects to you, and at the very least your likes and dislikes, you know. And I mean, I tend to think of, I mean, I like again I try to be fair, obviously, but I am in the end, oh, I don't know, just kind of like prone to that, to just having likes and dislikes. I don't know. Yeah, but it's more complicated than that, though. That's why I could be an FE type too, because I'm not so willing to just settle on even my own interpretation. It's like NE though as well. And you get the weird the OCD thing. It's SI, and then TE somewhere works in there. It's not necessarily like I'm not that good at it, but I almost thought, I'm like, but TE seems more objective to me. I don't understand the, well, I do, but like it, well, like empirics, like I do put weight on empirics. I don't know why you wouldn't. I honestly don't really care what theoretically works if it doesn't empirically work. You know, why why would I? I mean, I don't know. Why would anyone? I mean, I guess some people do. I mean, it's interesting to know how something works if you're interested in it, you know? Like that's, I mean, at least that's how I feel. Like you know, again though, that just feels like FI in itself. It's like why would I learn about the ins and outs of this, the technicality of this thing, if I don't even care about it? Or, and that's just seems like very FI. Like even if I don't even necessarily want to like admit that, because it just sounds like short-sighted or something, but um you know what I mean. Too much ranting though about type. And needing to just catch up with the chat here. Yeah, see, Flanka says, I don't know what exactly you're talking about, but Flanka says, I get it, CJ, because we're massively compatible. Lol. It's kind of true though. We do tend to. It seems as though we tend to get where the other is coming from, especially in terms of like humor. I notice, and sort of just like I don't know, just this approach. I mean, you know what they say: if something's funny, like the whole thing of it's funny because it's true, or at least it's funny because I relate to it or something, Like, um, doesn't necessarily make it true, right? But well, you get the point. Anyway, I think I mean I hear what you're saying. Jake Forrest says, "Yeah, Fly, you and CJ will need to do a collab, a duet. That'd be beautiful. We'll travel across the Midwest on a two-person unicycle. Beautiful. I know we should. I mean, it'd be amazing if you ever came on like chat or something. But your call, my brother. Almost 9-9. Whoever nined. Is that true though? I don't even know if I knew that you were a nine per se. Not that I don't believe it, but I mean, it's not like you seem like overtly nine. You know, you're not like kawaii. You know what I mean? You're not like coming, hey guys, hi, it's Fly Guy, woo. Well, I guess that's not a nine either. I guess nines are like a lot more like stoic, but I don't know. I just wouldn't be like oh, this guy, he really stays out of, like, I mean, Michael Smith or something comes in and you're like, fuck off. Like, stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's when stuff goes down like that, you're pretty like unafraid to make some like unequivocal judgments or however you want to describe it. Which doesn't necessarily make you not a nine. I'm just saying I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, that fly guy. He's the most nine whoever nined, like you said. So I don't. But maybe I can see it. Oh, you did it. We said just mention all the time. Fly guy makes you mad. What? All the time, fly guy makes you mad. If you're talking about what I was saying, yeah, exactly. I'll do that. You guys, one sec. Okay, Spacey though. Yeah, I know Spacey. I haven't talked to him in a while. I need to though. He was cool on. We used to talk on Whereby a lot of times, and he was cool. Um, we got along pretty well. He's cool. He's definitely cool. He's definitely like some. He's probably like an INTP though. He's pretty like, you know, cut and dry in some ways, like so to speak. But it's probably a good thing. He's pretty discerning in that regard. But also fairly stoic and well, I don't know if you guys have like seen his. I guess he types people now and stuff. I actually subscribed. I'm not gonna lie though, I haven't really watched the typing videos. I don't tend to really watch that many typing slash type videos. It's not personal or anything. It's like even with Eric though, like unless it's like someone on here that I know, um, I don't really care that much. I don't know. I guess it is interesting though. It's just not the stuff that I wind up really watching. I don't know. But yeah, it is true. Eric does get he does get mad quite often. That's what's so funny about the whole thing of like, oh, like polar FI. It's like, oh yeah, well, it's like you get mad a lot. But I don't know if you were talking to me, Fly Guy, but he says, I think times I'm speaking impersonally about personal things is where I will bother you. Impersonally about personal things. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. If you're talking to me, because, I mean, but how can you speak impersonally about personal things? Well, I mean, I see what you mean, but it's a little bit of an oxymoron. But I mean, to your credit, it's not like you really ever say anything where I'm that annoyed. I think it's like there was that one time I was kind of annoyed about that, and then you were like, I mean, stuff about like movies and stuff, and you're like, oh, stuff about being like pretentious and stuff, and like that didn't make me angry, but I was definitely like, ugh, this this take, you know. You mentioned disturbing animal movies. And it came up. Oh, Watership Down. Yeah, good movie though. Probably is based on fear. It wasn't when he first written. So we're like, when are we like? So bro, like, when are we like hanging this? I don't know, Jonathan. We do need to figure something out. Did you get a bike? Are you biked up, my brother? Carrot says, I think CJ is in a P4 Wing 5. I think it fits. You think so? Could be. I mean, I don't know if I'm a core 4-5, but maybe. I mean, I remember when I was in that chat like a long time ago. Like I said, like it was like overwhelmingly people were like, "Nah, you're not a 4. You're a 9. Like maybe 4 is in your tri type, but like you're definitely a 9." Could be though. I always thought it was at least in my tri type. I'm gonna try to use a 7. I'm not sure. I'm deciding if you use a 5 sync or 7. Oh yeah, Eric. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Carrot says 4 is controversial. People want to be a 4, but not be considered an emo bleeding heart artist. That's what I mean though about that thing of. I mean, I try not to just be like bleeding on people. I don't think that I really do. That was a big thing of that people. I mean, people were even saying like, trust me, you don't even like want to be a 4. You know, you're a 9. Like you get along with people. You're not like seeking that super contrarian. I mean, I can be contrarian, but like I don't know, maybe just not to the full extent of the 4 where you're just like kind of like fuck you type vibes. You know, I don't know. Could be though. Jonathan says I still need to get a proper bike. Okay. Yeah, no worries. But we should at least talk soon. I'm so close to being caught up here, finally. Yeah, and we'll definitely chill soon. I meant to say we'll definitely chill soon, but also, like, oh, pretty late here, but thank you for being here, Melting Zero. Peace out, dude. I'm an artist and one makes me be Rick. That aren't that typical. I'm an artist and I defy all judgment. Yeah. Being really exists and can easily have that emotion to the most easily expressed and released. I don't know. Yeah. Could be. I mean, there's that element in there. I don't know if I'm a core 4. I mean, you guys tell me. But I do hear what you're saying about. Well, okay, 2 things I want to address. Like, oh, I don't know if that was a joke. I was wondering if that was a joke because the Jensennial says, "Geez, he's like an hour behind Lamau," and then Jake Forrest says, "CJ is definitely SI. He's always in the past." I don't know if that was because of the. I figured that's probably because of the chat, or that's just a really, you know, coincidentally clever pun. I meant to say, or it's a clever coincidental pun, but pun. But yeah, Jen Zennial was like, so this hour behind stuff. Oh, the hour behind stuff could be an FE. I thought on first glance that you were just talking about the stuff, like I was just talking about myself or something. And I was like, oh no. But that's better than what I thought. Because he says, so this hour behind stuff could be an FE versus F. I think FE wouldn't allow this to happen, in my humble opinion. No offense, CJ. Well, it's because I get caught on like certain things that people say, and then I start ranting about stuff. I'm sorry. And all, but like, I mean, no offense taken. I know what you mean. Like, hmm. Yeah, it seems like that might be more incidental to me, some, but it very much also could be that too. I like put it this way, okay? Like no, it's actually related. Like so I sort of feel like I don't have very good SI in ways, so I'll be late with stuff. And then that accidentally inconveniences other people's time. You know what I mean? Like that takes up other people's time, and like that's kind of been a struggle of my life, like having to realize that because I think like, so, well, like, what's the big deal? And like blah 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 blah. Well, now that I'm older, I realize okay, well, like it is a big deal. I mean, it's people's time, like in fact, there's honestly not much. There's like several things in life that are very important, and like one of them is probably basically time, and insofar as in the literally the deep philosophical idea of like your just your life, the time that you have in your life. So you literally, like if I'm I mean, to some extent, basically, I'm wasting people's lives if I'm super late and stuff like that. I mean, to me, it's always been a little bit different if, like, oh, well, like, I have an appointment or I have something, that, it's like, whatever. Well, anyway, I've realized, though, that it's kind of an immature mindset, and I've, like, matured at least a bit in that regard. I haven't fully changed my. Anyway, I feel like that's bad SI, though, but I'm saying it winds up almost like incidentally, accidentally, basically being bad FE. You know what I mean? In fact, it's to so far as I mean, it's pained me at times. I don't mean to be super deep, but oh my god, yeah. Like, that thing of, I mean, I don't mean to sound like a wimp, but it'll be like, that thing of someone's like, what the fuck, blah, blah, blah. Whatever, taking forever. And then I'm like, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It's like, I fucking, it's like, I didn't mean to, but you know what I mean? And I'm like genuinely upset. It's like, I didn't mean to, but fuck with your time or whatever. But anyway, that's a big problem. But anyway, I'm saying it almost winds up coincidentally affecting FE. But even so, it might be, even just that it's taken me so long to like prioritize that could be an example of not, maybe not having FE consciously or something like that. Anyway, I'm just saying it's related. It's actually totally related because actually you're talking about being like caught up on time and stuff like that. It's very funny. It's ironic because it's I mean it's coincidental. It's all related, man. I'm telling you because oh my god, like it'll even be stuff that when it's especially bad is if I'm literally, and I hate to keep bringing this up and like using it as I'm not trying to make any excuses, but like if it is stuff where I'm like being OCD about stuff and stuff, I'm like fuck, I get really upset because then it's like, well, I'm not even doing. It's like I'm wasting my own life. It's like I'm sorry to waste yours in the process, and then that gets me really upset. Um, but if it's just something like I didn't wake up on time, I'm taking forever. I mean, there's always an excuse, right? Some bullshit. It's anyway, but I have had to kind of mature in that regard to where to not try to justify it with this nonsense of like, well, like who cares? They can just do something else or whatever, right? Like, um, it's like no, your friend's here waiting in the driveway. You know what I mean? Like something like that, right? And it's like, don't. How about you don't take 10 minutes? You know what I mean? Like get ready, take that 10 minutes beforehand. Like it's to be honest, it is a little bit of a lack of conscientiousness in some regard, like with time and in my opinion, basically bad SI. But again, it winds up kind of impacting FE stuff in that way. It'll be like I was so focused on doing this thing or whatever, and then I'm trying to get it right, and then beep beep, someone's like outside. That's when I start get like I'll get angry and stuff. That's if you want to see the nine like anger, it's because that'll happen, and then it's not even so much. It is that cliche lame bullshit of like I'm almost usually more mad at myself or something, or like whatever. God, why is everyone on my case? And it's like maybe, yeah, maybe someone, maybe like a friend of mine or something, maybe they are on my case. But then also there's times it's like my family where, like where they're kind of rightfully on my case. Like I'm just saying, there are times where people can be wrongfully on my case, but, but like most times, especially with my family, they're kind of rightfully on my case because it's like CJ, you have to like do the important thing. You have to get the whatever, and you have to be aware of not only our time but like other people's time, and then I get mad because let's say worst case scenario, I am focused on OCD stuff and whatever, or maybe I don't feel well or something, and I'm just leave me alone, and don't. Why should my why does this impact everyone else, right? But it's that key word, right? It's like, well, everyone has impact on everyone. I've been thinking about that lately. It's me and actually a friend of mine. I was talking about that. Like it's because me and him are like kind of the same in that regard. You can neglect your impact sometimes, especially if you're an Enneagram 9, right? Speaking of which, that kind of thing. You're just kind of like, oh man, I didn't realize how like important it was that I be on time, for example, right, or whatever. It's a little different, but definitely on the similar, just kind of SI stuff. But on that topic of whether it's OCD and not feeling well or something, I'm like, well, that's what gets me upset. I'm saying you'll see, and then you'll see the 9 like explosion because I'm just, you know what I mean? It's more, it might not, it's like, it very possibly might not even be about you per se and more about me or like, my own like frustrations and like, whatever. It's super lame, but I'm just being, but I'm just being honest, about it. Oh, what? Who? Oh, it's so good of me. No, but I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean, like, because I just realized how it's kind of embarrassing. But you know, um, don't get me wrong. It's plenty of there are plenty of times where I'm like rightfully angry about stuff. People can wrongfully get on my case, but a lot of times, especially if it's my family, for example, like they do kind of rightfully get on my case, but unfortunately, then I explode and it's unfair. Very Enneagram 9, you know what I mean? So like, yeah. Anyway, that's kind of my rant about that. It's kind of SI stuff, 9 stuff. It's all kind of related. In fact, I think people make correlations between the two types. I mean, between like SI and Enneagram 9, which makes a lot of sense to me personally. Um, 9 and 6, maybe 3, but ooh, it's 326. So funny, right? On May 19th, 9. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. It's like there's only 9 numbers between 1 and 10. You can't so the odds are always, I don't know what the odds are, but I was thinking that about cuz it's about to be 327, for example, and like that's my birthday. That's my friend's birthday. I just mentioned it, but my friend's birthday too. It's a year apart, but I'll see that, for example, but oh, significance, right? It's like, well, it's 327 twice a day for one, and then they're 3 out of 9 numbers, so it's right. That's it's a third of the available numbers in the single digits, right? So this like it's like that's not real synchronicity. I've talked about this before, especially with numbers, but it's like the synchronicity thing. Again, it's kind of OCD stuff too, but it's like having to realize, in a way, honestly, it's kind of having to be like rational about stuff to where even elements like that where it's like I go debating between TI and FI, and I'm thinking like I'm just so split between them. Like it's left and right brain. I'm like I know what is rational, but I'm also just like convinced of this even like sort of magical thinking framework. And I don't. And when I say that, I don't. I'm not talking about like religion or spirituality. I'm talking about like kind of stuff that I know is nonsense. Like and yes, specifically more like OCD nonsense. Like of if I don't, the stupid. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay it, but like the classic example: if I don't do this, my grandmother will die, or something like that. It's like that that's not rational, but you do it because the feeling is so strong. And I've dealt with that, and that very well may like fall outside. I don't mean to laugh. It's like just a sort of cliche example, but it's true. Like and again, it's just kind of embarrassing, but I mean, it's hashtag end the stigma. No, I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean. Like, uh, but no, but seriously, like, you can know that those things they call it insight. So if you have like poor insight, not to keep harping on OCD, but it's like if you have poor insight though with OCD, sometimes people can have a hard time telling whether or not you're delusional. You know, and not to be scary about it, it scares me. It's in fact, ironically, sort of OCD. I can be scared of. I don't want to. I'm scared of going crazy and stuff like that. Oh my god, am I crazy? It's like, well, it's there's the rationality and then the irrationality. Kind of like I know that doing this thing isn't going to. Like the fate of my grandmother, for example, right? Like does not hinge upon me turning up and on and off the light switch or whatever. But there's some like just boom, just a feeling that I get, and it's telling me that, and I'm saying, oh, well, it's like I'd rather do that than be uncomfortable. Like it's all, and like that's probably FISI stuff. But again, it gets so difficult because you don't want to pathologize the stuff into type. Like in fact, it might even be dangerous, right? Like oh, psh, all the, it's whatever. It's all cognitive functions. It's like maybe, but to some extent, it could be something else that's sort of, I don't want to say mental illness because I know how that, it sounds extreme, but essentially something or something different of kind of how your brain is wired or something, if you want to put it lightly. Like Eric, for example, he just doesn't want to, like he's talked about it multiple times, like he resists the terms like narcissism and I forget if I think it was sociopath or something. I don't want to like put words in his mouth, but I mean, but he would say, well, that's pathology, and it's a lot of stuff can be answered by type, and like he's right about that. But then at the end of the day, he winds up coming through being kind of like with the sort of FI sentiment, which is basically, I've been pathologized as such before, and I don't appreciate that. It's and so it's a sort of thing where it winds up, it works out in that he's like correct, but do you know what I mean? It kind of does wind up coming back to a sort of personal standpoint. Well, no one likes to be pathologized unfairly, but I think it would be a little. It's like no, just because you're an ENTP, like doesn't like, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to use the same, okay, so like just because you, how do you like, just logic versus emotion. Like if you're an emotional wreck or something, like it's like that doesn't make you an ENFP. But if you're a detached like and if people think that you're like if people think you're like a narcissistic sociopath, that doesn't make you an ENTP. If someone thinks you're an emotional wreck, that doesn't make you an ENFP. You know what I mean? I know I'm focusing on like the negatives there, but you could say the same about whatever the positives are. The just because you're an intelligent, logical person doesn't mean you're an ENTP, and just because you're whatever you want to call it, and I'll just like a, because I think ENFPs can be intelligent too. But I'll say, how about this? How about in artistic and emotional person doesn't make you an ENFP. You know what I mean? That's a pretty good comparison. No, the sunglasses thing probably wasn't helping my eyesight. True, yeah, black and white. I know. I was thinking that kind of. I mean, I was thinking it helped because it actually looks a lot less like the lighting is actually better with it being black and white and with the TV just being on. Like it just looks better, and I look better. But yeah, um, but yeah, when you're talking about everything was not memorize it, right? It's probably true. Nines are super kawaii. It's kind of true too, I think. Nice. I'm only ooh, now it's 3:33. Right, again, I'm always with these fucking numbers. It's like fuck you. Right? Uh so 22 minutes later, 3:11, 22 minutes later, 3:33, came in 9 says and more numbers. Cleo from 5 to 7. Kami9 always gets the references. What's up, Kami9? Thank you for being here. Fly Guy says he's definitely an 8, maybe a 9 wing. Yeah, I didn't really think you were a 9. But maybe a 9 wing, yeah. Ben, we talk soon. It isn't like I've called and texted like 4 times. When did you call? You only texted me once. I guess if you're talking about in April too, you texted and you did call once. Well, anyway, I do appreciate it, Jonathan, but let's not exaggerate here. No, but you're right though. I'm down to talk soon, dude. Sorry, I'm definitely down to talk soon, dude. Oh yeah, though. Get that bike. So so close, you guys. Just to caught up here. I don't see what people wouldn't see. CJ is kind of angry. He's always hyped up like Rick. You better be here tomorrow. Help. Fucker. I'll help you, Jensennial. I'll metaphysically help you spread bark tomorrow. You'll be spreading bark while you're here, of course. I'll definitely be streaming the tomorrow and or this weekend. Yeah, I'm basically I'm Rick, but without any of those sentiments. Like, or at least definitely not liking those sentiments. Like, Morty, Morty, God, I am, but I get what you mean, though, funny enough. I know, people don't see it, or at least it seems to sometimes escape people or something. It's at least the hyped up thing, Morty, God doesn't exist, Morty. Love doesn't exist, Morty. What is main character syndrome? Is that me? I might have that. But I don't know if that's I don't know what you're talking about, but that's funny. Oh, you're probably. I think you might have been talking about either Dark Sunshine or Fly Guy, but yeah, it's like there's no meaning to life, Morty. Yeah, Carrot says I've never seen CJ angry, more like annoyed. Yeah. Yeah, he exists on the agitated end of the spectrum, yeah. I think pretty agitated. I'm laughing though at what the Jensennial says. Like he says, let's dissect CJ. And then Jensennial says, yeah, I'm not talking magical thinking like religion, rather I'm talking about nonsense magical thinking, lol. So when do you want to go to bed? I don't know if you're talking to me, I don't know. I'm trying to. Well, it's weird timing now. It's almost 4 p.m. But I am tired and want to sleep pretty soon. So I want to sleep soon. But like it says, yeah, measure how much OCD you have to figure out your MBTI. When I fall asleep. Oh, you're talking about Melding Zero. I guess was talking to you. He said when I fall asleep. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is like exactly the wrong like thing, or both either way, like it's just stupid. Yeah, it makes things difficult though. I mean, why would it's because they're not related. I don't think it is. The pathology thing, that whole thing. Well, anyway, what you say here is totally related because Yeah, Fly Guy says, yeah, maybe you're an intelligent, logical ENFP. Maybe artistic and emotional people have to be ENFP, and TWFP is actually ENFP. I know. Is this what post irony is? No, I'm just kidding, but because I don't know if you're being serious. Like, because no, I'm saying the opposite. But hey, what if? But you actually that's what I mean. Is like you're blending truth and falsehood here because it's like, but who knows? Maybe Eric is actually ENFP. You know. Um. Nothing serious. I think there's a big amount of things that you said where I have a different assessment on what FI and TI are interesting stuff. Well, I'd like if I mean if you want to elaborate on some of that, I'd be interested to hear because, I mean, I guess there's also the argument of like, okay, so like FE maybe is more close is maybe is closer to universal ethics, but like a lot of people don't think that that's true. Some people think it's FI, or at least that FI is relational, like whatever that means. So, I mean, I well actually, I guess I sort of get what that means, but anyway, I'd be interested to hear what you think about it because I don't know, I'm not an authority on it really like at all. I've just been like into this stuff for a few years now. Oh yeah, main character syndrome. You're being unaware of like people's time, wasting people's time. Yeah, it's interesting that there are categories of magical thinking. Oh yeah, well, and I think that that's true though too. Like, I mean, again, it's levels of insight. I mean, you might not be religious or whatever, but I think that they are. It's at the very least that there are categories of magical thinking. Yeah, no, but it's not a little. It's I mean I've dealt with sort of like solipsism and stuff like that, but that's funny though. I never thought of it as being main character syndrome. I think that's I've heard that, but I forgot about that. I need to look that up. I probably have it. I definitely have it. No, I'm just kidding. But like being unaware of wasting people's time. Yeah, like I hadn't framed. It took me like way too long to frame it in a way that wasn't just like just a minor inconvenience that mostly that doesn't really like impact anyone, and I'm still working on it. You know what I mean? Not necessarily the awareness part, but the actual fixing it part, like the actual like SI, like doing it, like being being on time and being and not just trying to fe, I'm sorry and I didn't blah 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 blah, blah or like, or fi and why me, or or get mad or sad or whatever. Stupid. Well, because you just can't escape that. Like, you're gonna, like, for example, your friend's waiting outside for 10 minutes in the car. It's like it is 10 minutes wasted of their lives, of their life. um as a group of people, even worse. I had a friend like that in high school, and it was really funny because he's probably just it was kind of like a taste of my own medicine, but oh my god, it was so annoying. He would take like sometimes very long times to come out. um and I mean, I don't think it never made me mad. uh but it would definitely, when you like, if you're just sitting waiting, time does is more um apparent to you in that during that time. No pun intended. No pun intended. It's just like, so I get it, but it did. I can't even remember though if the irony was lost on me or not, because I mean I don't think it. I think I could definitely see the similarities. Well, funny enough, he tested ENFP. Although he's a much more like very bouncy and even a little bit like I mean, he would lie and stuff like that. He's kind of a liar. That was the thing. And that was actually one thing among other things. Another person I knew who typed ENFP, who might be ESFP, actually, who might actually be ESFP. Uh, a girl I know who typed ENFP. Even this other girl who is weird. They're all weird in like a different way though. Like there's one other ENFP one who's a little more like wholesome, but she was like a good friend of mine growing up. But the other ones though, especially the guy I first mentioned, I'm not. It's like no disrespect to him, but like he's the type of guy though. I mean, he was like he would be like questionable. You know what I mean? Like it would kind of just be like there was one time for like for example where he had found my wallet in the car and I didn't have anything in the wallet. There was nothing important in the wallet, but it was an expensive wallet and it was the principle of the thing that it was my wallet. um and but I had thought that I lost it at least just for like a few days. And then I remember being on the train with him. We were going into Boston with to I think to see a concert, and I saw him with my wallet. And I was like, dude, that's my wallet. And then he was like, and then he just gave me this big like smile. It's kind of what I think probably is kind of just this like big like ENFP kind of like smile. And he was just kind of like, and he was like drunk too. It's like, just like drunk and high and all that nonsense, you know. And it's just kind of like, he's just kind of like, can I have it? Or like something like that. And I was like, no, you can't have it. That's an expensive wallet. I'm like, why didn't you give that to me? And he was like, I'm sorry. He's like, I didn't think you really needed it. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, how do you know I don't need that? It's my wallet. Like, and then I think later that night he got like kicked out of the show. So he's that kind of ENFP. It's like stuff like that that like I would never, and maybe he's not really an ENFP, but it would be stuff like that that would make me think like, okay, so like that's not like I don't relate to that. You know what I mean? Like um I could kind of go on and on about this kid, but he's a bit of a po- probably a bit of an anomaly, but he's the same person I'm talking about. Like I mean like and to further that, he's actually the type of guy like he's generally pretty nice. Like even in that interaction you see, right? It's like where you wouldn't think it's like you don't want to uh you're not like I'm gonna fucking maybe some people, but you kind of wouldn't be like you're like this, he's like he seems nice enough, but it would also be you would just do this like dumbass kind of like backhanded shit where it was very much like motivated by like self-interest, you know what I mean? And it was very much like oh what's the harm, and just kind of like I think it's honestly a little bit like morally wayward. It might not have to do with being an ENFP, but yeah, he might have been ESFP too. He might have been ESFP too. The only thing that had me, the way he spoke though, would often have a strange kind of eloquence, and it was actually very like funny because, for example, there was a time with this kid where well, there were like several times with this kid, and me and like other friends would notice it, where he would kind of start doing like a Boston accent with other people, and and we would kind of laugh, be like, where did, even sometimes call him out. It was just a little bit cringy, I guess, right? But he didn't really even care, I don't think. I mean, who knows? Maybe he did because he's FI or whatever. But we would just be like, where did that accent come from? Um, he'd just be like, yeah, I just got off work. I'm fucking tired. And it would just be like, that was not, you don't talk like that. And then otherwise he'd be like, yeah, I tend to think, I do generally like dubstep, like stuff like that. I don't know. It's like not just a certain way of talking. I don't know. It's kind of funny because he's a little bit like Eric Andre, but he's kind of like a type. He even kind of looked like him a little bit. But he types as well. I should say a lot of people type him as ESFP. So he might be ESFP. Anyway, sorry for the late greeting, Sam. But what's up, Sam? Thank you for being here. He goes, "What is? Oh God, good." I know, right? Like I was like, "Oh God." Um, Yeah, okay, so Melting Zero, yes, I did ask. Well, he says, well, I think TI is not necessarily to be described as objective or factual, but rather open source and conditional logic based. Yeah, I know that's the thing people say too, is conditional logic based. That's what I meant, I guess, when I said principles. I just didn't elaborate on it really, but because I know that whole thing of like if A then B then C or whatever. I guess I don't quite understand it. Maybe I'm polar TI, right? No, but it's like I mean I would think so. I just it just seems much more at least sort of like rigid or systemic or something. I just always think of the word systemic at the very least. Like, um, just like to where it's very neat and tidy. Like FI is so much more literally whimsical. Like whim. Like you're kind of. I mean, it's ironic though, because did I not just say that FI is like morals and values and stuff? It's a difficult thing. People go back. I am trying to I'm being consistent here because it does seem to go back and forth depending on who you talk to. Like well basic but the but what you're saying kind of makes sense though. Like why would FI might actually be less open. But in any case though, there seems to be no system necessarily in place. Well, basically, it's just more emotional. I mean, that much is obvious, but you know, also knowing what a capital is not Ti, it's Si or maybe Ni. Interesting, yeah. Maybe that's an error on my part. I mean, knowing what a capital is. Well, I like yeah, like rote memorization. Yeah, it's more Si, maybe Ni, but okay, yeah, okay, whatever. Maybe I'd have to think of a better example. I can't think of one right now, but it would be something maybe about okay, like how something is built. You're probably right, but I will tell you though, if people don't know, like it's not to just excuse my own like bad example, but at the same time, but at the same time though, people will use something like that against you and say, "Oh, it's polar TI." If you get something like that wrong, that doesn't make them right or even what I'm saying right, but people will do that. It's polar TI equals dumb. You know what I mean? Which plenty of people on here have said is not necessarily true, but it winds up being that's what people say. That's just what people say on at least on TWFP. I don't know that it's what was I saying? I don't know that it's what the fuck does any of this stuff mean, Fly Guy? He's your own sauce. You're talking about how time dilates. You can seem to fold time. It's literally like a Death Grips lyric where it's like folding time. What is it? He's like keeping time, folding time, even met myself on time. Can I fold time? Does it seem like I can fold time? That's epic. Yeah, no, I wish. Who has control? Bro, that's like the one thing. Well, you learn that you do have a certain amount of control over time. That's kind of part and parcel with the conversation, right? And that you impact other people's time, right? Gonna make the most of your time, and you gotta, you know, make the most of other people's time too. You know, well, you know what I mean. But yeah, that's basically it there. Cause you fucking bitches be wasting time. I'm guilty of it too. Ti gets annoyed when people get it wrong. Oh right, yeah. The context was if Ti gets annoyed. And Jen's annually here remembering the context, and I'm not remembering the context, and he is. He says the context was if Ti gets annoyed by when people get it wrong or don't know where as Fi doesn't care. Yes, that was what I was actually saying. So thank you. That wasn't actually necessarily a bad example. It was more of an example of. It was actually kind of a good example actually of you know, like caring about a logical error, so to speak, right? Like versus caring about an emotional error, I guess you could say, something like that. Well, right, because it's like, ugh, how could they get the capital wrong? It's like so stupid, and then like they actually like get mad. Like personally, I don't really get that, like because it's just kind of like I just kind of laugh and I'm like, well, they don't know geography or whatever. Um, Funny enough, that same kid who said he was ENFP or tested ENFP was like he said something where he said geography was his he wasn't very good at it, and um I don't think I'm that great at it either, but um another friend of mine where this other friend I mentioned too, like ENFP is a possibility, but he like couldn't find Africa on a map when we were young, but I judged him pretty hard for that. Not I mean not in like an overly mean way, but I was like, what? Like you don't know what? Like that's ridiculous. I mean, yes, we were pretty young. We were like teenagers, but still, I remember being pretty like. I mean, I wasn't annoyed by that, but I was more like even then, like I wasn't angry, but I was definitely like kind of I don't know what I was doing. I was kind of whatever pulling a fucking. I was like, well, to be honest, I was surprised, but I was also like just being judgmental or something. Um, you know. Uh, anyway, it's like, but that stuff doesn't. It only makes me mad when people are like, because like for example, that friend he would make a mistake like that, but then he'd be super judgmental like to me about stuff or judgmental about stuff in general at times. And he kind of is still like that, to be honest. Like, I mean, he's matured to some degree. I mean, I don't want to start venting about this friend of mine, but it's like that would be what would make me mad. I'd be like, okay, you have like such strong opinions about this, but like you don't know even know where Africa is on the map or something like that. Like that would be an example where maybe I would be. But see, to me though, that would be. I mean, in some regards, it's commenting on his intelligence. He's not. It's not that he's dumb, but it's like, and he would. I would think that he would know where Africa is on the map now, like 10 years later. But still, like, um, you know, uh, it would be something though. Well, to me though, that it would be a little bit petty though. Like it's to discount arguments and to like hold that against. I mean, I hardly even ever think of that. Like sometimes I think of it and I'm like, but that's not something that often comes to. Well, sometimes it does come to mind if I'm trying to like what if I'm going through if I'm trying to like debate the intellectual rigor of something my friend said or the point that he has or something. But and I'll just be like, well, remember that time you didn't know where Africa was on the map? Well, but then I'll kind of be saying to myself, okay, well maybe that is a certain comment on his intelligence. Again, like not that he's dumb or whatever, a certain comment on something. Maybe he doesn't know just a, a lot about geography, but um I would still call myself out though and say, well, but that's like petty. Like that's kind of just like dumb. It's more important like yeah, this lame stuff of like if he's a good person, like what he means when this yeah, just when he says and does this and motivations and I mean it's like yeah, actions, intentions and actions are of course both in fact actions might even be more important, but F let's just say for all intents and purposes that like FI is what motivates a person, and it's like I mean I care much more about like that, um, you know what I'm saying, like people's like personal beliefs and stuff like that. That's what like, and that could be FE. I don't know what that is, but that's it's also not just me saying like I care more about the deep stuff. I mean, it kind of is, but it's also just like true. Like, but I also can't really see why people would find it to be would feel any other way. Like, so in other words, right? As, again, sounding like Eric, In other words, like, um, it's like I don't care if you can't find Africa on the map as long as your heart's in the right place, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like you, right? And well, anyway, my point was though, what annoys me though is when people do make arguments. Yes, people's wrongness annoys me, but it's people's. This is a good way of putting it. People's wrongness annoys me, but it's people's moral wrongness that angers me. You know what I mean? Um, and to be honest, if I'm talking about the times that I really get angry, I'll admit that it's almost always when I feel transgressed upon. When I feel personally offended by something, which you know, and I can recognize the irony in that because when I talk about snowflakes and SGWs and blah 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 blah. Well, the reason I say what I do about people like that is because I honestly think that I understand the mindset. I mean, I do think a lot of these people they might be mistaking FI for FE because, like I said, there's virtue signaling, and then there's also that thing of like doing something to look good as opposed to feeling good. Uh, you know what I mean? Like like FE is like looking good, and like FI is feeling good, well, anyway, that's a very like reductive explanation, but you might go as far as to say that you don't really do anything like like it, um sometimes when I get super reductive, I start thinking like honestly, like we don't do like the people don't really do anything other than for FI reasons, I don't know what that says about like me or my type, but I honestly will get to that point sometimes, I'll just be like, honestly, everything is just FI. Like which which isn't to say that everything is relative and subjective. Again, I don't think that that's true, but I will think to myself, my goodness, people, even if they're driven by like goodness, like that's their feeling good. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. What I think is beautiful though about it, like honestly, is that in my opinion, what would appear to be objectively true is that, well, I don't know. I think I don't want to get too into it right now. It's just, but I think that basically, not, by the way, Sam, be careful saying stuff like that here. Not necessarily because of me or anyone here, but just because of like YouTube and in general. Yeah, no, but he's just kidding. Why though? What's up? What's up, man? I think I've seen some of your Instagram stories where you're like, "Fuck my boss" and like everything. What is going on over there, man? Okay, I'm just getting caught up here. Oh, okay, wait. Melting Zero says, I'd like you to define what you mean by morals, ethics, or universal ethics. It's kind of hard to talk about it when it's not clear from what direction you're coming. You know what I mean? I don't really know how else to put it. Maybe, like, I mean, like, how do I, like, okay, like uh, a subjective moral maybe would be, we don't eat bananas on Tuesday, why? Because I don't like it, it's any other day, I think it's totally arbitrary, but like, this is a really stupid comparison, but like, don't kill someone. Like that's kind of like a universal moral. Um, why? Well, for many reasons. Like there's I mean, if even if you're not religious, it's just like, or even if you don't even care about the morality of it, if you just care about not going to jail, like, or not being punished, or like somehow, just in the sense that we recognize death as not good, that we, generally speaking, we try to do unto others as we would have done unto us, and we would not like to be killed, and so we don't kill, you know. Um, but most people don't care about eating bananas on Tuesdays or whatever. Everyone cares about being killed, and everyone cares about killing. You know what I mean? Like, um, I know that that's stupid. Maybe I'm ti polar, but it's like, um, I wouldn't be able to define it in any way beyond funny enough, I guess. Sort of like, kind of personal morals and whatnot. Kind of my own understandings of things, of morality and ethicality thus far, you know, which is not academic or even rigorous, really. I mean, I'll be honest, I just, it's not like I haven't like poured through tons of philosophers' different viewpoints on good and evil, and I basically, like, I have my understanding of different schools of thought, and okay, I kind of like get what that is, I get what this is, and okay, I see what I do, and then I feel how I do, and then I believe what I do. So, um, that's how I wind up, at least trying to sort out what is subjective and objective, and with regards to, like, morals and ethics, because they're not exactly easy topics, obviously. Um, I would just say that something like that would be just a nice dumb example of how something can be just totally subjective, and then something that can be kind of just like totally objective, you know. And some people start arguing, well, killing is good. It's like, it's clearly not. Like, it's kind of self-evident. I just don't know. You do get to a point though where you might just not agree with people or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know about you, but I don't know if I'd want to be around someone that feels like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you're entitled to your opinion. It's like, you're actually kind of not entitled to that opinion. Like, uh, you know what I'm saying? It's so crazy. It gets so crazy. Like, it all comes down to not harming yourself and or others. So it's like, sure, I guess, as long as you're not harming yourself and or others, but it's kind of a low bar, isn't it? But still, you know what I mean? Like, you try to, that's at least a big part, I think, of how you try to, like, discern good and evil from, like, a not just a subjective viewpoint, but from an objective viewpoint. Melting Zero says, I would say the TI Polar is very effective and smart in many contexts. My biggest problem that happens is when during language discourse, the TI Polar doesn't do the frame hygiene I really need them to do. The Gen Zennial says, I think it's, oh. TI would qualify the magical thing as different categories rather than religion is not magical thinking, if I'm a religion believer. It's not that I don't understand the argument. I just don't like it. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I don't know. I, I, you'll notice though that, like, when you said that, or someone said, oh yeah, no, it was Dark Sunshine saying the different categories. That was just something that I failed to discern. I mean, I can understand that point of view. I mean, I don't necessarily share it. I see why they overlap though. I'm a fucking idiot, but um I guess in the moment I just didn't think to qualify it in that regard. And maybe in a deeper sense, I don't know that it's really even that important to qualify. It's like you either get it or you don't. That's kind of the thing about like religion, right? Or well, in belief, is and stuff like that. It's kind of like you either believe or you don't. Like you can't like force people to believe. I mean, you can, but that's kind of in its own way immoral. Again, free will, and like God gave us free will, and so we have that's the choice to do good is what makes it good. The choice to do evil is what makes it evil, and the choice to do good is what makes it good. In at least in large part, both for both. That's I totally believe that. No pun intended. But that's I think that's definitely the truth. Um, Sorry, I meant to say I definitely no, yeah, well, I do, but it's like I definitely think that's yeah, it's just amazing truth and reality, right? My favorite. There's all venting about my friends. I get rid of them. Oh well, I wish I could be so detached, Fly Guy. I mean, depending on the case, though, I mean, it's like that can be harsh. I think it depends on how bad their transgressions are. I mean, it's like if you have a friend that just like, well, as with anything, there are levels to it, and but I hear what you're saying, and it's probably not good to, I don't know, at least probably to just like to always be hanging around people that you're always venting about, like, 'cause he probably just means that you just like, even if you agree about a lot, you must disagree a lot too. And I mean, I do find that exact same problem with this friend I mentioned. It's tough though. I mean, it's like especially with like childhood friends and stuff, and you don't want to. And if anything, you really don't want to offend people, but you have to set boundaries. And you have to be firm in them. Like there will be no transgressions upon my personal boundaries or anyone's. Everyone should do the same. But anyway, I mean, like that's a pretty like free mentality. It's on one hand could be harsh, but also it could be freeing. Sorry, I meant to say it could be free. You know what I mean? So anyway, crowd swelled. I gotta check the like freaking yeah. How many people are here? It's a good question. Bruh, where's my fucking stream at, dog? And of course, it's giving me this nonsense about trying to fucking. There's no space on my laptop. It's like, fuck you. Here it is. Oh, yeah, nice. 8 viewers and 5 likes. Amazing. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to say thank you guys for being here today. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the capital thing. Exactly. And right, venting. Yeah. Well, it's not good to be in that mindset, of course. Try not to. You don't want to be negative. That's my whole thing these days. It's like being, at least basically being productive and positive and aiming towards good and God. Literally, you know, I'm laughing just because I mean, I say it a lot, and I know it sounds maybe lofty or even naive or optimistic, but I think it's generally true. I mean, it's definitely good, but it's also true. Again, the transcendentals, the good, the true, and the beautiful. We stay aiming towards them here on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. It's the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality, after all. After all, what would we be if we did not aim towards truth and reality, at the very least? I would say in that you do indeed aim towards good and God. Amen. I was gonna say something else, but now I forget what I was gonna say. Just about the. Oh yeah, like it's like being productive and positive and aiming towards good and God. Amen. So good. Yeah. Well, just it's. Yeah. Well, that. Oh yeah. Right. I was gonna say. I meant to say it's that I don't think it's just true. That it's just that it's not only true but good. You know what I mean? So yeah. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. But qualifying. There's 5 categories. Jonathan says, oh, okay, interesting. He says, Ti says, I define, well, basically, Jonathan says, perhaps, I define exactly 5 categories of magical thinking, and this is the third kind. Fi, this is some kind of magical thinking. I'm not sure. Regardless, it's retarded. Oh, right, but yeah, Boba Fett says crowd swelled. Yes. Okay, that's why I checked. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, that's funny. That's probably kind of true, though, Jonathan. He was his crowd swelled. Check. Here. Point is there be a lot of Disney qualifying up front. You know, spend more time qualifying things like that. They do making the actual point. Well, sometimes I do that, but I don't know if it's so much Ti. Like it might just be more Ne or even Ni. I don't know, but I mean, well, or I guess it's every function. It could be every function, but I tend to think of that kind of back and forth stuff that I do as being a little bit more Ne of like the openness towards the possibilities, but Ti qualifications. I mean, I'm sort of curious as to how that like works, because you could frame what I do as being Ti qualifications. Like Eric might say that. You can everyone has all functions. Like I think I was gonna say. Ti. Oh yeah, well, it could be Ne, it could be Ni, it could be Fe, it could be Fi, and yeah, it could even be Si or Se, and especially well, yeah, it would be Ti and Te, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure how I qualify. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, like qualifying things. I mean, I probably do it in some ways more than an Fi way, but I don't see it though as being this totally like subjective process though. Like I don't, you know? I mean, it takes a lot of, you know, like I said, there's the two different schools of thought on it about Fi and the whim element of it, but like I'm like very like considerate and even deliberate. Like which again, it could be it could be anything from OCD to Ti, but it's like I mean, I'm willing to say that it's FI, but I'm also not willing to say in some sense that like, oh, okay, so you're polar TI, or okay, and I'm not willing to say, oh, it's totally subjective or something. It's like, well, not necessarily. Let's not go that far, but indeed, we do use all of the. Well, this actually gets at what, funny enough, literally what Jonathan is saying here, perfectly synchronicity here. Either way you sniff at it, everyone has all of the functions. Slot position just generally relates to the relationship that the ego has with each function and shit. Wasn't for and shit. Like CJ, if you beat me in our fight, we will take your family away. Yeah, right. I mean, it's well, you start getting into territory with even religious stuff where you're like, I don't know about that, especially with in the institutions, in the religious institutions. But the idea again, it's like that has more to do with people. But well, that's a difficult topic. But you know what I mean. It something like that. And I was raised Catholic, but like, I mean, there are reasons for it. I'm not even exactly sure what the reasons are, but there are reasons for it. It's just it of course comes across as arbitrary because like it just sounds arbitrary, you know. But it's really not. I mean, you know what I mean. But anyway, Sean, the Gen Zennial says, JB, are you trying to troll me into requalifying my qualification of qualify because it's working? Jonathan says no. Okay, I don't need to like read every last thing. Like, ooh, talking about qualifying now. Leans forward. All right, we're talking to me or Jonathan here, but yeah, it's what qualification here. It's like word. Peace out, fly guy. Thank you for being here. Peace out, dude. BBL. I think nothing serious is alright. I think ENFP is actually likely. What I don't really see though is CJ being an NI dom. This all seems at least to say NE more than NI. That's fair, I think. It's consistent with how I've viewed it. But I do think I'm pretty good with NI. Classic NF. Ooh, God, and you haven't heard him freestyle yet. Thank you, the Gen Zero. Yeah, exactly. I can freestyle pretty well, you know. I'm decent with improvising. I like to improvise, you know. Jonathan's got a spider. Oh. Oh shit. Dude, I almost don't like spiders more than I don't like snakes. And that's saying something. No, but seriously, because it's like, snakes are pretty fucking weird, but spiders is like, dude, you run into spiders all the time. It sucks. Sorry, I meant to say, yeah, thanks for being here, Fly Guy. Peace out, Fly Guy. Kimi9 says, I probably have at least 3 spiders living in my hair at any given moment. What the fuck? Are you housing them? Do they pay rent? Like, what's the incentive there? Or is it just happenstance? They just like your hair. So they nest there. Oh yeah, just don't get on me. The spiders don't move. I guess they're okay. That's the thing too. I definitely don't go out of my way to kill spiders. Or bugs in general, but like spiders, man. Like, I mean, big spiders, I do not understand. Well, I don't understand having like reptiles as pets either, to be honest, but like tarantulas, I'm like, get the heck out of here. I mean, it's not. I'm not like, whoa, I'm scared. I just like think that they're like, I guess, well, they're creepy, but also I guess in a way kind of like gross. You know, it's like can't stand that shit. Oh, the ninth and the fifth function do certainly have some good performance with NI. It's basically a function 5 thing. You don't want to do it all day, but you come to value it. That might be me. Yeah, I've thought a little bit in that way. I hadn't put it exactly in that way, but that's correct, man. Pretty insightful about me. No, I'm just kidding, but no, it's funny because you've just talked about type, and yet you've like zeroed in on I think how I approach the functions and how and from what I read how the functions work. But you did voice a few things about the TI and some differences and stuff here, so like I'm still curious about that. But I will say though that honestly I think they're among the more difficult functions to really like describe and ascribe, so to speak. Like at least just like TI and FI up there, of course, with NI. NI might even be the most difficult. I think because it's by its very nature so ethereal. There's a luxury condo for spiders. Set aside them instantly in a spider web. Um, Maybe it's because you like some of that kind of like more goth type stuff that I like. So spiders are something about spiders and goth music or something. Ha ha. Get it? It's you're that it's that video for Blink 182 I Miss You, right? Beautiful. Beautiful fucking band, beautiful fucking song. When they were just like trying to be the Cure and they had Robert Smith on their album. That's like their best album though, clearly, the self-titled album. Like what the heck? What do you think? It's like, oh yeah, Enema of the State is their best album. It's like, no. If they have any good album, it's their self-titled album, very clearly. But they are doing that thing of we're mature now and we listened to The Cure, and then they just had a massive hit with I Miss You, and then that just the meme of Tom DeLonge, his voice and the where are you? He'll never live that down. Now he's into like UFOs and stuff. That's cool. Yeah, I'd love to do like a TI test. Oh man, I'm gonna have to head out soon. For real this time. Wow, 9 hours. Amazing. What I'm probably gonna honestly wind up doing is like sleeping for a while and then possibly streaming later tonight. Maybe not though. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow night instead. But definitely this weekend. Might be a portal. My hair might be a portal to their motherland. That is also very possible. Distinct possibility. It's my NE. Just totally just like seeing the possibilities. Just I can't help it. It just comes naturally. We'll come to right though. TI test. People get information from black. The black box of the mind. Yeah, is that what they call it? Because that's amazing. There's a thing in Twin Peaks that's like that. It would seem to be more symbolic of like television and or spirituality, but I could also see that too. The mind, the black box of the mind, and it'll just come to it just says the thing and the value there. Amazing. OMG NI is so mysterious. Ooh, ah, swoon. Well, if any function is, it's got to be NI, right? Come on. So as far as it's a bit hard to make conclusive projections on whether someone is being TI or FI. Yeah, I feel that though. That's what I'm saying, dog. Kimi9 says, in Ireland, they're good luck. My dad would never kill them. Oh, that's right. You're from Ireland. Do you still live in Ireland? That's pretty amazing. Obviously, you can tell based on my name, I'm very Irish. I've never been to Ireland, though. I need to go. Jonathan says, yeah, that's a fact. That's, you might have forgotten you put it there, Kimi9, yeah. Oh, okay. You're asking me a TI question now? Okay, so when it rains, Timothy brings an umbrella. Does that necessarily mean that when it doesn't rain, he will leave his umbrella at home? I want to say immediately no, not necessarily, but I feel like I have to read that again. Yeah, no, it doesn't, because it could mean that when it doesn't rain, Timothy also brings an umbrella. You know? I mean, it's a funny question though, right? Because you would think he probably doesn't, based on other factors, or based on the phrasing and based on the basic logic of it, you would think that he doesn't bring, that he will leave it at home. But based on how you phrase the question or whatever, however you want to put it, the statement, based on how you phrase the statement, it does not, I would say it does not necessarily mean that when it doesn't rain, he will leave his umbrella at home. That's my answer. That's me doing a drum roll on my chest to get the answer about if I'm TI, if I have TI, because I answered that right. Exactly. I'm in Florida now. Oh yeah, interesting. Interesting change of pace, right? It's like from Ireland to Florida. I actually have been to Florida just to go to Disney World twice in 1 year for some reason. Amazing. When I was young, it was because the first time we went, well, we had a cousin there who had like a disc. She had a discount and stuff for us, and then like the first time we went, it was just me and my immediate family. But the second time we went, it was like a few months later with my extended family. So yeah, and I'd never really flown before, and I hated flying, and I still hate flying. And I flew 4 times that year, and it was like fucking hated it. In fact, I could get really deep about that, but I'm not going to. It was a fucking I just fucking hate flying. Florida though doesn't necessarily. What was I gonna say? Sorry, I got distracted by what Melting Zero said, but like it doesn't. I would like to explore more of Florida. Actually, was what I was gonna say. I think something like that. I don't like. I mean, I've never been to Miami. I've never been to Actually, no. I guess I have been to Orlando, but I haven't been to. I haven't been like around. Florida. Anyway, what's it like in Florida? How is Florida? um. Yeah, okay, well, Melting Zero says, your answer suggests that if you were a TI Polar, you have some crazy good workaround that you found about it. Yeah, it's like, thank you, yeah. Your answer is completely right and didn't even take time getting there. A TI Polar is likely to not even get the concept the way I phrased the question. Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, that's, that's, that's how people make it seem like it's really bad. Like, so, if that has to be the way it is, then maybe I'm just not TI Polar, you know? But like I said, like I had that inkling even from the very beginning. Oh shit, even though there's a thing, Orlando Magic wins the NBA something lottery on TV. It's amazingly synchronicity. But Kami9 says, hopefully I'll be leaving soon, lol. She's not fucking with Florida. I kind of feel like, I mean, now that you said it, now that you said that, Florida seems to just like get a bad rap for some reason. Like, I think it has to do with, if I'm being honest, I think it's like crime and stuff like that. But, and like, I guess there are swamps. Like, I get it, but everywhere has crime and everywhere has swamps. No, I'm just kidding. Not everywhere has swamps, but no, I'm just saying like it's like, but what is it that makes Florida so bad? Why do people? I would like a nice. I mean, I guess maybe it is too damned hot. As Jonathan says, Florida's too damned hot and backwards. So well, politically, maybe they have some regressive beliefs and stuff, but they that could be the thing too. Because is it humid? It's probably pretty like It's because that's the impression I also get, is that maybe like it sucks too because it's just like humid. It's not just hot; it's humid. It's humid. Florida is weird in the most uninteresting way. That's Kami9 says Florida is weird in the most uninteresting way. That's really funny. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of know what you mean, but I still am like, I'm curious about it. Melting Zero says I'm not definitive though that you can't be TI polar. I also have to make sure to entertain that TI polar is not as incapable as is said and varies from person to person more. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I mean. It's like, whoa, is it really that bad? That kind of thing. Like I remember even Jonathan said that. Like we were and I because I remember I thought the same thing when because Eric has this bit basically kind of where we'd be like Ti polar when you ask, oh, what's your who's your mother's sister's brother's son, they'll be like family. And I'm like, okay, that's like a funny bit and that's like cute, like they're trying to be cute or something, but I almost feel like how would you how would like that just sounds like you're not even like they're not even trying. You know what I mean? Like at least try to figure it out. But I appreciate what you say because it didn't take me that much time. I mean, what seems to happen usually with like TI questions, and I might need a little more like testing in this regard, but I'll like I'll have the like just now I was sort of intuitively like, okay, so like I wanted to intuitively say no, and then I'll double check, and then I'll be like, no, yeah, that's right. You know, um, maybe I just doubt my TI sometimes. I don't know, but like more often than not, like sometimes the vote will take time. Like some of those family tree questions, they might take me a few minutes, or if it's like a math question or something, it might take me well not a few minutes, but I'm exaggerating a little, but it might take me a little longer, or yeah, like with the family tree question, it might take me a little longer, and with like a math question, it might take me a little longer, um, but in the end though, it's not enough to think Ti polar, usually. If it just in the it's just in like the few times where Eric is talking about where he asks people Ti questions, and I just like see how quickly I can respond. Like I'm always like I guess kind of pleasantly surprised. I'm sort of just like, well, it's just reinforces my belief that my Ti is at least definitely not horrible. You know what I mean? That's funny, Dark Sunshine, about that. I'll be gone soon. I know. I gotta. Speaking of which, I do have to head out soon. But, yeah, we met and tested EXFPs. So I don't have anything on that. But I've met ENTPs who were doing worse than you on the question. That's hilarious. Well, I guess maybe they're not really ENTPs, right, or something. Who knows? But I'm also like keyed into like how those questions work. I don't know if that makes a difference. I mean, but I'll just give myself the credit here. How about that? You know what I mean? But Kami9 asks, are Eric's logic questions easy for you to answer? And I'd say it depends on the question, but like when I've heard them, like uh generally, I guess they're anywhere from so far, honestly, it's always been that they're either somewhat easy or maybe just like if they're difficult at all, just moderately difficult. I don't think that I've found a like that I've heard a TI question where I was like, oh my god, like this is gonna take me like 5 minutes. Um, I will say though, yeah, Melting Zero says I am a TI Dom, and I was not doing super well on the genealogy questions, or I had to practice them a bit. Yeah, like that stuff's not so right. That's exact like that stuff, genealogy stuff, math stuff, but mostly if it's more like complex math stuff, kind of things, where you have to do PEMDAS and stuff like they say, right? Um, oh man, I mean, if I don't have like I can do simple math very very well actually, but I can't really do complex math very well at all. Um, well, I mean, it'll take me a while. But like you said, you're TI Dom, and it took you a while at least on genealogy questions. I mean, I think frankly, it's probably because most people don't like spend time thinking about that stuff. Yeah, it's like maybe it did just take practice and stuff. Like if you ask me a complex genealogy question right now, I can't guarantee you that it would take me. It probably would. Like if it was, if you gave me like at least like four variables, it could take me like up to a minute to figure out. You know, like mother's, father's. Like I said, I think it was like mother's, father's, sister's, son. Like, let me think about that. That would be my. I want to say my cousin, but like my mother's father's sisters. Mother's father was my grandfather. Grandfather's sister would be my great aunt. No, and so then their son, great aunt. That would be my cousin. Yeah. I don't know if it makes a difference that it's my great aunt's son, but it would be my cousin. Yeah. So that didn't take me that long, right? That actually wasn't that bad. That's kind of funny, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not as bad as it as I thought. Like that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I still think of it. I can't even think of one now, but like a complex math equation might get me. Like that would probably take me a little while. A more complicated genealogy question and/or a more complicated math question might get me to take a while on it. Definitely take a while on it. I tried studying mathematics, and when I don't put in the time, effort, and dedication, I'm at a loss to figure out formulas and principles. TI is not a magic pill that auto solves integrals. Huh. Formulas and principles, huh? See, it's like in here I thought, that like TI was like all about formulas and principles and stuff. Maybe that's more in some ways TE. I don't know, always learning something new. Again, with type, it's like, I feel like, again, it's like the more I know, the more I learn, the less I know. Well, I guess, it's, I wind up knowing more, but, the sort of more that I'm, like, thinking, like, well, this could be, things that I thought were TI could be as disparate as FI, and things I thought were FI could be as disparate as TI, you know what I mean? It's like, that's not, I'm like, what the heck? So, and then sometimes I'm like, fuck, it's all, type is just bullshit, but anyway, yeah. Who is my son's father's sister's only nephew's sister? See, that's gonna take me a second. Plus, I'm getting tired now, so it's just like, oh my god. No, that was just no that Boba Fett. It's just some like metal sounding shit, kinda. I guess. Could be. Right? Like I don't know, but okay. My son's father's sister's only nephew's sister. Okay, my son's father, me, my sister's only nephew, who would be my, who would be my son, sister. That would be my daughter, right? Did I get it right? Is it my daughter? It's my daughter, isn't it? It's my daughter, Mary. It's my daughter, Mindy. Ugh. Attitude. I got it right. We got it right, Jonathan. But your question here made me laugh. What is my mother's father's sister's only grandchild's only male dog sitter's age divided by his penis size in milliliters divided by 4? Not millimeters, but milliliters. Wow, amazing. Amazing truth and reality. Oh, it's 444. Make a wish, I guess. Do people make wishes at 444? Is that sacrilegious? I don't know. Magical. Magical numbers and magical thinking. Whoa. See, and there those 2 examples just now, right? Feel me? You know what I mean? Mad layered. Mad smart. Just any TI, you know? It's just, like, brilliant. Nice, though. Got it right. So good. I'm so fucking smart, dude. That makes me smart. That makes me smart. Even like a year ago, though, for some reason, I feel like I was like even slower with those kinds of questions. So it's kind of funny. I mean, it also really helps me to just to speak, to think out loud. So there's that too. But no, yeah, I know, right? It's kind of like there's no. It's like my TI is at least decent. And Dark Sunshine, though, says, you know, a lot of mathematics is TE. You have to know formulas and apply them. TI aspect is math logic and the whole deduction explanation thing. Wow, melting zero using some real TI and saying penis size divided by a constant is not a number either. It's a physical quantity. True, that's true TI right there. Thank you, Melting Zero. Says, really appreciate your guitar playing. Lovely on measure. What does that mean? On measure? I mean, I see you're saying lovely, so I appreciate that very much. But on measure, I like that. Hold on. Yo, this shit's fucking. You're gonna close out of some stuff. What the heck? Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, it's. I'm playing backwards and upside down. It's weird, but it's how I've learned it, and it's kind of hard to learn it the other way. You wouldn't believe. I try to play it the normal way, and it's like I can't play at all. Hold on. Just get a little loose here. My capo. Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Shuffler? Thank you for being here. I haven't seen you around here. You from TWFP by any chance? Talking with famous people, TWFP. Finger picked though. Yeah, no, that would be an interesting development. It might be worth trying out. Let's see, are there any new songs? I'm sort of in a mood to just like maybe play a few songs and then dip. Because I'm about to be hitting the 10-hour mark. Seems like a pretty good time to stop streaming. Classic Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. For 10 hours. I thought I was gonna only go for like maybe 5 hours at most, but I wound up going for 10 hours. Unbelievable. I do the best streams. So good. Man, though, this thing is being slow here. What was going on? I gotta make sure this works. Hold on. Do. Well, there was one Atlas Sound song that I was just listening to that I was thinking I could probably play, and then I like. But one sec here. I gotta close out a few things here. Man, this is giving me a hard time right now. Hold on. Boy, I gotta close out of some shit, cause I'm fucking got too much space on the laptop, and on my phone too. It's fucking me up. I'm fucking boned too. I gotta get boned too. I'm being alone, dude, waiting by the phone from a boo on the, who you, it's a new R&B single, you know? True Blue, they call me True Blue Boy over here in the news. True cool dude. They call me the cool dude. Feel me? They do. My high school superlative was coolest dude. So good, right? Amazing. Uh, just, just so many windows and tabs, dude. Too many windows and tabs and fucking all over my abs, right? Because I have abs. A six pack actually. No, I won't show you it. You don't deserve to see. It's too sexy. I'm too sexy for my shirt. I'll do a cover of that song. How about that? You guys like Right Said Fred's I'm Too Sexy? Just amazing truth and reality. Oh, thank you very much, Shuffler. Thank you for being here. Okay, wait. Hold on here. Wait for it. The good music is coming. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Oh, it's gonna be amazing. Truth and reality. Matter of fact, pussy is not a matter of fact, matter of fact, matter of fact, pussy is not a matter of fact, matter of fact, matter of fact.
I mean, I could probably do that Atlas Sound song pretty easily. And then I could, like, because it's 2 songs actually in a row that I could probably just, like, do pretty nicely.
Like on the album there. Well, I don't know for you.
Well, it would just be, it might be good doing the 2 in a row. Copy and paste these lyrics again. Baby sleeping, sleeping. Your baby's sleeping, sleeping. Sleeping, sleeping. Sleeping, 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 sleeping. One sec. Tired. I know exactly how this goes. I just can't. I need to get that. They both really the same. Nice. Yeah, hold on. I can play this.
The Mona Lisa's got you all. The Mona Lisa's got you all. The Mona Lisa's got you all. The Mona Lisa's got you. Man. Many poverties were interrupted by learning how to read, looking at the sky. Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you. This is where I need to remember. Man, what is that? You Lisa's got you. Sorry, I need to like hear that for a sec. It's weird because it's kind of like. Word, thank you for being here, Mouthing Zero. Peace out, fam. This isn't really like why. What? Your baby's sleeping. Man, that's the part that's always gotten me when trying to learn this song. It's not even that hard. It's just trying to get the right key here. It's like not that though. Like why? Your baby's sleeping, sleeping. Your baby's sleeping, sleeping. Your baby's sleeping, 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 It just doesn't sound quite right, but. Totally butchered that, but I'm gonna do this one now. That was Mona Lisa by Atlas Sound. Horrible cover, but now I'm gonna do Praying Man, which I know way better. It's actually the sequential, it's the next song on the album, and it's funny because it's similar chords, but I can play it way better. And it's actually kind of a better song. Or at least it's like, it's definitely more good. Yeah, this is called Praying Man by Atlas Sound. I just want to make this beat in tune here. Kick me while I'm down. Why don't you stick me in the ground? I'll rise again. I am a praying man. Yeah, I'm a praying man. Oh, I'm a praying man. I'm a praying man. Yeah. Yeah, that was Atlas Sounds Praying Man. I can do that one pretty well. You baby sleeping, sleeping. And then, yeah. How do you like that? That ascending scale at the end there? Did you guys feel it? Did you guys ascend? So good, right? Baptize me. I am a praying man. Yo, I'm a praying man. Yo, yo, yo. I am a praying man. Sha-la-la-la. I could take it down a notch. I learned an Electric Wizard song recently. You guys want to hear it? Let's see if I hold on. Wait. We Hate You by Electric Wizard. I don't know if I should play that after that song. That last song is so wholesome. No. Hold on. Actually, well, not because everything now I want to play is like way different. Well, I have one that I could play. It's like pretty good. Hold on. And it's like simple too, but hold on one sec. Ugh, come on, man. This fucking shit's giving me a hard time. Space here. Chris Chavin says, yes, sended. So good. It's weird because what I was just doing was reminding me a little bit of a mixture of that song and the ascending part in Yes's Close to the Edge. So good, right? I get up, I get down, I get up, I get down, I get up, I get down. I can't even go that high. Oh my god, can you believe that song? So good. Well, there are a few songs that I want to play. If Kami9 is still here, she might know this song. There's well, I kind of see there's a few songs I want to play. Damn, man, this is really giving me a hard time. Hold on. I am praying you. Nice, Chris Javins. I was wondering if you'd get that. He says, yes, wait, that's so true. I didn't even notice. Chris Squire does that in like every song last, but it's great. I know, right? So good. Dude, I only like somewhat recently got into Yes with Fragile and Close to the Edge. They're both just like perfect. They're both perfect albums. Like amazing. Yeah, one sec here. Wrap your face in prayers, the ones you never sent. And no, they never reached me. You know they never reached me. Take it down a notch and like just be depressing real quick. A little Death in June's. Death in June's The Golden Wedding of Sorrow. That whole time it was like flat, but that was fine, I guess. And then now I have to transition into Electric Wizards. We hate you. No problem. Thanks for being here, Jonathan. Peace out. I'll talk to you later, dude. I'll hit you up, dude. Man, that's just like... It's like... How do you like that? All right, now let's switch up the vibe a little bit. Hold on a sec. Oh, yeah. Well, I have another one. It's not exactly like a huge change in tone. But it's a nice segue into a more positive change in tone. Just closing out here with a bunch of covers. Turn it into a Yes song from me. For more like Rush, but like a Yes song. You know, me has been torn, loveless and cold. My hate begins to breed. Yeah, I wanted to play something else. One sec. Rap remix. That'd be dope if some rapper like sampled Electric Wizard's "We Hate You So Good." Yeah. Okay. One sec. My right to vengeance for me has been torn. Pussy is not a matter of fact, matter of fact, matter of fact. Pussy is not a matter of fact, matter of fact, matter of fact. Pussy is not a matter of fact. I have a message. Can you read what it says? Drive straight home. Drive straight home. Disappearing ink. Disappearing ink, but the words still sting. Disappearing ink. Oh yeah. Was everybody so nasty? What do I want with all these things? God, it's fucking annoying. What's up, Dark Sunshine? Asterisk. Comment. Asterisk. Alright, the chat is dead. I was just trying to find lyrics, but thank you, Dark Sunshine. Yeah. What's up, Fly Guy? Fly Guy is back and better than ever. I mean, I'm just coming through with some covers, man. Winding down here. Hold on 1 sec. Man, I had it wrong. I'm butchering this, sorry. was Galaxy 500's Strange. Nice. Queen, KME9 coming through. Galaxy 500. Exclamation point, exclamation point. Yeah, aren't they great? Dean Wareham's actually from around here in Boston. So good. Also, I think Wareham is actually the name of a place in Boston. It's funny. I had to wait. If I sang it more like him, it would be like, why's everybody acting funny? Why's everybody look so strange? Why's everybody look so nasty? What do I want with all these things? I went alone down to the drugstore. I went back into the cold. I stood in line and ate my Twinkies. I stood in line, I had to wait. I like to sing it more like in the lower register there. Why is everybody acting funny? Why is everybody so strange? Very simple song. Na 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 na. Yeah, I didn't repeat the whole song, but like imagine being able to nail that register though without just sounding totally annoying. Oh, you know what's another Galaxy 500 song that I actually wanted to do was Oblivious. How do you feel about the band Luna? I need to actually listen to more from them. I've only heard that one song, like California all the way, in parentheses, all the way. It's chill. I have the feeling that it's more like refined. You know what I mean? Like there's probably like better production value, but I don't know. I'm sure it's probably like not on the same level as Galaxy 500. You know, but like, what do you think about them? Yeah, it's not on the same level, watered down. It's probably some good, easy listening though. I mean, if it's anything like Galaxy 500, it's probably just, but it's just like not as raw and like with better production value. It was probably like very chill and good, but yeah, I doubt it's like on that level. That kind of like formative sort of raw indie vibe, lo-fi vibe, indie vibe level. Okay, something else. Little bit, little bit, little bit. Sometimes I walk sideways to avoid you when I Sometimes. I walk sideways. Yeah, this shit's giving me a hard time. Hold on one sec. Bruh, where my vibes at? Do 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 do. I'm just playing music. What's up, host Eric? Still call you host Eric in my own stream. But yeah, what's up, Eric? Thank you for being here. What happened to your early color? Life left you awash in black and white. It's not the first time that my I've done a black and white theme here, but I figured I would do it coming back. It's a minimalist, some black and white minimalism for you guys to consider. Well, still I needed more and more. I don't know. I might just play that one because it's fun. Hold on. Oh, also, Kaminan says, I love his voice. It is more chill. Some of his lyrics are still interesting. That's cool. I'm gonna have to check it out. Hold on. Yeah. I mean, I could also do this, like. Nice. God, now I just have to like close. I have to just close every single window except this because the space is so low. It's ridiculous. Bruh. Yeah, so I've been kind of just like winding down here, playing a bunch of covers. Where's my smackers at? You know? Oh, yeah, I guess I was gonna play this. Just, yeah, just because it's fun to play. Mm. Hi, Rachel. That is Corinne Marchand in Agnes Varda's from Cleo. Sorry, Cleo from 5 to 7. It is seriously a very amazing movie. I had never heard of it until recently, and it actually it really is very good. It's very like music driven, music, like it's a little morbid in the sense that it's actually about literally from the hours to 5. Speaking of hours, yeah, 10 hours. Woo, to 10 hours. Um, it's like about like from literally from the hours of 5 to 7. While this woman, she's like an actress, she's like a musician, actress, and she like is actually waiting for her basically cancer test results to come back. And like we just kind of like see her life from 5 to 7. It sounds like a real morbid affair, but it's actually really not. Like, I mean, it is in the sense that it's like because she's kind of like vain, you know. Like, I mean, it's, but it's very like kind of whimsical, like, and the music is really amazing. Like this guy, like Michel Legrand, who like worked with it's French, you know, it's like French from like 63 my 62, so yeah, well 60, I knew it. But like yeah, working with Godard, and like Godard was in it. Yeah, she's beautiful. I don't even really know what else she's in, but you know, it's like basically she's it's funny, the I mean it's like the first thing she does is like goes to see like a she gets like a bad tarot card reading, and then we just watch her go through the day. Like she goes to see friends, and then she like works with her musician friends. And there's this unbelievable scene where she sings this one song. They all made up the songs. Like it's their I couldn't even believe it. There's this one song like sans toi that means like without you, and it like so theatrically like goes to her singing it, and it's really like moving because she's just so like emotive. I mean, because she's like she is melodramatic, but it works because it's like she's actually having to like contemplate life a little bit. You know, it's like she's very like beautiful, and she's kind of you know, she's like you know, hi, ooh, hi, blah 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 blah. It's like, but I might die. You know, so it's like there's this mortality, like pondering and all that. And but the whole time it's and then she goes and like her friend models at an art exhibit, and like she meets this guy, and then like the last minutes are actually pretty nice. I mean, I'm not trying to spoil everything. It's believe it or not, there's a whole but it's only like 90 minutes. Like it's just so good. Cuz it's technically not 2 hours, but uh yeah, so you know, she spends the time doing that, and she's chilling. But she's worried obviously, but she's doing a bunch of stuff, and she's kind of like uh it's a really amazing movie. Um she thinks she possibly has cancer in one day. Well, she's waiting. I'm even just reading it right here. It's funny. It's just like well, because she's waiting for a biopsy to come back. I guess they don't usually take that quickly or something, but um, believe it or not, it's actually kind of a nice like kind of beautiful movie. But it's just that the premise sets it up for her to be considering life for a little while. But she's very nervous about it, and you know, um seeing all these different people. Yeah, but when she does that one song, it's unbelievable. um all the music is amazing, and the visuals are really amazing. Like it's super stylish, you know. This fucking French people, they were just like ahead of the curve like in the 60s. The French new wave films, you know. I mean, people try to write that stuff off like, oh, like it's pretentious or whatever. I mean, just, you know, watch that and get back to me. Like, I can understand, like, maybe, like, Godard, like, not reaching people. Like, because Vivre sa vie, I think, like, is, like, totally comparable. Uh, but it's, like, more, like, I love it almost a little bit more, but it's more, like, dry and, like, philosophical. Like, this woman Agnes Varda made it, and it's like you kind of feel like it sounds kind of funny, but it her being like a beautiful woman pop star like makes it for it's kind of like I like a really good study in like I think basically kind of like the feminine psyche. Like so it's pretty good cuz you know, like I mean she cuz one of the I mean for one obviously like she puts a lot of pride on her looks, right? And she is very beautiful. But you know, looks are, you know, you are fading and you're considering mortality and stuff, but like it's all handled. Yeah, exactly. It is beautiful. And it because you wouldn't think so necessarily, but it's kind of light enough to be like whimsical, you know. I'm telling you that music is just so good. Like there's a theme. It's like new 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 do 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 do. Like whatever happened to like it's so beautiful. Like why do movies not get made like that anymore? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's on HBO Max though. I watched it on there actually. It's so good. I only saw it like in the past year, and I was like, oh my god, like I didn't know this was so like formative, you know? Like totally comparable to that like Godard stuff. You know, everyone's always like, "Oh my god, like Jean-Luc Godard and whatever." It's like you want to see the female counterpart, I would say it's like that, you know? And it's not like it's not lame like that either. Like it's like genuine considerations of like femininity, the beauty, you know, the body, you know, without being, it's nothing at all graphic or like vulgar or anything, you know, like, you know, the slightest touch morbid, but mostly whimsical and kind of just stylish, you know, it's like, it's actually kind of fun. Like, I don't know. You can't, that's like a life movie. Some of those movies, that's, I don't mean to keep ranting about it, but like movies like that, it's, I love when movies kind of like give you everything, but you don't, it's not like overwhelming. I'll tell you, you know, a movie I just started and I actually am a little bit put off by how like hyper and campy it is of all movies, Singing in the Rain. Now that's a beautiful song, right? But I am like, I just watched like the first like half hour of it, and it is like so just fucking hyper and campy that I'm like, all right, you know. Um, but for as you know, melodramatic and something like that's totally different, right? It's actually not. It's actually not that different because some might even call Cleo like a musical of sorts. You know, it's a music film, you could say. But oh my god, it's I guarantee it's better. To be honest, I know that's like people might be like, "What? No, you can't say that." It's like I'm saying it. I think it's probably way better. You know. Okay, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, no, it doesn't at all overwhelm you. You know, it feels completely like proper. Like there when there's so basically what I was gonna say is like for as like melodramatic as she is herself and like for as stylish as the movie is, it never becomes hyper or campy. You know what I mean? And it's so like oh like it totally could, you know, but like it does not at all. That's what's so funny. Like, I mean, it's because it's so just fucking formative. It even I think you and Eric probably I you remember you guys talking about it. The funny enough, it actually turns into like without so much all the dialogue and the '90s vibe. It there's a little bit of like it kind of predates like it's kind of like proto like before sunrise, you know, something like that. I think that's like a really good comparison to be honest. Very like proto like before sunrise, except you know, a little more weight on the, you know, it's like the, oh, my beauty, you know, that kind of like thing. But it works. It's so good. It's not, it doesn't feel like contrived and, you know, it feels like when it's funny, it's like it's supposed to be funny and it's, yeah, it's just so good. But I'm kind of like a huge sucker for that kind of like French new wave stuff to be honest. Not always cuz sometimes it really does get pretentious, but like yeah, when you get like a movie like that, when you get like the best of Godard and like Varda, and oh yeah, like Truffaut. Everyone knows like the 400 Blows is amazing. Uh, that's a little bit more of like a like a like a boy film, I guess. But it's an everyone film. I mean, it's a masterpiece. But it's oh, and the music in that one too is unbelievable. Um, there's like this score to it that's so good where it's like honestly at times like there's it's like makes me emotional like that movie but like combined with the music in the 400 blows he's like the kid in that is so good and it's so real like like his parents they're kind of like he's like a troublemaker kid. It's like very simple, you know. He's just like a kid. Like his this was the 50s, you know. So like people didn't even know. Like there just wasn't. You didn't get anything like this really. So it's very simple, but so formative and just like true and good. Where it's literally just you know he's a troubled schoolboy kind of, but he's it's like the parents actually they aren't that bad. They just there's just some drama and they kind of are back and forth in their of their discipline of the kid, you know? And oh, that's one of those movies where that's like one of the best movies ever made. But you kind of just fall there anyway though there's this score though where it's like alternating throughout but it kind of maintains the same thing where it does this like ascending and descending thing where it's like again these just like like sort of similar things, but they just nail it with the music where it's like you know and then like when it's fun it's like him and the boy and his friend running around and then it kind of turns into like more of a fun version but then when he gets in trouble it's like so sad and it takes on this more like mournful like melancholy vibe super melancholy I mean you know French vibes um like I said very super simple but it's kind of it's kind of hard to even talk about without spoiling anything because like it's that simple um, but it's you can only imagine it's kind of just like well how he like deals with that. How would a Parisian schoolboy basically deal with like you know wishy washy parents and the kind of discipline harsh discipline in school. Oh, but like it doesn't. And again, though it's the 50s, it doesn't like devolve into anything graphic or vulgar or anything. It just is. It's just very formative and good. Um, It's a little sad though, definitely in that way. I would even say it's actually a little more sad in a sense than like Cleo, because at least in Cleo you kind of get the like she's so like Corinne Marchand. This woman is just because she's just so beautiful. She's so like up that even when she's sad, there's so it's so theatrical. But bro, like that boy that they got for frickin' the 400 blows, for example, like he's just a boy. Like he's just, he's like he's got a little look in his eye. He's just kind of like it's like what's gonna become of this boy? Like he's and it's oh god, it's really like emotional because he's really not that bad or anything. It's the classic thing. He's kind of probably acting out for like attention, you know. It's sad though. It's like people, you know, they don't know how to like handle him. I still need to watch a lot more of those kinds of movies though. But yeah, speaking of Godard, just the last thing I'll say, like V versus V though, kind of a pretty good like trilogy that I'm talking about right here. If you wanted to get a nice little French New Wave education, it would be like the 400 Blows, V versus V, and Cleo from 5 to 7. Just like three of the best movies I've ever seen. And like V versus V, again, pretty simple. It's actually about a woman who becomes a prostitute, But without just getting way too, as I keep ranting, like basically you wouldn't even think it's about a prostitute though. You know what I mean? Like, because it's so classy. And it's actually like very existential. You know, I mean, some people might be like, oh, whatever, because there's a lot of talking. Like Godard, he Tarantino was actually very inspired by him, and he even said, I was listening to him talk about um him recently, and he was saying, well, he says a lot in general, but he says a lot about Godard, where he's like, oh, he's one of these guys you like when you're like a young man getting into film, and you grow out of him. I don't know if that's true, especially like with V versus V. But what he was saying was like, oh, well, he just like verbatim, he says like, oh, like Godard, how he just fucked with filmmaking in general, like film a whole scene from where it's just like the backs of their heads and like that happens in it, and there is a lot of talking, but there were like points at which I realized it was totally a genius movie because like even the conversations they had, because like it would be so easy to just be like, oh, whatever, but there's literally a part where they where like she's just talking to this guy like in this older guy, and it's not sexual at all. It's just at like a bar or something, and they just start talking about like the difference between okay, so like I was watching it, and it's Anna Karina, and it's like I think her and Godard were like married, and she's just like smoking a cigarette, and I was laughing. I literally was thinking something just kind of like funny, being like, oh, I could just watch a whole movie of this French chick smoking a cigarette. I know it sounds pretentious or whatever, but just like the style, I was like, oh man, so good. And then and then basically the moment that I knew it was genius was because like very soon after that, she starts having a conversation with this guy, and it's all philosophical, and they're talking about like the difference between like thinking and speaking, like the thinking life and the speaking life, and like well, it was about like words. It was about like, because I was thinking it's nonverbal communication, like there's verbal and there's nonverbal communication, and then I'm like thinking that, and then right after that they start talking about that, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, this is actually really good. And then right after that there's this amazing scene where she like dances and there's like this awesome song that plays again. It's actually that same guy, Michel Legrand. She does this like dance, and again it's like you wouldn't even know. There is a scene where they give a sort of instruction manual on like how to hook per se. Um, that it's like, I'm sure it was like risque for the time, but like it's so perfectly done. Like, they go through. I know it like sounds a little like sorted or something, but it's like it's really not, because it's like all you ever see. It's probably just because it's old, of course, so they couldn't get away with more. But it's better that way, in my opinion, because it's like, okay, so they go through like the house at one point, and it's like, you see like a little bit of like a girl's butt, and like then you just see like there's like a guy, there's a girl, she opens a door, but it's all like artfully done. I mean, you can tell if you want to. Just the last thing I'll say about it, it's like if you've ever seen like anything from Wes Anderson, it's like he completely. I love. He's one of my favorite filmmakers, like of all time. Some of my favorite movies of all time. But he was like hugely influenced by like French New Wave stuff, because it's that whole thing of it's classy. Like I said, it's like you wouldn't even think, like, oh yeah, that's right. Like this is a movie about like a woman who like turns to prostitution, but it's like they're so like well dressed and well spoken and everything. Like you just you wouldn't even think that. It's almost, she's more like a female escort. Um, but like in the process, though, I mean, it's kind of perfectly handled. Like I said, like even like everything down to that, to even something that sounds silly, like frivolous, like that, where it's like, no, we don't need again any descent into like graphicness or vulgarity. We can just see an artful like shot of how we go through, and she's at a place, and you can understand that there's hooking going on, but all you see is this kind of like, I mean, you could argue, oh well, it's sanitizing it or something, right? But let's be real, it like makes it good, because like I said, all you see is, oh, the woman turned around, you see like a little bit of like her butt, and then you just see kind of just like
there's someone else there. There's a guy and a girl, and that, hey, he's like kind of like shut the door, and then you go over, and then there's like another chick, and she's like putting on a robe or something. I think something like that, and then it goes back to the main chick, and she leaves. It's like perfect. That's all we need to see. We get it. And then like the rest of it, funny enough, is like all just like existential musing. I'm just like totally a sucker for that stuff. And then it's punctuated by like some some scenes of like action that are like really like like simple. It's just like super minimal too. Like I'm just into that stuff. I'm a little late to the game though too, if you will, because like when I first saw like I said, now I know like where Wes Anderson gets the whole thing of like you just go fully like artful and classy with it. Like it's not that really people just overuse the word pretentious. It's like yeah, sure, right? People totally will call Godard pretentious. I think that's why like well like Tarantino, he's all like, "Oh, you get into him and then you kind of like grow out of him because whatever, because he was just like messing with filmmaking or something." But uh yeah, the only thing that I would say about like V versus V, which by the way, it means like my life to live, which is such a dramatic title, but it kind of lives up to it because it's about like her choices though. It's like, and Godard, I will say, funny enough, actually, I don't want to. I really don't want to spoil anything. But the funny thing is that it doesn't really come out in V versus V, but he does have views that sometimes come off a little bit misogynistic. Um, and it like, but Anna Karina in the movie is definitely not someone to be laughed at or something. She's definitely like a tragic figure, but I mean, but it's just handled so beautifully. I would just say some people want to criticize it because it's like kind of detached. Like, it's like and the way it ends is it's like I can't spoil it, but the way it ends is so kind of matter of fact, and you're just like, what? Oh, wow, okay, wow, okay. Um, but again, short movie, love it. It's like just give me like a nice 90 minutes, and because just I'm just saying, people will say I forget what's the word like the guy makes movies like a writer or like an author would, but in like a rigorous way. So it can be like a little bit detached, like it's not it's like so far from I can't even think. Like, what's an example of? I mean, any other kind of movie. If you just saw any other movie where like a chick becomes like a hooker, like it would just be. There's no way it's nearly as good as V versus V. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, but there's just no way that it is. Um, but you could also argue though, well, it doesn't. It's a little bit detached, but like I like it that way. Um, the other two movies I named aren't as detached, and I'm not saying Anna Karina like I'm not saying it's totally detached. But has anyone seen Kimi 9? Have you seen V versus V? Like, am I wrong? Like, isn't it? It's a little bit kind of more studious. Like it doesn't feel like you're. It's like yeah, it's like a character study, but it's more like yeah, you're just kind of watching her like do her thing and like talk to people and then and see you kind of just like see what happens from there and then you kind of just like make your own judgments kind of thing. Godard isn't interested in like really moralizing or anything like that. I mean, I think he like makes his like viewpoints clear, but he's kind of just saying like yeah, like this it's it's way more classy and artful than anything that would come out now, but it's kind of just like yeah, like it's like it's that's the life and my life to live and she kind of chooses like she's tragic, she's strapped for cash and everything, so she turns to that and whatever, but it's very like, I mean, you can't even imagine making a movie like that now. Not only because it's so like intelligent, but because it's I'm saying it doesn't moralize, but like I said, it kind of does. There's no like there's none of this nonsense that we get nowadays where it's just like, pro sex work. It's like it's kind of like, but I will say it doesn't get into the nitty gritty really. There is that one scene where he like explains what she has to do, and it doesn't exactly sound good, but it's all very matter of fact and kind of detached. It's not this thing of like this harrowing experience. You know what I mean? It's not harrowing or anything, which again kind of makes it good. Like it's more thoughtful. It's just thoughtful. Um, but in the end, you realize, well, no, it's not. It's not a good life 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 choice. But and I'm not saying that that wouldn't necessarily all come across nowadays in some movies, but it just probably wouldn't be made in ways because like have you got like the big movie that people know from Godard is Breathless. And I mean that movie is much more kind of like overtly misogynistic in a way. Um Whereas, V versus V I think genuinely, if not entirely, well, it's because of Godard, but it's because of Anna Karina too. She kind of makes the performance like she gives it more life so that it really feels like she's not stupid, She's actually pretty smart. But that doesn't I mean, it's a little depressing, but it's basically it doesn't absolve her of anything. She still makes these life choices that are not very good. Um and basically what I'm saying is I think in by its end, Godard makes it clear that that's the viewpoint that we ought to take about it, that it's not good, but at the same time, it doesn't like it's not saying like, look how horrible this is. Look how harrowing it is. It's like, nah, it's just a chick like doing this doing basically sex work, but you wouldn't even think that it's sex work because you don't because it's just so not graphic and vulgar. And then, well, you get the point. It's sort of more artful and classy and all that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that some people might make an argument about that, like it doesn't fully convince or something, like in the fact of, some people might want it to be more like involving, kind of. But I actually like it. I like it the way that it is. I think it's perfect the way that it is. Like, kind of not so. You don't really have to. It's like it's not like immersive in that way. It's honestly really chill. Like it's like a very chill film. I don't know. I think that's good because that it also points out if you want to make that argument, it's not always. Yeah, there's some action and stuff, but it's punctuated. It punctuates stuff. But like it's like not everything is always this crazy. Oh, she got, don't mean to be like crude and vulgar, but it's like, oh, she got smacked around and she's left in the alley, and then the guy comes and uses her, and and then she's crying, and it's like, no, she just kind of like goes from like apartment to apartment, and she meets a John, and it's very discreet, and it's very, and then she goes and like kind of talks about life to like to this guy, and like it's like and then yeah, it's very like matter of fact. It's kind of detached, but anyway, yeah, I just like it better that way. um I don't know a single other movie like it. Yeah, but thanks. Dark Sunshine is interesting elaboration. Yeah, that kind of stuff is like good to me even when I can understand like I could understand, quite frankly, even maybe being a little bit bored by it. Like at least like V versus V, even though I love it. Like um because like I said, again, you're kind of like you forget that you're watching a movie about a prostitute. um but again, I think that that's part of why it's good. Went alone down to the drugstore. Yeah, and I don't know what else this Corinne Marchand was in, but like I mean, like she's beautiful in Cleo from 5 to 7. Oh right though, yeah, but like Breathless, people I thought Breathless though is actually kind of overrated, and I'm really not just saying that. Like it was the first Godard movie that I saw, and I was like, there's a lot of the jump cuts. Everyone's makes such a big deal because it's like jumpy, and I'm like, I don't even really like how this looks. Like the first 10 minutes are pretty badass. Then he meets the chick, the American chick who he's like involved with, and there's this like kind of bad dubbing. And like I mean it's cool. They wind up like there's a really long like bed scene where they're just like talking and then like whatever, but it just doesn't like cohere to that much. Like and then I watched it twice and I was just like, what? I don't know. This isn't that great. But then I watched V versus V. Well, then I watched Masculine Feminine, which again is more like studied, and so I like started to get. I'm like, oh, okay. So, honestly, when he's actually better when he's more like outside the frame or whatever. But like, well, because Brothers, it's basically just a noir. Like it's just, but with his own like style. But then you get like V versus V, and I'm like, oh, this is like this. I mean, that's my favorite Godard movie that I've seen so far. And then I watched Weekend, which I thought was just kind of bad because that actually becomes like shocky schlock. And the thing about Godard that's also sort of controversial, so to speak, is that he was like a full-fledged Marxist. Like, it's funny because yeah, like he did have a little bit of that misogynist streak, but he was also totally Marxist, especially by the end. Oh yeah, two or three things I know about her is kind of good too, but again, more of like a detached study. It wasn't nearly as good, but it was still like cool. It's niche, it's interesting, but yeah, man, like V versus V is amazing. The what was I gonna say? Like this the study thing. Oh yeah, well, it's just weird, right? Because it's kind of proto Zizek a little bit in a way, like Slavoj Zizek, without the sort of overtly kind of just just in the sense that he's kind of like a based Marxist a little bit, if you know what I mean. Like, and I'm not trying to just because he's a little bit misogynist or something. It's not like that. It's just, but it kind of is like that because the viewpoints are definitely different. Sort of like I mean, um, it's not. And I think people overreact when they say that, but it's just kind of a weird mixture, right? It's kind of like a misogynist Marxist. It's like, well, not really misogynist, but like kind of has that streak or whatever. So it's cool and based. No, I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean. Anyway, though, funny enough, it's like V versus V. Like I said, even though the depiction itself is totally kind of like we ought to sort of frown at her choices. There's no like like question about it. She's not dumb. She's also definitely not she's not evil either. I mean, she's a little bit morally wayward. She's a little bit resigned, but that's that could even be part of why it's my favorite because it's so like not to sound not I sound pretentious, but yeah, literally Godard is just like handing it to you, being like, here you go, and it's just a it's just a study of it. Like not you don't have to it's like I mean um not this freaking uh I mean, you don't have to be in shambles over something in order for it to be like a good movie. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I'm saying here. But yeah, like dang, got me ranting on that stuff. I was gonna play another song, but oh my god, yeah, now I'm getting tired for real. Um, I do wonder though what else this chick Corinne Marchand was in. Um, she is so good in that movie. Um, and yeah, Varda. Oh yeah, I gotta watch more from her. She okay. Her first one was this La Pointe Court. Um, yeah, it's like, but then she kind of became, you know, she did a movie about the Black Panthers and stuff. I guess it's like, all right, you know that, and that's kind of what happened with Godard. Like when he made Weekend, and first of all, that actually delves into a sort of more vulgar and graphic depiction at points. It's just tragic, the death of cinema. It's like after a while, if you know what I'm saying. Like, uh, hold on one sec. My parents are just being loud upstairs talking, but the well, they just devolve into like Godard, right? Like he kind of just starts like showing his hand after a while. It's like, all right, dude, we get it. You're political, like that's your thing, and it's just like no, just stop. Uh, Agnes Varda, I'm sure she winds up doing the same thing, you know. But I do want to watch her. Did she not do the young girls of Rochefort and stuff like that? I thought those looked pretty good. Like the young girls of Rochefort and the young girls turned 25. Did she not do that? Oh, no, yeah, no, she did. She's done a lot of movies. Hmm. Yeah, so anyway, I gotta watch more of her stuff. Cause I was honestly pretty, I was like very impressed by Cleo from 5 to 7, obviously, but you know, so that was her second movie. I mean, that's impressive. But yeah, I gotta watch more from her. She's still alive? Nah, she. Oh, I knew that. She actually passed away in 2019. It's like not even that long ago. But she was pretty old. She was 90 years old. Amazing. No, yeah, literally amazing. Yeah, but like, I mean, who else comes to mind? I mean, you know, honestly, like delving through the archives here. You know what I mean? Yeah, Jacques Demy. That was, I guess, her husband, and he Roger London. Oh yeah, well, so he did the musical. Oh right, yeah. It's like, oh, so they're musicals, huh? The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, and if that's how you pronounce it, and the Young Girls of Rochefort, and then I guess the Young Girls Turn 25. I don't know if that's a musical, but yeah. So cool though. It's like, but yeah, you know, all these guys, all these people, they do wind up kind of like just devolving into like political manifestos. You know, they're all just kind of like leftist and stuff. Not necessarily saying that that's always wrong. It was kind of, you might say, it was a little more based back in the day or something. But I mean, you know, but it's just kind of like, especially with Godard, at least from what I've seen, it's just kind of like, oh my god, dude, like we get it, enough. Like just make a good movie. Just we just need. That's all. That's all we really need. You know what I mean? Hold on one sec. swag. Anyway, you get it. They're all Marxists. Just kidding, but you know. Oh my god. I just told my parents to stop. They're practicing. They're just funny. They have to do this like dance for like show for my sister's show choir. She's about to graduate, and they do some show, and it's like, but it's kind of funny actually because like my dad was saying they're like they don't have like they usually don't get have such an involved dance, but like this year they got some young chick doing the like freaking it's like this like intense kind of like intense choreography. And my dad, he's funny because he's just kind of like, can we not like do that? Like it's like the freaking it's like every other year they've had it be like chill. It's like it's the parents. You don't need to like it's supposed to be kind of funny, you know. It's oh look the parents. Oh, especially like the dads. It's like, oh the dads like so funny, ha ha. You know they don't have to do any. They just do a little bit of this or whatever. But like of course this year it's like freaking. It's like oh fuck they're like practicing. I guess that's kind of wholesome in a weird way, right? But it's like annoying. Well, it's annoying because they're being loud about it. But he is. It's like my dad keeps laughing because it's like I guess it is pretty funny. Nice though. I like to hear that. Thanks. Thanks, Dark Sunshine. It says CD's passion for cinematography has animated me to explore that form of art more myself. Yeah, talking about like cinematography, specifically, like it really is pretty amazing to me. Because you can just convey so much, like with the way you move the camera, or that you like I like just style and stuff. Um, because if you're talking about the specific, the way that like things look and stuff like that. Um, oh yeah, I mean, and I'm still learning myself, obviously, about all this stuff. But that makes me happy to hear because I mean, I think that it's worthwhile to explore as a as a form of art and something to. Now I'm getting on my soapbox about it, but for real, like the transcendentals, about like the good, the true, and the beautiful. I mean, it's like sure you can do whatever you want, so to speak, with your film or whatever your like expression is, but like I mean, the best is when something, especially if it's all three of those things, it's like, and you can do that with film, and it's like modern film and stuff. Like they don't it doesn't get communicated the way that it used to. Like every now and then, maybe occasionally, there's something that like communicates that. But for whatever reason, I tend to find it's mostly in older stuff. It's kind of depressing. But the usage of the film and just like the way that like the vibrant colors and stuff. You guys notice it's everything now. It's digital, it's color corrected, and like I noticed it's always looking like kind of like dark green and stuff like that. It's so bad. Like there's no like life in it. And I mean you see like movies like this, like again, like I know it sounds corny, but like when I talk about Cleo, right? Like it's the kind of thing that you watch and you're like and not in this like annoying like kind of no offense. I'm surprised that I don't really like it that much. I thought I was gonna like it way more. I might like it by its end, I don't know, but like Singing in the Rain, right? Just like super like hyper and campy. Like you watch something like this where it's no there's the word, it's not just whimsical, it's spirited, but like it's good, like it's like it feels like freaking just like full of life. And that's how you ought to feel. Like you should be wanting I'm not saying it's always whatever, right? You gotta have like respect for the vision, right? But like the best, right, is of course you leave something you're like that is beautiful and inspiring. You know what I mean? Like yeah, and people like that. I mean, the best of the French New Wave and people like like Ingmar Bergman, like he's really good with stuff like that. I mean, you should really check him out. I mean, he's like a huge filmmaker. Like he did most people know like the Seventh Seal. Again, funny enough, I wasn't that crazy about the Seventh Seal because mostly because it's like it actually funny enough actually has slightly dark and gross elements, but it's not horrible, but it's this kind of medieval Trek kind of thing, and so it's just inherently kind of has this like dirtiness and honestly it's the dialogue funny enough that actually is so it's so like about death and stuff. It's almost a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, it's the classic. What people always know from it is it's the guy. It's Max von Sydow, and he's like playing chess with death, like himself. And well, in the end, it winds up actually being really good. And I don't want to spoil anything, but Bergman's a master. Like he usually even finds ways like to wrap things up in a way where it's actually kind of happy. Like and he did like scenes from a marriage. Uh, he's done so much, but at the best from him that I've seen is I probably oh my god, well like Persona like changed my life. Like I saw that maybe like 2 years ago. Persona is literally life changing, but but the Wild Strawberries though Wild Strawberries is amazing too. Um, um, talk about like amazing cinematography in those movies. Uh, Persona is fucking crazy. Liv Ullman and like oh my god, she's fucking like both of them are so good. It's Liv Ullman and it's the other chick's name. Cause well, Liv Ullman was Bergman's wife, and she's kind of like known. People know Liv Ullman, you know, but but the other woman, she's actually really good. She's less likable though. She's her nurse, like persona. She's like an actress, the Liv Ullman, and then she just goes mute one day, and then there's this nurse that has to take care of her, but they're probably around the same age. The nurse, she says verbatim that she's 25. She literally says at the beginning, she's like, I don't really know. She's like, you might want to get someone else. Like, I don't know if I can really like psychologically handle this. And then they're like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, you know, if she's just like mute and it's willing, then she obviously has like a great deal of mental strength or whatever. Like, I don't know if I can handle this. So it's kind of amazing because then it turns into, it's actually kind of a psychological horror. Like the first like 10 minutes are this crazy like filmic, this like montage of you're like, what does it mean or whatever, kind of like proto Lynch. It all makes sense. Ah, thank you, Shuffler. BB Anderson. Yeah, I should have. I forgot about it because I just got into like describing the plot. But yes, thank you, BB Anderson. So good. And yeah, she winds up kind of it's well she predicted it. She kind of winds up unraveling a little bit because it's like her doing all the talking, you know. And it's like, you know, one night she has a little too much to drink, and then she there's this like infamous, she kind of like, it's sexual, she like gets in this monologue. It's like pretty like edgy for the time, you know. Again though, it most of it at least, I mean, it doesn't really like devolve into anything super graphic or vulgar again, but it actually is pretty edgy for the time with everything, like the beginning montage, and then the like, well, just some of the like that scene, and then the just some of the stuff that goes down. But it basically becomes more of a little bit nightmarish, but without that kind of like, it's actually amazing though. Like it's like where you're not like it's definitely like startling, you know. I mean, but like there's a reason it's I mean, I think a lot of people I think consider it to be like one of the best movies of all time. And I'm just saying you don't get that credit without like actually doing something really interesting. Like if you're, cuz it's horror-esque, but like it's like proto